Chapter 43-57. Before entering the chaotic space, Duan Lingtian had been warned by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, not to open his mini-world in the chaotic space. Once opened, there was a risk that his mini-world would be destroyed. Apart from Xia Jie, the patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu, and the ancestor of the Xia family had also warned him about this. However, their warnings were only hearsay after all. Now that Duan Lingtian had personally experienced it, he could feel how terrifying the energy in the turbulent space was. If he did not open his little world, he could still withstand it. However, if he opened his little world, the turbulent space would definitely invade his little world and wreak havoc. Even a higher ultimate god would not dare to open his mini-world here, unless he's an ultimate god. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unusually careful and cautious. After that, he tried his best to conserve his energy as he moved forward. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to have any sense of direction, he was not without a sense of direction. He was walking in the opposite direction of the path that the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had opened for him. Before he entered, the ancestor of the Xia family had told him that he would only open a path for him as no one could determine the direction in the chaotic space. If the ancestor of the Xia family had opened this path, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up with Duan Lingtian who was taking this path. In the chaotic space, the existence of the chaotic space would destroy the energy in the chaotic space while also allowing the energy in the chaotic space to perform a spatial shift similar to teleportation. Even Duan Lingtian had been teleported away from the place he had entered from when he first entered the chaotic space. It was also because of this that the patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu, felt that Duan Lingtian was safe. This was because even if a supreme powerhouse found Duan Lingtian, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Duan Lingtian continued forward, trying his best to preserve his strength. Although he still had a lot of divine pills to recover his divine power, they were not endless. If he kept using them, there would be a day when they would be exhausted. I hope we can reach the spatial barrier as soon as possible. As long as we find the spatial barrier and break it, we'll be in a new space. The new space could be the endless void, other realms, or the land outside the realm. None of these could be confirmed. The only thing he could be sure of was that it definitely wasn't the God-defying realm. This was because the supreme powerhouse, the old ancestor of the Xia clan, had considered this when he opened the path for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, no matter how the path changed in the turbulent space, it would always be in the same direction. Leave the God-defying realm. While Duan Lingtian was still hurrying through the turbulent space, another uninvited guest arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land. A young man dressed in green with a sharp aura and an extraordinary temperament arrived at the Myriad Arts Academy and announced that he was looking for the Academy Master, Su Baili. As the Academy Master, Su Baili was not someone who would easily meet with just anyone. However, this time, the informant said that the other party wasn't simple. Although he was only a lower-level ultimate god, even some of the lower-level ultimate gods patrolling the Myriad Law Academy felt like they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. They couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. Lower ultimate god? Based on what they said, this lower ultimate god is considered one of the top existences even among lower ultimate gods. Curious, Su Baili ordered someone to bring the other party in. Su Baili could tell that the other party was not ordinary as soon as he saw him. The other party stood there, giving him the feeling that he was not looking at a person, but rather a sword. If he had seen someone like this when he was still weak, it would not mean anything. Perhaps the other party had just comprehended the sword principle or had just mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle. However, the current him was considered one of the best even among upper ultimate gods. Right now, in front of him, he could still make him feel a certain way. Moreover, the other party was only a lower ultimate god. This showed how terrifying the other party's attainments in the sword principle were. Could it be that person? At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a person he had only heard of recently but had never seen before. He did not know the other party's identity. The other party's name was Feng Qingyang. Of course, it might just be an alias. However, the other party had used this name in the realm of chaos in the dimensional battlefield, although that person was only a upper ultimate god at that time. However, with the generous reward of the divine corrupting spring, it was normal for him to enter the ultimate god realm in such a short time. In particular, the person in front of him had obviously just entered the lower ultimate god realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. In the next moment, Su Bailey confirmed his guess when the person in front of him spoke. "Greetings, Palace Master, Feng Qingyang." The young man in green who looked like a threatening sword in Su Bailey's eyes was none other than Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang. Some time ago, Feng Qingyang had also made it into the top 3 in the realm of chaos in the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. Although he was only 3rd, he had also received a generous reward. On top of that, he was ranked 1st on the upper ultimate god realm ranking list. The combination of the rewards from the 2 ranking lists was enough to make anyone jealous. Even Su Bailey, in that instant, had the urge to kill Meng Hao and steal his treasures. However, he held himself back in the end. Since the other party had come looking for him and said that he wanted to see him, it meant that he had something to do with him. Moreover, the other party did not hide his name and did not plan to hide it from him. Otherwise, the other party could have used an alias. Feng Qingyang? Su Bailey smiled faintly. Could it be that you are Feng Qingyang who took 3rd place in the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos? Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I didn't expect Senior to know me. I know that you are very normal. Su Bailey smiled. Now, it's not just me. Even the godly venerable level forces in the various planes have heard of you, as long as they are not in closed-door cultivation. However, our Myriad Arts Academy shouldn't have anything to do with you. Why are you looking for me? Su Bailey knew that the person in front of him was from a lower plane, just like the few people from the inner palace. Someone had said that the other party had a law clone. Even now, the other party might not have come with his true body. Although it did not feel much different from his true body. It should be the law clone of the law he is most proficient in, otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to tell if this is his law clone or his true body without using my divine sense. Su Bailey thought inwardly. Palace Master. Feng Qingyang looked at Su Bailey and said solemnly, I came here to meet Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen of the Myriad Arts Academy. Yang Yuchen. Su Bailey was surprised to hear Feng Qingyang's words. You know Yang Yuchen? I don't know him. However, Feng Qingyang's next words stunned Su Bailey. You don't know Yang Yuchen? Then why did you say you wanted to meet Yang Yuchen? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Su Bailey couldn't help but feel annoyed. If it wasn't for the other party's outstanding performance, he would have slapped the other party out of the Myriad Arts Academy. Even so, Su Bailey couldn't help but frown. Feng Qingyang also vaguely saw through Su Bailey's thoughts and quickly explained, Palace Master, although I don't know Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, I know his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is a disciple I took in the lower dimensions. I came to see Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen this time because I want to ask him about my disciple. In fact, Feng Qingyang had already heard about Duan Lingtian in the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, he was very worried about his disciple's safety. Currently, due to the needs of his previous cultivation, he no longer had any law clones in the lower dimensions. There was no way he could obtain first-hand information through his law clones. In addition, he also felt that even his disciple would not be able to leave his law clones in the lower dimensions. Sometimes, law clones could be used separately. However, after entering the upper-ranked Divine Emperor realm, if one wanted to break through to the Ultimate God realm or achieve a higher cultivation base in the Ultimate God realm, one would need to retrieve his law clones. If there was no way to return his law clones to his body, he would have to disintegrate his law clones and form new law clones. Of course, only the cultivators from the lower planes had such restrictions. The natives in the realms of gods did not have such restrictions because they did not have law clones and could not form law clones. Of course, They also needed the assistance of their bloodline power when they wanted to break through to the ultimate god realm or the ultimate god realm. Moreover, if the bloodline power was depleted too much recently and was not enough to assist in the breakthrough, it might cause them to miss the opportunity to break through. You're Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions? Su Baili, on the other hand, was shocked when he heard Feng Qingyang's self-introduction. Although he had lived for many years and had a heart as calm as water, he was still taken aback. Then, he recalled Duan Lingtian's sword principle and came to a realization. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian's sword principle originated from you, Su Baili said with a sigh. Su Baili sighed and continued, I'll contact that kid Yang Yuchen now. If he receives my message, he'll definitely come to see you at the first possible moment. Although the inner palace was located in an independent realm, the inner palace was located in an independent realm. However, the Myriad Art Academy had a way to contact the inner palace. Naturally, he could only contact the current overseer of the inner palace. This was because he was using the Myriad Art Academy's special communication method for the inner palace's independent realm instead of an ordinary message. An ordinary message could not cross the independent realm between the inner palace and the Myriad Art Academy. Chapter 43-58. In the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. As the current leader of the inner palace, although Lang Chunwan was in closed-door cultivation, she would still be awakened if the Myriad Arts Academy had a special communication method. This was because, under normal circumstances, the Myriad Arts Academy wouldn't use this kind of communication method. Once a message was sent, it meant that it was really urgent. Therefore, although Lang Chunwan was awakened after receiving the message and was a little angry, she quickly calmed down and contacted the outside world. Old Su, why are you in such a hurry to send me a message? If there's nothing, don't disturb me. I still need to cultivate. Lang Chunwan replied to the Myriad Arts Academy's master, Su Baili, in a very rude tone. Su Baili was not surprised by Lang Chunwan's tone because he already knew this little girl's temper. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Duan Lingtian's master in the lower dimensions, Feng Qingyang, has come to our Myriad Arts Academy. He wants to see your third senior brother and understand Duan Lingtian's situation. Why don't you ask your third senior brother if he wants to meet him? As soon as Su Baili finished speaking, Lang Chuanyuan's tone suddenly changed. She was no longer impolite. Instead, there was a hint of surprise and curiosity in her voice. Little junior brother's master in the lower realm? Feng Qingyang? Little junior brother's master does seem to have this name. Moreover, little junior brother said that his master's attainments in the sword Dao are even more profound than his. While Lang Chunwan was surprised, Su Baili gave her a straightforward answer. This person in front of me who calls himself Feng Qingyang has a profound attainment in the sword Dao that is definitely above Duan Lingtian. Even your eldest senior sister's attainments in the sword Dao are far inferior to his. Su Baili said, you should hurry and tell your third senior brother about this. Following Su Baili's words, Lang Chunwan did not reply. However, not long after, Su Baili's side was greeted by two figures who had just come out from the independent dimension of the internal palace. Not only Yang Yuchen, but also Lang Chunwan. Where is junior brother's master? Lang Chunwan was obviously very curious about her little junior brother's master. I heard from little junior brother that his master's cultivation is not as high as his. However, his attainments in the way of the sword are extremely deep. If he has the cultivation of a upper divine lord, it shouldn't be considered bullying him if I spar with him, right? As soon as Lang Chunwan entered the house, he acted as if Su Baili's house was his own home. Little junior brother's master is our elder. Don't be rude. Yang Yuchen berated. Upon hearing this, Lang Chunwan finally quieted down. After a while, under Su Baili's lead, Yang Yuchen formally met with Feng Qingyang. Yang Yuchen and fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan greet senior Feng. When Yang Yuchen saw Feng Qingyang, he bowed slightly to Feng Qingyang. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother and was of the same generation as him. His little junior brother's master was naturally his senior as well. Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, was not as polite as Yang Yuchen. She stared at Feng Qingyang curiously as she walked in circles around Feng Qingyang. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as well. She wanted to see what was so special about her little junior brother's master to be able to produce such an outstanding disciple. Fourth junior sister. When Yang Yuchen saw Lang Chunwan's behavior, he smiled awkwardly at Feng Qingyang and said, "Senior Feng, please don't take offense. My fourth junior sister is still a child at heart. It's inevitable that she's a little rude." Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "I can see that. I don't mind. Senior." At this moment, Lang Chunwan seemed to have seen enough. She came in front of Feng Qingyang and stared at Feng Qingyang. "If I become your disciple, will you teach me the way of the sword?" When Lang Chunwan said that, not only was Feng Qingyang shocked, but even Su Baili was stunned. He did not expect this little girl to have such thoughts. Yang Yuchen was even more embarrassed. "Senior Feng, my fourth junior sister is not only a child at heart, she also likes to talk nonsense sometimes." However, before Yang Yuchen could finish his sentence, Lang Chunwan interrupted him. "Third senior brother, don't interrupt. I'm sincerely asking Senior Feng." As for Feng Qingyang, he smiled at Lang Chunwan who was staring at him innocently. "If you really want to learn my way of the sword, I can teach it to you. However, how much you can comprehend will depend on yourself. As for becoming my disciple, there's no need for that. You're the senior sister of my disciple, Duan Lingtian, so I won't hide anything from you." He had also heard about the two disciples from the 10,000 law school's inner palace killing those who were eyeing his disciple, Duan Lingtian, for the gods' convergent spring near the 10,000 law school. Therefore, he had a good impression of the 10,000 law school's inner palace. Of course, at this point, as Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up, Feng Qingyang continued, "The prerequisite is that you haven't come into contact with any of the four Taoists of heaven and earth. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll bite off more than you can chew and it'll affect your progress in comprehending the Tao. Of course, if you're smart enough, you can observe it and maybe it'll give you some inspiration." Feng Qingyang said. "Even my disciple's senior brother can observe my way of the sword." At this point, Feng Qingyang looked at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was also a little excited at this moment. The person in front of him might not have a higher cultivation level than him, but in terms of strength, he knew he might not be his opponent, even if his opponent had just entered the ultimate god realm. Even though he had just entered the ultimate god realm, with the help of the heaven-defying sword principle, his strength might not be weaker than his second senior brother who was widely recognized as the top medium ultimate god. "Girl." At this moment, Su Baili looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a smile, "Didn't you say you wanted to spar with your junior brother's master when you arrived? Why don't you spar with me?" Su Baili's smile was meaningful. When Lang Chunwan heard that, she did not immediately agree. Instead, she looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, "Senior, what's your cultivation level now?" At this moment, Lang Chunwan also remembered something. Not long ago, in the chaos region of the realm of chaos, the person who was ranked third in the overall ranking list was also called Feng Qingyang. He was a superior god emperor. At that time, she did not think that he had the same name as her junior brother's master. Now that she saw him in person, she could not help but think of that person, if it was really that person, even if he had not broken through and was still a superior god emperor, she had no confidence in defeating him. "I just entered the lower ultimate god realm," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Lang Chunwan heard that and her eyes narrowed slightly. She then asked bluntly, "Senior, you were ranked third in the overall ranking list of the realm of chaos in the realm of chaos, right?" "Yes." When Feng Qingyang nodded, Lang Chunwan was certain. She quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not a match for you, senior. It's better if I don't embarrass myself." Although she was straightforward, she was not stupid. Why would she want to be humiliated when she knew she would lose? As for Yang Yuchen, he was not surprised when he heard Feng Qingyang said he was ranked third in the overall ranking list of the realm of chaos in the realm of chaos, since he had already guessed it. A superior god emperor who possessed terrifying strength and superb sword Dao. He was also known as Feng Qingyang. How coincidental would it be if there was another monstrous sword Dao genius named Feng Qingyang in the realm of chaos? Yang Yuchen felt it was impossible for such a coincidence to exist. For this reason, he was certain Feng Qingyang was Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Ling Tian had invited his law clones to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm, he had not expected Duan Ling Tian to bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time, he had only heard from his little junior brother, Duan Ling Tian, that his master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had not met Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he had only heard rumors about Feng Qingyang. Previously, he had thought Feng Qingyang was not a simple person since his little junior brother was so monstrous. Now, he had confirmed his suspicions. Now, when he saw the other party, he was extremely respectful. While it was true that the other party was his junior brother, it was also because the other party had walked further on the path of the four Daos of heaven and earth than he had. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was a true monstrous genius. In fact, if they were in the same cultivation base, Feng Qingyang might not be any weaker than his little junior brother. Senior, you're here because you heard I went to the Xia clan and came back. Are you here to ask about little junior brother? Yang Yuchen looked at Feng Qingyang again and went straight to the point. Yes. Feng Qingyang's expression turned grim. I heard he didn't come back with you. Is he still in the Xia clan? No. Yang Yuchen sighed. Yang Yuchen sighed before he explained Duan Ling Tian's situation to Feng Qingyang. He also explained Duan Ling Tian's choice. I didn't expect this. Feng Qingyang's expression darkened when he heard his disciple had reunited with his little junior brother, but something had happened to his little junior brother. However, he was not surprised by his disciple's decision. After all, his disciple was such a person. If he wasn't such a person, it would be impossible for him to have such terrifying achievements in just a short 1,000 years. He was only 1,000 years old, and his strength was comparable to a peak greater ultimate god. How many people in the history of the god-defying realm could achieve this at such a young age? Feng Qingyang followed Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan to the independent dimension where the inner palace of Wanda Law Palace was located. Duan Ling Tian finally saw the space barrier in front of him. Along the way, although he intentionally controlled the consumption of the divine power in his body, his speed was not slow. He traveled as fast as lightning. After a period of time, he finally reached the end of the road and saw the space barrier that he had been dreaming of. Next, as long as he broke the space barrier, he would leave the turbulent space and enter a stable independent space. That space could be the endless void, the land outside the realm, or one of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm. Could it be somewhere else? While breaking the space barrier and shuttling through, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel a little curious. If he could choose, he would naturally choose the land outside the realm. It was also the place he wanted to go the most. Chapter 43-59. Of course, Duan Ling Tian wanted to go to the outer realm even in his dreams. However, Duan Ling Tian also knew that he had no choice. Everything depended on luck, and where he ended up was up to God's will. There are 3 possibilities. The best result is to reach the outer realm directly. The second best is to reach one of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm, and then find a way to teleport to the outer realm through the transmission formation of the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm. The worst-case scenario would be to enter the endless void. After entering the endless void, one would have to break through space again and enter the spatial turbulence. Following the turbulence, one would have to continue searching for the next spatial barrier and break through the spatial barrier to enter the next place. Of course, after entering the endless void, Duan Ling Tian had a chance to recover, because in the endless void, although the spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin, the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the small world in his body could be used. In the endless void, there was no need to worry about the interference and influence of the space turbulence after the small world in his body was opened like in the turbulent space. The endless void posed no threat to the small world in his body. The only drawback was that the spirit chi of heaven and earth here was thin, and at the same time, it was very barren. There was no end to it, and there might be some hidden dangers. What is behind the space barrier? The answer will be revealed soon. When Duan Lingtian broke the space barrier in front of him and jumped, there was no previous wave in his heart, as if he had been mentally prepared. However, when he passed through the space barrier and saw the situation in front of him, even if he had been mentally prepared, he could not help but feel a little depressed. What entered his eyes was a dusky darkness. In this place, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was so thin that there was almost no spirit chi. It was a barren land, and he could not see the sky or the ground. It was as if there was nothing. Even if he had never been to such a place before, even if it was his first time coming to such a place, Duan Lingtian could guess where it was at this moment. The endless void. It was also the last place he thought of. I didn't expect that I would encounter the most unexpected place. After sighing, Duan Lingtian's mood was completely adjusted, because he knew that since he had come to this place, the wood had already sunk, and there was no way to change it. Moreover, before coming here, in fact, in the depths of his heart, he had prepared for the worst. Therefore, there was no need to think about what to do next. Using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his small world, he recovered his divine power. When his divine power recovered to its peak, he entered the turbulent space and continued to travel through it, looking for the next spatial barrier. Until they entered one of the other two places. Fortunately, I had the help of that senior from the Xia clan to help me through the most difficult part of the journey. After that, even if I entered the turbulent space again to look for the spatial barrier to break through, I would always be nearby. The ancestor of the Xia clan could be said to have opened up a path in the turbulent space and sent Duan Lingtian away from the vicinity of the god-defying realm. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian entered the turbulent space again and looked for other spatial barriers to break, he was not worried about returning to the god-defying realm. Or, he could enter the boundless void again. Or, they could reach the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm near the god-defying realm. For Duan Lingtian, as long as he did not have to enter the endless void, it was a good thing. After spending a few days, Duan Lingtian's divine power was restored to its peak. Then, he entered the turbulent space again. Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth in the vicinity. After a while, he finally saw another spatial barrier. However, after breaking through the barrier again, the anticipation in his heart disappeared. It's the endless void again. This time, Duan Lingtian returned to the endless void again. According to the words of the ancestor of the Xia clan, the endless void occupied the largest space among the 10,000 realms, followed by the outer realm, then the 10,000 realms, and then the turbulent space. The endless void was separated from the 10,000 realms. Anyone could enter, but after entering, there was actually no benefit. However, according to the ancestor of the Xia clan, many supreme experts had set up their homes in the endless void. Some supreme experts opened up their own independent spatial planes in the endless void, and there were also supreme experts who simply stayed in the endless void. This was because in the history of the 10,000 realms, there were many powerful supreme experts who comprehended the Tao in the endless void, and their strength increased by a level. Among them, there was no lack of existences who once stood at the top of the 10,000 realms. Of course, for Duan Lingtian, these had nothing to do with him. Even the vast majority of supreme experts had stayed in the endless void for many years and had not comprehended anything. Let alone him, a middle-level supreme god who had not even stepped into the realm of a high-level supreme god. Now, he only wanted to leave the endless void and did not need to enter the turbulent space again. As long as he did not enter the endless void, whether it was the outer realm or the subsidiary realms of the god-defying realm, it was fine. The endless void again. Damn. Or? Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that he would be considered unlucky if he entered the endless void 2 or 3 times. However, he did not expect that he would enter the endless void 8 times in a row. He was about to break down. Fortunately, the 9th time, it was finally no longer the endless void. Here, now, after Duan Lingtian passed through the spatial barrier again, he found that what appeared in front of him was no longer the endless void. This made him, who had once again prepared for the worst, stunned for a few seconds before a surprised smile appeared on his face. Then, he felt the heaven and earth spirit energy here. Just by feeling the heaven and earth spirit energy, I can't be sure where this place is. In the outer realm, the heaven and earth spirit energy was not considered rich. It was not even as rich as some places in the 10,000 realms with abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. Let's see if there's anyone first. The language of the God-defying realm is also the common language of the 10,000 realms. Even if this is another realm, there's no barrier to communicating with the life here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's best if this is the outer realm. Even if it's not, as long as I find a way to the teleportation formation of this realm to the outer realm, I can still go to the outer realm. Of course, this process is not difficult, but it's not easy either. Now, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was only at the middle-level Supreme God realm. His strength could amaze others. However, once the news of a middle-level Supreme God with such amazing strength spread back to the God-defying realm, or to the ears of those who were in contact with the God-defying realm, it would not be difficult for people to suspect his identity. This was not what he wanted to see. If this is one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, find a force that has a teleportation formation to the outer realm to join, and use the teleportation formation as quickly as possible to go to the outer realm. In this way, even if my identity is exposed later, I'm in the outer realm. If they want to find me, it's tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. This was also Duan Lingtian's plan. Chapter 4360. Duan Lingtian himself knew very well, right now, he had a large amount of divine corrupting spring water in his hands. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a delicious piece of cake. Even supreme experts would not be able to resist the temptation of the divine corrupting spring water and would attack him. Of course, those people did not know that he only had half of the divine corrupting spring left. As for the other half, apart from giving a portion to his 2 senior brothers and a portion to Xia Jia, the 3rd master of the Xia family, most of the rest were taken to the lower dimensions by his law clones. His law clone used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave the world of divine remains. Of course, he had originally planned to use his true body to leave using the space-piercing godly shuttle. However, according to Xia Jia, if his true body used the space-piercing godly shuttle to leave, it would leave behind traces. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see those traces, but supreme experts would be able to detect some clues as long as they wanted to. From there, they would be able to find the lower planes by following those clues. And this was not what he wanted to see. Naturally, he would not choose to take the risk. Currently, his law clones had brought the divine corrupting spring water back to the lower secondary realm. They had traveled through many mundane realms and Devata realms to ensure they were safe before they returned to the place where they had settled down to give the divine corrupting spring water to his family and friends. What surprised him the most was the increase in Huan's cultivation base. It was too fast. It was so fast that it was somewhat exaggerated. Divine Emperor Realm? Even Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. After all, this was something that he did not expect. This was because Huan had always stayed in the place he had arranged for her and her family. It was a mundane realm, and she had always listened to him and never left. Huan, what happened to your cultivation? How did he improve so quickly? Duan Lingtian had returned to the mundane plane with his Law of Life avatar, which was also the strongest law avatar besides his Law of Time and Law of Space avatars. The reason why he had brought back this law avatar was firstly because it was strong enough, and secondly, even if he wanted to condense this law avatar again, it would be much easier with the help of the divine tree of life. I'm not sure either. However, in response to Duan Lingtian's question, she shook her head. It was to the extent that she didn't have much of an idea of her current strength, because she didn't have the opportunity to make a move. She only knew that recently, her cultivation had increased rapidly. Every once in a while, when she was cultivating, a black hole would appear beside her. Then, energy would surge out and fuse into her body to help her cultivate. That power was incomparably mysterious, but when it entered her body, it gave her the feeling of a wanderer returning home. Her body did not feel any discomfort at all. When she told Duan Lingtian about what had happened, Duan Lingtian's expression turned incomparably serious. Based on what Huan said, her power comes from behind the spatial barrier. That's an external force. What's going on? Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he still could not figure out what was going on with Huan Er's situation. Therefore, he could only ask, Huan Er, when did the energy from behind the spatial barrier appear? Sometime after I became a lesser deity, Huan Er answered immediately. Huan Er's cultivation base had been rising rapidly all this while. Moreover, with the resources that Duan Lingtian had given her, it was not difficult for her to become a deity. When Duan Lingtian pressed her further, he learned that the mysterious energy had only appeared after she had consolidated her cultivation base and become a lesser deity. In the end, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. Huan Er was most likely able to obtain the mysterious energy because of her true form. Her true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, a rare super-divine beast that only appeared once in a million years in the Devata realms. According to Huan Er's mother, there were only a few records about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox due to the passage of time. There was no mention of the previous Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's cultivation base. It was rumored that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had attained godhood. However, no one knew for sure. A Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as he thought when he thought about how she had become a divine emperor in such a short time. Moreover, according to her, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was not as simple as she seemed. Otherwise, why would the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox receive such treatment after becoming a deity? There must be something fishy going on. I've been in the realms of gods for many years, and I've learned about some powerful divine beasts. However, no matter how powerful they are, they have their limits. Most of the major ultimate god forces are human forces. However, there are some divine beasts in the major ultimate god forces. Among the high-level ultimate gods, it's difficult for the powerful divine beasts to become a top high-level ultimate god. Naturally, it's not necessary for a divine beast to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, among the supreme powerhouses, there aren't many supreme powerhouses who have become divine beasts. It's as though the origin of a divine beast is not a human but a beast. There's a limit to how much it can become a supreme powerhouse. In the history of the god-defying realm, there have been divine beasts who don't have such a limit. However, they are extremely rare and haven't appeared for many years. However, it's rumored that any of those divine beasts are extremely terrifying. Those who have just become upper ultimate gods do not even need to consolidate their cultivation base to be as strong as a top upper ultimate god. Once they become a supreme powerhouse, they'll be at the peak of the supreme powerhouses. It's as though the divine beasts are blessed by the heavens. However, it seems like the divine beasts haven't appeared for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. If I didn't read the ancient book in the inner palace, I wouldn't have known about this. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened when he thought about this. There was also a record in that ancient book. It was the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. That ancestor also had a divine beast companion. According to him, after that divine beast companion had become a deity, it would feel like a small portion of its power was being drained away when it cultivated. Moreover, all beast cultivators would have that kind of trouble when they reached the divine spirit realm. It was more like a kind of rule. Perhaps, after the beast-type cultivators became gods, the energy they lost was accumulated somewhere. In the end, this power would leave the place where it was accumulated and help those rare divine beasts who are blessed by the heavens to advance, thus giving birth to a heaven-defying divine beast that's only seen once in a million years. Even now, Duan Lingtian still remembered that record. Not only would my companion lose its divine power when it cultivated, but it would also lose its comprehension of the power of law. It would never be able to enter the perfected realm. It's the same for other divine beasts. This is also one of the reasons why it's almost impossible for a top-upper ultimate god to appear in beast cultivators, unless the beast cultivator can comprehend one of the four Tao of heaven and earth at an extremely high level. However, for ordinary beast-type cultivators to be able to comprehend any one of the four Taos of heaven and earth to that level, they've basically become supreme experts. Therefore, I guess, after beast cultivators become gods, the loss of power during cultivation, their comprehension of the power of law is close to the perfected realm, and the continuous loss of the power of law is most likely caused by some kind of rule in the god-defying realm. In addition to the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years. I further guess that the beast cultivators within 1,000,000 years, after becoming gods, are all using a special method to feed back the heaven-defying divine beast that's said to be rarely seen in 1,000,000 years. This kind of feeding back is caused by the rules of the god-defying realm and not by the beast cultivator's own will. Perhaps, this is a scheme set up by the ancestors of the heaven-defying divine beasts so that their lineage can continue to grow stronger. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme. Even the strongest supreme expert in the god-defying realm might not have such an ability, right? Instead, the strongest experts in the strongest few realms in the 10,000 realms might have the ability to do so. If all my guesses are correct, there must have been an existence at that level in the god-defying realm. Perhaps, a long time ago, the god-defying realm was once one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds because of the existence of the heaven-defying divine beast's ancestor who set up such a shocking scheme. Although these were the guesses of the ancestor of the inner palace in the myriad jurisprudence palace, Duan Lingtian did not think the ancestor's guesses were likely to be true. This was because it was too unbelievable. What kind of existence could set up such a shocking scheme and forcibly extract the power and comprehension of the laws from the beast cultivators in the god-defying realm to feed back to their descendants? However, now that he knew what had happened to Huan, he could not help but recall the speculation of the ancestor of the inner palace. If his speculation was true, then Huan-Er's experience could be explained. Huan-Er was the heaven-defying divine beast of this generation. Moreover, the ancestor of the inner palace also mentioned that only the beast cultivators in the god-defying realm would be restricted in their comprehension of the laws in the god-defying realm. There are some beast cultivators in the god-defying realm who leave the god-defying realm to cultivate. Such a situation would not occur in the land outside the realm. However, even if these beast cultivators successfully break through in the land outside the realm and possess the strength of a peak superior ultimate god, after they return to the god-defying realm, the power in their bodies will still be drained away. The laws that they originally comprehended to the perfection stage will also drop in their realm. It's as if there's a curse in the god-defying realm that targets the beast cultivators. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock. The guess of the ancestor of the inner palace was very likely to be true. In the past, there might really be a heaven-defying beast cultivator in the god-defying realm who set up such a shocking scheme to feed back his descendants who were only born in nearly 1,000,000 years. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-61. Before Duan Lingtian went to the realms of gods, he had learned that some of the powerful beasts in the Devata realms were just an extension of the forces in the realms of gods. In other words, the powerful beasts in the Devata realms had established their own forces in the realms of gods. Some of the beasts had even given birth to supreme powerhouses. However, it was not until he went to the realms of gods that Duan Lingtian discovered some of the powerful divine beast forces were not weaker than the major ultimate god forces. Many people regarded them as major ultimate god forces, but they regarded themselves as major ultimate god forces. In the beginning, he did not understand. It was not until he learned about the restrictions on beasts after they entered the ultimate god stage that he realized why the powerful divine beast forces were so low-key. It was because of the restrictions on beasts in the divine defiance realm. Not only divine venerable realm beast cultivators. It's said that even divine venerable realm beast cultivators will be restricted to a certain extent in the god-defying realm. This has also led to many beast cultivators who have become supreme experts to be more willing to stay in the outer realm outside the god-defying realm, or to guard the subsidiary forces of the god-defying realm. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but become vigilant. If it were not for Huan Er's strange behavior, he would not have thought of this. If the place his original body went to was not the land outside the realm, but a subsidiary realm of the reverse god realm. In that realm, it was very likely that there were beast-type cultivators from the reverse god realm who had become supreme experts. The people in the subordinate realms might not know about Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian. In the past, those from the Divine Defiance realm most likely knew about Duan Lingtian's existence. If that place is not a land outside the realm, and is really one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, and there is a divine beast of the God-defying realm guarding there, the other party most likely knows me and understands me. For this reason, I can't join any ultimate god forces in that realm to avoid being discovered. At this moment, Duan Lingtian became vigilant. At the same time, his life clone looked at Huan Er with a gentle gaze. He felt that Huan Er was his lucky star. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have cared about her at all. One had to know that the slightest mistake in this matter could cost him his life. Huan Er, tell me more about the characteristics of that energy. Duan Lingtian was happy for Huan Er's fortuitous encounter. At the same time, he was curious as to how the energy had returned to Huan Er. At the same time, he was also worried that the energy might cause some instability to Huan Er. However, as Huan Er described the characteristics of the energy, Duan Lingtian gradually relaxed. Based on what Huan had said, it was unlikely that the energy would affect her. It hasn't been that long, but you're already a celestial emperor. Perhaps it won't be long before you become a god emperor. It won't be long before I reach the ultimate god realm. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Initially, he thought his family and friends could only live under his protection in the future. However, based on Huan Er's experience, her future achievements would not be mediocre. She might even become a supreme expert, one of the strongest among supreme experts. After all, if Huan Er was really the descendant of that heaven-defying divine beast, even if she was not as strong as that person, she would not be too far off. Based on the heaven-defying plan that person had set up, that person was definitely one of the strongest existences in the divine defiance realm. Perhaps, he might even be one of the strongest existences in the myriad of worlds. The plan that person set up is still in place. This means that either no one in the divine defiance realm is capable of breaking his plan, or no one is capable of breaking his plan. Otherwise, someone is capable of breaking his plan but has yet to do so. If it was the latter, it would be fine. If it was the former, how strong was that person? After so many years of planning, no one had been able to break through it until now. How terrifying was his strength. Duan Lingtian's life clone returned to the mundane realm where his family and friends were settled. Then, he distributed the divine corrupting spring water to them. Naturally, with the cultivation bases of his family and friends, forcefully consuming the divine corrupting spring water would only cause adverse effects. For this reason, he deliberately diluted the divine corrupting spring water. The water he used to dilute the divine hoarding spring was not ordinary water. Instead, it was a liquid treasure that he had collected in the realms of gods. It was a treasure that could help those with weaker cultivation bases in their cultivation. These treasures were useless to him, but they were treasures to his family and friends. Father, mother, I saw Kerr. Duan Lingtian's life clone arrived at his father, Duan Ruffeng, and mother, Li Ro's residence. He sat with them and mentioned his wife, Kerr, for the first time. Previously, when he was with his daughter, Duan Si Ling, he did not mention Kuer at all. This was because he did not want his daughter to know about her mother's current condition. Duan Si Ling was a sensible child. Although her mother, Kerr, was not by her side, she had always missed her mother. Therefore, she understood why her mother could not be by her side. She had never complained about this before. Although she did not have her mother by her side, she did not lack maternal love as she grew up. Whether it was Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, or Huan, all of them had cared for her so much that she never felt like she lacked maternal love. How's Ke? Li Rose suddenly became nervous. She had just heard her son mention her daughter-in-law. In fact, when the whole family was gathered together, she wanted to ask very much, but she didn't dare to. Duan Ruffing reached out and held his wife's hand. Don't worry. Let's listen to our son first. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and told his parents everything that had happened to his wife, Ke. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the end, Duan Rufeng said, therefore, you plan to head to the outer realm and grow stronger so you can kill the supreme powerhouse who has merged with Yunqing Yen to save Ke? Duan Lingtian nodded. As for Li Ro, although she knew it was dangerous for her son to head to the outer realm, she did not try to persuade him. After all, she knew her son well and knew it was impossible to persuade him. Moreover, she was worried about her daughter-in-law and hoped her son would be able to rescue her daughter-in-law. Although her son had many wives and confidants, and Li Ro did not usually favor any of them, Ke was different in her heart. First of all, Ke had been by her side since she was a young girl. At that time, she only had a son and not a daughter. Therefore, she treated Ke as her daughter. Not only did she treat Ke as her daughter-in-law, but she also treated her as her daughter. It was an additional emotion. Father, mother, don't worry. Haven't I been fine for the past 1,000 years? Don't worry, it won't be long before I bring Ke back. When Duan Lingtian saw that his parents were worried but did not express it, he took the lead and comforted both of them with a smile on his face. Tian, Duan Ruffing finally spoke. He sighed softly and said, the next time you see the clan leader of the Xia family, please be more courteous. After all, you're a junior. Ke may have lived 2 lives, but her soul has not changed. She's still his daughter. Even if he did something that upset you, it's because he has a responsibility that is different from ordinary people. As the clan leader of the Xia family, he has to consider the interests of the family in many things. Duan Ruffing had once led a prefecture in the mundane realm. Therefore, he knew that as a leader, there were many things to consider. It was not that simple. Father, I know that. Duan Lingtian nodded. It was because he knew this that he did not fall out with the clan leader of the Xia family and only dealt with it coldly. If Ke did not blame the clan leader after she woke up and even wanted him to call him father, he would do so. But now, he could not treat the clan leader like a normal son-in-law. Duan Lingtian chatted with his parents for a while, asked about their cultivation situation, and solved some of their doubts. After that, he left. However, after he went out, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on his face. I've encountered the worst-case scenario after all. That place is not the land outside the realm. It's one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm, the reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm was one of the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know much about this realm. Even when he was in the God-defying realm, he had not heard anyone mention this realm. Of course, the reason why he had not heard anyone mention it was because the people he came into contact with were at most some divine masters. The communication between divine masters was basically limited to the God-defying realm. Perhaps, when he became an ultimate expert one day, he would talk about the subordinate realms of the God-defying realm when he communicated with other ultimate experts. Now, there are 3 choices. The first choice is to return to the turbulent space and continue to try my luck. The second choice is to immediately join a reincarnation realm force that has a teleportation formation to the land outside the realm and go directly from the reincarnation realm to the land outside the realm. The third choice is to cultivate in the reincarnation realm and enter a force in the reincarnation realm after entering the upper divine master realm. From there, you can go to the land outside the realm. 3 choices, the third was undoubtedly the safest and the safest. It was almost impossible to be targeted. His cultivation was at the upper divine master realm. No matter how strong he was, no one would guess his identity. If he went directly to a force now and showed his strength, it was very likely that his identity would be exposed. The first choice, I'd better give up. I'd better not touch things like luck. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to believe his luck at all. He had wandered in the turbulent space many times before he ended up in the boundless void. The third choice, although stable, is too long. Chapter 43-62. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose the second option. He would join a top force in the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land before he became a greater ultimate god. The most important thing now is to join a top force in the reincarnation realm that has a transporting formation to the outer land. Then, I'll have to find a way to enter the reincarnation realm and use their transporting formation to travel to the outer land. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to join any top force in the reincarnation realm. However, I'm afraid it'll attract too much attention if I reveal my strength when I'm only a lesser ultimate god. Naturally, it'll be best if I can join a force without revealing my full strength. I'll have to plan for this. Although Duan Ling Tian wanted to go to the outer land even in his dreams, he did not lose his cool. Instead, he became calmer. After all, a wrong decision could cost him his life. If he was alone, then he would dare to take the risk. However, the problem was that he was no longer alone. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He could not allow himself to do as he pleased. In the end, Duan Ling Tian began to ask around to find out which top force was the closest to the samsara realm. During this time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the reincarnation realm was completely different from the reverse divine realm. In the reverse divine realm, there were 18 realms of gods. Below them were 81 Devata realms and countless mundane realms. In the reincarnation realm, there were only 9 realms. Moreover, these realms were called realms. The reincarnation realm was divided into the upper 3 realms, middle 3 realms, and lower 3 realms. The lower 3 realms were similar to the mundane realms in the reverse divine realm. However, they were at least 10 times larger than the largest mundane realm in the reverse divine realm. In the lower 3 realms, those who were close to becoming a celestial being or had just become a celestial being were the strongest. The middle 3 realms were similar to the Devata realms in the reverse divine realm. Lesser gods who had just become gods were strong enough to rule over a region. The upper 3 realms were similar to the reverse divine realm. There were many gods and top forces in the upper 3 realms. After all this time, I'm currently in one of the 3 middle regions of the reincarnation realm. After asking around, Duan Ling Tian felt a little helpless. Then, he went to a nearby teleportation array that led to the upper 3 regions and directly teleported to the upper 3 regions. Although there were some twists and turns in this process, Duan Ling Tian only displayed the cultivation of an ordinary deity, so no one dared to make things difficult for him. Even in the hands of a lesser deity, as long as they did not go overboard, they would be able to run amok in the middle 3 regions. Even the most powerful forces in the middle 3 regions, who had the backing of deities, or even forces from the upper 3 regions, would not easily provoke a lower-ranking deity. This is the Luo region, one of the 3 upper regions of the realm of samsara. In the Luo territory, there are 3 great powers, and all of them have patriarchs who are extremely strong. These 3 powers all have teleportation arrays that lead to the outer realms. After Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Luo territory of the reincarnation realm, he quickly found out about this. Then, he set his sights on one of the 3 great powers in the Luo region, the Sun family. This was because the Sun family was the closest to him after he arrived at the Luo region. Moreover, as the only family among the 3 great powers, it was relatively easier for the Sun family to sneak in and use the teleportation array. If I don't display my full strength and enter the Sun family, as long as I display part of my strength and get to know the direct descendants of the Sun family who have the right to speak, I will have a chance to enter the Sun family. They might not be stingy with using the Sun family's teleportation array just once. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian began to plan and investigate the Sun family at the same time. Everything was carried out cautiously. In fact, with his current strength, even if he forced his way into the Sun family and displayed his strength, the Sun family would still be willing to do him a favor and send him to the outer realms using the teleportation array. However, the consequence of this was that the Sun family would know his strength. If he displayed such strength with the cultivation of a medium godly master, perhaps, when he arrived at the reincarnation realm in the outer realms, his identity would be exposed and he would be hunted down by the ultimate powerhouses of the reincarnation realm. Of course, he might not be so unlucky. However, he could not take the risk. In particular, in the reincarnation realm, there was an ultimate powerhouse from the god-defying realm. Although he did not know where the ultimate powerhouse from the god-defying realm was in the reincarnation realm, it was necessary to be careful. The Sun family was one of the top 3 forces in the Luo region of the upper 3 regions of the reincarnation realm. An ultimate powerhouse was born in the reincarnation realm nearly 100,000 years ago. Since then, the entire family had walked to the peak of the reincarnation realm. In the Sun family, the direct descendants were also divided into many branches and there was a lot of competition between them. Although the position of the patriarch of the Sun family was passed down from one branch, as long as one was a direct descendant, any direct descendant of any branch had the qualifications to compete for the position of the patriarch. In the current generation of the Sun family, the direct descendants were divided into 7 branches. Sun Yuqian was the most outstanding descendant of the current generation of the direct descendants of the Sun family. He was also one of the direct descendants of the Sun family who was most likely to become the next patriarch of the Sun family. Of course, he was not the son of the patriarch of the Sun family but the son of the 4th master of the Sun family. In the eyes of the Sun family, the competition for the position of the next patriarch of the Sun family was basically decided between 3 people. One of them was Sun Yuqian. As for the other 2, one of them was the son of the current patriarch of the Sun family while the other was a genius from another branch of the direct descendants of the Sun family. Among the 3 of them, Sun Yuqian was the strongest. However, in terms of overall strength, Sun Yuqian's branch was the weakest among the several branches of the Sun family as it had been a long time since they had produced an expert. Because of that, this branch also saw Sun Yuqian as their hope. On this day, Sun Yuqian returned from his job as usual. He was accompanied by a medium ultimate god from his branch to protect him. Among the many branches of the direct descendants of the Sun family, only Sun Yuqian's branch did not have a high-level ultimate god. The other branches all had high-level ultimate gods. Second uncle, actually, you don't have to keep following me. The family's property is not far from the Sun family. There won't be any danger. On the way back to the Sun family, Sun Yuqian said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was Sun Yuqian's second uncle, Sun Long. When he heard Sun Yuqian's words, he shook his head. Yuqian, you're the hope of our branch. As the strongest person in our generation, it's only right for me to protect you as you grow up. As long as you surpass me in the future, everything I do for you will be worth it. Sun Long was Sun Yuqian's second uncle and Sun Yuqian's younger brother. There were only 6 people left in their branch. Sun Long was the branch patriarch of this branch. Sun Long's greatest wish in this life was to see this nephew of his become the head of the family and restore the glory of their bloodline. In the past, their bloodline had produced quite a few patriarchs. However, in the past 20,000 years, there had not been a single patriarch. Second uncle, I won't let you down. Sun Yuqian said solemnly. All right. Sun Long smiled. However, the smile on Sun Long's face froze in an instant. Then, his pupils shrank sharply. The energy in his body swept out and shrouded Sun Yuqian who was beside him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Sun Long turned into flames and left the place with Sun Yuqian. Almost at the same time, a saber with a terrifying aura of destruction slashed down from the heavens, landing where the 2 of them had been standing. The void trembled, and a tiny spatial crack appeared, closing after a while. Then, a tall figure shrouded in a black robe stepped on the air and landed. At the same time, another loud noise was heard. This time, it was a tall man in a gray robe with a mask on his face. He flew towards Sun Long, who had escaped with Sun Yuqian. "Who are you?" Sun Long's expression changed again. He hurriedly tried to stop the other party but soon found that the other party's strength was not weaker than his. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of the other party. However, the other party had a helper. Moreover, judging from the helper's attack just now, it was very powerful. The helper's strength was not weaker than his. There were two middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him. "Leave Sun Yuqian behind and you can leave." The black-robed man flew over. He was also wearing a mask and his voice was extremely cold. "Otherwise, both of you will stay here today." "Hee," the gray-robed man chuckled. "You can send a message to the Sun clan for help. However, the three of us are confident that we can kill both of you before the Sun clan arrives." 3 people. As soon as the gray-robed man said that, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, who had just sent a message to the Sun clan for help, turned pale. "Don't talk nonsense. Just kill them." A cold voice was heard. A thin figure seemed to appear out of thin air. Every move he made was accompanied by an extremely cold aura that swept across the sky. Once he made his move, it was as if thousands of miles were frozen. The surrounding space instantly froze. "Kill." The other two attacked together. "It's over." Sun Long's face was pale. Another middle-level ultimate god who was on par with him had come. If it was just the two of them, he was confident that he could stop them and allow the Sun clan to come in time to protect his nephew. The worst-case scenario was that he would die alone. However, with 3 middle-level ultimate gods who were on par with him, even if the Sun clan came now, it would be too late. They were still some distance away from the Sun clan. Even if the Sun clan sent a high-level ultimate god, it would take at least half an hour for them to arrive. Sun Yuqian's face was filled with despair. Was he going to die? Who was it? Who was the one who found these 3 people to kill him? Was it those 2 guys? How could they be so bold to do such a thing? Were they not worried that they would be found out and executed according to the rules of the clan? Kill them. The 3 of them attacked Sun Long and Sun Yuqian at the same time. Just as Sun Long made his move with an extremely ugly expression, he suddenly saw a figure flying past them from the corner of his eyes. That person only glanced at them before leaving on his own. Judging by the speed of the other party, he was obviously a middle-level ultimate god. At that moment, Sun Long's eyes lit up as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He shouted loudly, "Brother, help me stop these 3 people for a quarter of an hour. My Sun clan's high-level ultimate god will be here soon. My Sun clan will reward you handsomely." In the distance, the young man who had been flying by as if nothing had happened and had no intention of meddling in this matter even though he had seen the situation here. However, after hearing Sun Long's words, he paused. At that moment, Sun Long and Sun Yuqian saw each other clearly. It was a young man in purple. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. End of chapter. Chapter 43-63. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. Everything that had transpired was part of Duan Lingtian's plan. The 3 medium-level ultimate gods were actors that he had spent a lot of effort coaxing, pestering, threatening, and bribing to get them to join him. After all, they were targeting the Sun clan, one of the top forces in the Luo region. If the 3 intermediate ultimate gods did not submit to Duan Lingtian, they would not have been so bold as to target the Sun clan. They wore masks because they did not want to expose their identities. Although their masks looked simple, there were many formations hidden in them that completely blocked out divine consciousness. It was extremely difficult to see their faces. At the very least, it was almost impossible for anyone below the level of a higher ultimate god to see their faces. "Boy, don't meddle in other people's business." When one of the three masked men saw Duan Ling Tian had stopped moving and turned to look at Sun Long, one of the masked men cried out in a loud voice, "Brother Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian looked at the masked man who had warned him and said slowly, "I didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but your tone pissed me off." Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were pleasantly surprised when Duan Ling Tian made his move. He did not seem to have made any movements, but the void seemed to have solidified. At the same time, when they regained their senses, they saw the purple-clad young man in front of them moving at an exaggerated speed. How fast? Sun Long's eyes widened. However, he shook his head in the next instant. "No. I felt like I was affected by a force earlier. Is it the law of time? This person is skilled in the law of time." The law of time was one of the four supreme laws. It was also the most mysterious law among the four supreme laws. The person in front of him had crossed such a great distance to approach him. It was obvious the person's attainment in the law of time was not inferior to his attainment in the law of time. "We're saved." Sun Long was ecstatic. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to inform his nephew. Meanwhile, Sun Yuqian's face was filled with joy. However, in the depths of his eyes, there were still waves of coldness. As long as Sun Yuqian could survive this, he would definitely not let this matter rest. "I don't care which one of you did it, this isn't over." In Sun Yuqian's mind, two figures appeared. They were the only two who had the ability to compete with him for the position of the next head of the Sun family, but were slightly inferior to him in all aspects. They were the direct descendants of the Sun family. It was a fair competition. Even if he lost, he had no objections. But if they found someone to kill him, he would not be able to die in peace because of this. "Don't bother with this brat, kill them." The three masked men ignored the Duan Ling Tian charging over and continued to charge at Sun Long and the other two. To be more precise, they were charging towards Sun Yuqian. Of course, as they charged over, they were also on guard against Duan Ling Tian. "What kind of deep hatred do you have for you to be so obsessed with killing a high-level emperor god?" Duan Ling Tian sighed. Although it was not loud, it was clearly heard by Sun Long and Sun Yuqian, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. The three masked men were obviously targeting Sun Yuqian. "If I, Sun Long, survive today, I will not let the mastermind off." Sun Long roared in his heart. At this moment, facing the three masked men charging towards him, Sun Long did not dare to hold back. The divine power in his entire body surged as he used all his techniques to protect Sun Yuqian behind him. At this moment, as a high-level emperor god, Sun Yuqian was naturally of no help at all. "Senior, please lend me a helping hand." Sun Yuqian looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was not far away, and said sincerely through voice transmission, "If I, Sun Yuqian, am lucky enough to survive today with your help, Sun Yuqian, will definitely help you to the best of my ability in the future." Duan Ling Tian, who had originally planned to attack, laughed in his heart when he heard Sun Yuqian's voice transmission. Then, he attacked as well. Of course, he did not display his full strength. He only displayed his strength to the extent that it was comparable to Sun Long's. Even so, with Sun Long joining forces, it was enough to stop the three masked men for a short period of time. As for the three masked men, although they had the upper hand, it was obvious that they were getting more and more anxious, as if they were really worried that the high-level ultimate god from the Sun clan would arrive in time. After about 30 breaths of time, the three masked men looked at each other and retreated. "Brat, you've ruined our plan. If we meet you again in the future, we'll definitely tear you to pieces." While the three of them retreated, they did not forget to threaten Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Sun Long did not chase after the three people. Duan Ling Tian did not make a move because Sun Long did not allow him to chase after the three people. Sun Long, on the other hand, thought it was meaningless to chase after the three people. After all, if the three people joined forces, they would be stronger than him and the purple-clad young man. After making sure the three of them had left, Sun Long looked at Duan Tian gratefully and cupped his hands together to express his gratitude. Friend, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid both of us would have been buried here. Sun Yuqian also stepped forward and silently knelt in the void and bowed to Duan Tian. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Then, Duan Tian forcibly lifted him up with his divine power. At this time, even Duan Tian was a little embarrassed by the honesty of the person in front of him. After all, he was the mastermind behind all this. It's nothing, Duan Tian said. At the same time, Sun Long asked a few questions about Duan Tian's background. Duan Tian also briefly explained his background. He said that he was a rogue cultivator who had used his connections to pay a high price to go to another top force in the Luo territory and borrow their teleportation formation to teleport to the outer land. During this process, Duan Tian changed his name to Li Feng. However, he did not expect to meet them on the way. Teleportation formation to the outer land? Sun Long and Sun Yuqian were shocked and they heard that Duan Tian planned to go to the outer land. Sun Long directly said, Brother Li Feng, why are you going to the outer land? Although your strength is not bad, I don't recommend you to go to the outer land now. The outer land is too dangerous. If a medium-level ultimate god goes there, if he's unlucky, he might never return. I went there once with the clan's experts and saw with my own eyes that many medium-level ultimate gods were killed. Even some weak high-level ultimate gods are meat on the chopping board. They are at the mercy of others. When Sun Long reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with dread. Obviously, he saw the outer land as a scourge. When Duan Tian heard this, he merely smiled faintly. I know what you're talking about. However, the cultivation method of our progeny is not only about seeking breakthroughs in danger, it also has an extremely high requirement on one's mental state. I'm going to the outer land because I want to become a high-level ultimate god. If I don't go, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime. I even have a feeling that if I don't dare to go to the outer land, I might not be able to become a high-level ultimate god in this lifetime. As Duan Tian spoke, the smile on his face disappeared and he became extremely serious. Hearing Duan Tian's words, Sun Long smiled bitterly and said, Brother Li Feng, you really don't have a choice. Although the outer land is dangerous, you might not necessarily be in danger as long as you are careful. In order to become a high-level ultimate god, it's worth taking some risks. Speaking to this point, Sun Long paused. Then, he smiled and said, Brother Li Feng, since you still haven't given the promised benefits to the people from the Zhan Yuan sect, you shouldn't go to the Zhan Yuan sect. Our Sun family also has a teleportation formation to the outer land. You saved us this time. If we can't even help you with such a small matter, we're not worthy of being human. Sun Long said. At this time, Sun Yuqian also said, Yes, Senior Li Feng, you can go to the outer land from our Sun family. The Zhan Yuan sect's teleportation formation to the outer land is no different from our Sun families. Won't it be too troublesome? Duan Tian was a little hesitant. Actually, I can also go to the Zhan Yuan sect. Although I need to pay something, at least it's still within the scope of what I can afford. Brother Li Feng. Seeing that Duan Tian seemed to want to decline, Sun Long's expression became serious and he asked with a serious face, Are you declining like this because you look down on us? Duan Tian smiled bitterly when he heard this. I definitely don't mean that. Since Elder Sun has invited me so graciously, then I'll bother you. However, if this matter is difficult, Elder Sun doesn't have to worry about me. I can still deal with the Zhan Yuan sect. Duan Tian said again. It's not difficult. Sun Long waved his hand and said, It's just using the teleportation formation. There's no difficulty at all. Brother Li Feng, I don't know what the people from the Zhan Yuan sect told you. In fact, the teleportation formation in the outer land only needs to consume enough divine crystals to activate the teleportation formation. There's nothing mysterious about it. Upon hearing Sun Long's words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Only divine crystals? However, I heard from the people from the Zhanyuan sect that other than divine crystals, there's another price that needs to be paid. As for what the price is, they didn't tell me. They only said that it's their sect's secret. Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression on his face as he spoke. One could not tell if he was lying at all. If his acting skills were on Earth, he would definitely be called the best actor. At this moment, Sun Yuqian also spoke up. Senior Li Feng, the people from the Zhanyuan sect must be trying to take advantage of you, so they made this matter sound difficult. After all, this way, Senior Li Feng will be willing to pay a bigger price. Although I, Sun Yuqian, am only a god emperor and have never been to the outer land, I still know a little about the teleportation formation in the outer land. It's just like what my second uncle said. It only needs to spend a certain amount of divine crystals. As for the divine crystals that support a person to teleport to the outer land, it's nothing to our Sun clan. Even if it's just me, I can still afford it. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-64. Although Duan Ling Tian looked young, he felt young as well. However, because of his strength and the fact that he was Sun Yuqian's savior, Sun Yuqian also respected him as a senior. At this moment, Sun Yuqian's words also guaranteed Duan Ling Tian that Duan Ling Tian could leave the reincarnation realm through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Duan Ling Tian saw that Sun Yuqian had solved it so well and did not refuse anymore. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. The two of you gave me a chance to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation. Then, I'll write off my so-called help earlier. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Although they had just met, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel Sun Yuqian's sincerity from Sun Yuqian's attitude. Sun Yuqian really took Duan Ling Tian as his savior and sincerely wanted to help him. Therefore, he directly pointed this out so that Sun Yuqian would not feel that he owed him a life-saving grace after this. Sun Long was about to speak but was interrupted by Sun Yuqian. Senior Li Feng, how can the life-saving grace that you have for Yuqian be compared to this small thing that Yuqian can do for you? The life-saving grace is greater than the sky. Yuqian will remember it for the rest of his life and never forget it. In the future, if you have any errands for me, I will do my best to help you. Even though it was already after this, Sun Yuqian's attitude was still very firm. He felt that he should repay the life-saving grace with his life. Sun Long also nodded with a satisfied smile at this time. This was how the sons of their bloodline should be. However, while Sun Yuqian was serious, when Duan Ling Tian heard and saw this, he felt extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, everything that Sun Yuqian went through was carefully planned by him. Those 3 medium-level ultimate gods were the actors he found. Moreover, in order to get these actors to cooperate with him a few days ago, he could be said to have spent a lot of effort. It could even be said that he threatened and lured them. In the end, he promised that they would not expose their identities and that they would not be targeted by the Sun family. Only then did they agree. It could be said that he was being very careful. If he used this method to go to the outer land through the Sun family's outer land teleportation formation and his identity was still exposed, then he would really have nothing to say. Forget it, even if he wants to repay me, he might not find a chance. Let him be. Now, Duan Ling Tian found that Sun Yuqian was more and more pleasing to the eye. Because of this, he felt a little guilty. If there's a chance in the future, I'll think of a way to make it up to him, and then tell him the truth of what happened today. I really do need his help now. Now, the more Sun Yuqian was, the more that Sun Yuqian, the more he was, the more he was, the more guilty he felt Ling Tian. Seeing that's Ling Tian Sun's there. There was a that Sun's, there was not only Ling Tian Long's, there was Ling Tian, not that was a Ling Tian. Sun Linga s Ling Tian. Is Yuqian alright? The 2 Ling Tian upper ultimate gods were an old man and a middle-aged man. The old man looked kind, but his eyes were fierce. As for the middle-aged man, he looked ordinary, as if he did not show his emotions on his face. At that moment, the old man looked at Sun Long with a serious face. "Grandfather Hong, I'm fine." Sun Yuqian looked at the old man and shook his head. "Uncle Hong." Sun Long was no longer as calm as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian and Sun Yuqian. He looked a little angry. "Those three people just left. They're heading in this direction. If we capture them, we can find out who's behind this." Sun Long did not waste any time and directly pointed in the direction that the three people left in as he spoke to the old man. In his opinion, the most important thing right now was not to complain, but to get the two Sun family upper ultimate gods to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. If they could capture them and bring them back to the Sun family, it would not be difficult to find out who was behind this. The old man, Sun Hong, who was another upper ultimate god from the Sun clan's direct line of descent, understood Sun Long's intention. He glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and walked in the direction Sun Long pointed. Although the middle-aged man did not hear what Sun Hong said, he understood Sun Hong's intention with just a glance. Sun Hong obviously wanted him to chase after the three medium ultimate gods. The middle-aged man immediately followed. When the two upper ultimate gods disappeared from his sight, the anger on Sun Long's face disappeared. He looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced the two men. "Brotherly Feng, those two are from another branch of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. They are also the branch that has the closest relationship with us. Uncle Hong's full name is Sun Hong. He's one of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods and also the person in charge of his branch. The one beside him is not a disciple of the Sun family's upper ultimate gods. He's his adopted son and also has the same surname as the Sun family. His name is Sun Leizheng and he's a genius. Many people say that if Sun Leizheng is not of the Sun family's upper ultimate god bloodline, he would most likely be the current patriarch instead of the current patriarch." Duan Lingtian also knew the identity of the two men after Sun Long's explanation. He was not surprised that the two men were close to Sun Long's branch because Sun Long would only find trustworthy upper ultimate gods from the Yang family. After all, he had set up a trap to lead the suspects to the other two Sun family members who could compete with Sun Yuqian for the next patriarch's position. Sun Long would certainly not find the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline. If the two upper ultimate gods from the Yang family's upper ultimate god bloodline were to come and kill Sun Yuqian, they might not help Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. They might even help kill Sun Long and the other upper ultimate god bloodline. It was better to find trustworthy people for this kind of thing. It's almost as I guessed. However, I didn't know that Sun Hong has an adopted son who's also a upper ultimate god. In fact, Duan Lingtian had done a comprehensive investigation on the Sun family before this. He also knew about Sun Hong, the upper ultimate god from the Sun family, but he had never met him. He knew about Sun Hong because he knew that Sun Hong's branch was close to Sun Long and Sun Yuqian's branch and there was no conflict of interest in this generation. Sun Hong's branch did not have any talented disciples who could compete for the patriarch's position in this generation. Sun Hong was more inclined to let Sun Yuqian become the next patriarch compared to the other two competitors of Sun Yuqian. Firstly, Sun Yuqian was indeed stronger than the other two in all aspects. Secondly, Sun Yuqian's branch and Sun Yuqian's branch were very close. Duan Lingtian was not worried that Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng would catch up with the three upper ultimate gods because he had already told the three of them to change directions after they left. It was best to split up. Although the two upper ultimate gods from the Sun family were strong and fast, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if they wanted to catch up with them after they had left for almost half an hour. As expected. About a quarter of an hour later, Sun Hong and Sun Leizheng returned. Sun Hong shook his head. "We didn't catch up with the three of them. They've already changed directions. We didn't find any clues along the way. It's harder to find them than climbing the sky. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Hong." Sun Long expressed his gratitude and sighed at the same time. However, since we were unable to capture those 3 people, I'm afraid it will be impossible to find the real culprit behind this. Humph. Sun Hong's eyes flashed. Even so, we still have to get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who it is, the entire Sun family will not tolerate anyone who does this behind our backs. In fact, even Sun Hong now suspected that the 3 of them were hired by Sun Yuqian's other 2 competitors. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who would go through so much trouble to kill Sun Yuqian. Uncle Hong, please don't be angry. I believe the family will give me an explanation for this matter, Sun Yuqian said. With that, Sun Yuqian introduced Duan Lingtian to Sun Hong and Sun Leijing. Sun Hong also expressed his sincere gratitude to Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian. Brother Li Feng, thank you for saving Yuqian. You don't have to worry about the transportation formation in the outer realm. I'll take care of it for you. Follow us back to the Sun family. After we've dealt with Yuqian's matter, I'll personally bring you to the transportation formation and send you to the outer realm. During his conversation with Sun Yuqian, Sun Hong had learned about Duan Lingtian's determination to go to the outer realm. Due to this reason, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian to go to the outer realm even though he felt Duan Lingtian would most likely die. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a stranger. He helped Duan Lingtian only to repay him for saving Sun Yuqian's life. Duan Lingtian, using the identity of Li Feng, followed the few people from the Sun family back to the Sun family. The entire Sun family was in an uproar because Sun Yuqian was almost killed. Many high-ranking members of the Sun family were furious. Among them were the high-ranking members of the families of Sun Yuqian's 2 competitors. Perhaps they were gloating in their hearts and even felt that it was a pity that Sun Yuqian did not die. However, they knew they could not show it on the surface. On the surface, they had to be united against a common enemy. The Sun family was in turmoil. All of this naturally had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. However, the Sun family had reached a consensus regarding their savior, Duan Lingtian. The Sun family directly took out divine crystals in the name of the family and sent Duan Lingtian to the outer realm to repay Duan Lingtian for saving Sun Yuqian's life. At this moment, no one stopped them. Even the direct descendants of Sun Yuqian's 2 competitors, even though they felt that Duan Lingtian was meddling in other people's business, on the surface, they unanimously agreed to repay Duan Lingtian. Just like that, Duan Lingtian left the Sun family through the transportation formation in the outer realm of the Sun family. He left the reincarnation boundary and went to the outer realm. Duan Lingtian, who felt as though only a moment had passed, but also as though a century had passed, began to size up the new environment in front of him. This is the outer realm? Chapter 43-65. This place. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to realize that he had appeared in a cluster of buildings after arriving in the outer realm. There were very few people in this cluster of buildings. Before coming, he had learned from the Sun clan that behind the transportation formation was a stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. The rotation boundary in the outer realm had a total of 3 strongholds. Each of the 3 upper regions had a stronghold. Each stronghold was guarded by the strongest experts of that region. Currently, the person guarding the Luo territory's stronghold in the outer realm was the strongest expert of the Sun clan. Someone is coming from our Sun clan? A disciple of our Sun clan? The strongest expert of the Sun clan was guarding the stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation boundary in the outer realm. Usually, he would be able to sense every movement in the stronghold. After Duan Lingtian appeared in the stronghold, he scanned with his divine consciousness and confirmed that the other party was not from the Sun clan. As the ancestor of the Sun clan, he could sense the bloodline of the Sun clan. He's not from the Sun clan? Sun Pingyun, who was originally calm, was slightly stunned at this moment. At this moment, the other person sitting in front of him, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, looked puzzled. Brother Sun, what's wrong? Nothing. Sun Pingyun came back to his senses, looked at the guest in front of him, and shook his head. There's a young mid-level ultimate god coming from our Sun clan, but he's not from our Sun clan. I think he's a friend of one of our juniors. A mid-level ultimate god? The old man was surprised. Although it's not rare for a mid-level ultimate god to come to the outer realm, it's not that easy for them to establish themselves in the outer realm. A mid-level ultimate god who isn't confident usually doesn't dare to come to the outer realm. The old man said. He should be quite strong. Sun Pingyun hesitated for a moment before saying, since he came from our Sun clan, it means that he has a close relationship with one of our juniors. Under such circumstances, it's impossible not to warn him of the dangers of the outer realm. I think he's a mid-level ultimate god with decent strength. However, at this point, Sun Pingyun paused for a moment before looking at the guest in front of him. Speaking of medium ultimate gods, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian from your god-defying realm is the most terrifying. It's said that he now has the strength of a superior ultimate god with his medium ultimate god cultivation base. The old man sitting in front of Sun Pingyun was from the god-defying realm. He was the supreme expert of the god-defying realm. When he heard Sun Pingyun's words, his eyes flashed. In the known history of the god-defying realm, I have never heard of anyone who is comparable to him in the medium divine master realm. He is now recognized as the strongest medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, he has a large amount of divine corrupting spring water. As he spoke, a glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. God corrupting spring. That was what he had always dreamed of. Although he had no use for it and did not have any disciples, the divine corrupting spring water was a hard currency in the outer realm and could be used to exchange for what he needed. Moreover, some powerful existences were often willing to pay a high price in exchange for the divine corrupting spring water just to cultivate their younger generation. Those existences were very generous with their money. Divine corrupting spring water. When Sun Pingyun heard the supreme expert from the god-defying realm in front of him mention the divine corrupting spring water, his eyes were full of greed. Speaking of which, that person from the god-defying realm is really lucky to have obtained so much divine corrupting spring water. It's said that the news of him obtaining the divine corrupting spring water has even alarmed the three realms. Many people are clamoring that the way he obtained the divine corrupting spring water is not honorable enough. Sun Pingyun said. Pfft. The supreme expert from the god-defying realm sneered when he heard that. Those people are just talking nonsense. What do you mean by not being honorable enough? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't this a very common phenomenon? If they were the oriole, would they say that they are not honorable enough? Ridiculous. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had become the topic of discussion of the two supreme experts. He also did not know that the two supreme experts who were talking about him were at the stronghold of the Luo region in the outer realm where he was now. According to the supreme expert from the Xia family, the stronghold of any realm in the outer realm is not actually in the outer realm. It is just close to the space barrier of the outer realm. One can smoothly enter the outer realm from here, and there is no need to worry about getting lost or anything, and these strongholds are also protected by the realms behind them. It is very difficult for ordinary people to force their way in. Unless many supreme experts take action. However, this situation is very rare. If a supreme expert takes action like this, it will be seen as a provocation. For example, this reincarnation realm is not a big realm, but if a few supreme experts force their way into their stronghold in the outer realm, even if the supreme experts of the reincarnation realm can't do anything to them, they will still ask for help from the god-defying realm. The reincarnation realm is a subsidiary realm of the god-defying realm. Once they ask for help from the god-defying realm, the god-defying realm will definitely not stand by and watch. They will definitely send experts to help. This is also a way for weak realms to survive. On one hand, they rely on the subordinates of a strong realm and are exploited by the strong realm. On the other hand, they also rely on the protection of the strong realm. Being exploited will take a long time before they are unlucky. And if there is no protection from a strong realm, it is very likely that the realm will be broken immediately after being invaded. Once the realm is broken, the people will be in a terrible situation. Only the supreme experts may have a chance of survival. Under the choice, many weak realms also choose to shelter under the strong realm. These were all information that Duan Lingtian knew when he was in the god-defying realm and the Xia family in the world of divine remains. Most of it was said by the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The god-defying realm is in front. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed the almost uninhabited stronghold of the Luo territory of the rotation realm and walked all the way to the end of the road. In front of him was a layer of spatial barrier that was similar to a membrane barrier. The scenery outside also appeared clearly in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, the scenery outside changed every once in a while. Occasionally, it would appear in the outside world in a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Occasionally, it would appear underground, under a lake, or even above a group of volcanoes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this because he had also heard this from the supreme expert ancestor of the Xia family. The exits of the strongholds of all realms in the outer land would change from time to time. This was also to prevent people from intercepting and killing those who had just left. However, although the exits would change, they would only change within a certain range. No realm could make the exit of a stronghold change everywhere in the outer land. Even if the top supreme experts of the 10,000 realms joined forces, they could not do that. Let's go out. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and passed through the transparent spatial barrier that had just changed in front of him. He entered a vast ocean. It was indeed a vast ocean. It was not in a lake, nor was it in a small river or stream. Instead, it appeared in a vast ocean. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, entering the ocean was no different from entering a flat land or a void. This was because the divine power that rose from the surface of his body was enough to block the sweeping seawater outside. This is the outer land? After entering the outer land, Duan Lingtian's first feeling was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had suddenly become somewhat thin. Moreover, the surrounding smell clearly carried the smell of blood. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding seawater turbulence. Then, he saw a huge demonic beast that he had never seen before approaching from afar. This demonic beast had a human form and 4 limbs. However, compared to a human, its figure was somewhat uncoordinated. Moreover, its face was ferocious and there were horns on its head. It looked very disgusting. There's a human in my sea area. You've delivered yourself to my doorstep. This demonic beast looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and spoke in the myriad world common language at the right time. Its voice clearly fell into Duan Lingtian's ears. I've killed many middle-level ultimate gods. The strongest could withstand 32 moves from me. I wonder how many moves a human like you can take. When the demonic beast approached, Duan Lingtian could also confirm its cultivation base from its aura. A higher ultimate god, great demon. The other party's words were obviously said deliberately for Duan Lingtian to hear. Human, run. Let me see how you're going to run away. Although it's impossible for you to escape under my nose, who knows if you'll be lucky. The great demon continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in its tone as if it was a hunter toying with its prey. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold in the face of the other party's condescending gaze. Although he was unsure of the other party's strength, as long as the other party was not an ultimate god, he had the courage to fight it. Although he was only a middle-level ultimate god, his strength was above 99% of higher ultimate gods. Why should I run? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at the great demon and smiled coldly. He then raised his hand and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword had already digested a few ultimate god embryos and was getting closer and closer to transforming into an ultimate god weapon. The great demon's eyes lit up when he saw the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It's a superior god weapon that's close to an ultimate god weapon. Human, you've given me a big surprise. Very good, just based on the surprise you've prepared for me, I can leave you with an intact corpse. As the great demon spoke, a god weapon appeared in his hand. Judging from the aura of the god weapon, it was a god weapon that was not any weaker than the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, he was not too surprised. No matter what, the other party was a higher ultimate god great demon. How could such a great demon not have a trump card when he had dominated this sea area for so many years? In the outer realm, those who could survive and rule over their own territories were the most powerful. Chapter 4366. You're lucky to have met me when you've just arrived at the outer realm. Duan Lingtian stared silently at the incoming great demon. In the eyes of the great demon, he was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but in his eyes, this great demon was also a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although his current strength was not invincible among the upper-level ultimate gods. However, there were very few upper-level ultimate gods who could defeat him. Even if it was a top upper-level ultimate god, he did not think he would lose to them, that was unless it was one of the best among the top high-level supreme gods, like his eldest senior sister Huangfu Menyuan, a high-level supreme god who was feared by all the major forces in the divine planes. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand radiated sword aura in all directions as the divine power of a medium ultimate god swept out. In front of the great demon's divine power, it seemed a little dim, but its speed and power were not inferior at all. Duan Lingtian's space law vibrated, and a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared, shaking all directions. That's right. Illuminated thousands of miles. Previously, when Duan Lingtian entered the dimensional battlefield, the power of law could illuminate thousands of miles, millions of miles, and millions of miles, but not thousands of miles. However, in the dimensional battlefield of the god-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated millions of miles could only illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm even if the power was the same. In the dimensional battlefield of the god-defying realm, the power of law that illuminated thousands of miles could only illuminate hundreds of miles in the outer realm with the same power. In contrast, the power of law that could illuminate thousands of miles in the outer realm was able to manifest a heaven and earth phenomenon that could illuminate thousands of miles in the reverse god realm's planar battlefield. Illuminated thousands of miles? At this time, the great demon was also shocked after seeing Duan Lingtian's power of law. This was because the power of law that it had mastered could only illuminate thousands of miles. Moreover, the power of law that it had mastered was only the water law. At the same level, it could not compare to the space law, one of the 4 supreme laws. Fortunately, he's only a medium ultimate god. Otherwise, I might not be his opponent today. The great demon rejoiced in his heart. Of course, it was also vigilant. A medium ultimate god was definitely a genius among geniuses for being able to master such powerful spatial law at such a cultivation level. Logically speaking, such a genius could not possibly be an idiot. But now, after witnessing its strength, it still dared to charge at it? Was it because he knew that he couldn't escape, so he decided to risk it all? However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the great demon suddenly jolted awake. Something's wrong. He's proficient in the law of space. If he really wanted to escape, even if it was in the sea, there would still be a slim chance of survival. It can only be said that it's a slim chance of survival, but he's unwilling to cherish such a slim chance of survival? Did you choose to fight me to the death? Be careful. This little guy might have some other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps, there is a supreme divine power? But, he wouldn't think that I don't have supreme divine power, right? The great demon sneered inwardly. One had to know that it wasn't as if there weren't any supreme powerhouses in the Sea tribe. Overlords like them were actually organized and were loyal to a certain supreme powerhouse in the Sea tribe. Usually, as long as they performed meritorious deeds, they would be bestowed with some supreme divine power. Drip. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian did indeed use the supreme divine power. This was because he knew in his heart that if he acted so rashly, the great demon would definitely suspect that he had some backing. Now, he was just revealing his backing. He was also worried that if the great demon was alerted in advance and even notified the other great demons in the surrounding sea, once a stronger great demon arrived, he might not be a match for a group of great demons if they joined forces. Moreover, before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that no matter where it was in the outer realm, as long as there was a gathering of great demons, there would be no lack of supreme powerhouses among them. When he gets closer, I'll use my supreme divine power as well as my clan's innate ability to kill him. At this moment, seeing Duan Lingtian charging at him menacingly, the great demon, who was also charging at him, saw that the human in front of him was getting closer and closer and had a plan in mind. Even if the other party was only a middle-level supreme god, he did not intend to underestimate him. In the outer realm, a moment of carelessness could very well lead to death. He had lived for many years and had seen too many tragedies of people dying because of carelessness. He would not let such a thing happen to him. Moreover, there were many humans in the outer realm who possessed the power of blood. Some could even form avatars of laws and possess extraordinary combat strength. He was not sure if the human in front of him had the power of blood or the avatars of laws. He only knew that the moment he got closer, he would explode with all his strength and kill the human in one blow. Boom! Rumble. The great demon was proficient in the law of water. As the artifact in his hand moved, waves surged and rushed into the sky as if there were stormy waves on the sea, the kind of stormy waves that could destroy a city. Duan Ling Tian seemed so tiny before him, and it was as if Duan Ling Tian would be completely obliterated without a trace if he was hit by a huge wave. Human, if you trespass into my territory, you will be seeking your own death. Soon after, the great demon was close to Duan Ling Tian. Not only that, but he had also activated his supreme divine energy. Streaks of strange energy swept out of his body. As expected, Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, came to a sudden realization when he saw the other party's tricks. This was just as he had expected, everything was within his expectations. However, this great demon probably had not comprehended the four Taos of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have used them at this moment. Before he came, he had heard from the supreme ancestor of the Xia clan that in the outer realm, even if he met an opponent weaker than himself, he should not be careless. Otherwise, he would very likely be killed by the opponent. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Human, let me see your power of blood or your avatar of laws. As the great demon roared, a terrifying attack swept out from all directions. Like a fierce flood, the great demon opened its bloody mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the great demon's words, he smiled calmly. As you wish. In the next moment, a law avatar swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. It was his space law avatar. Whoosh! The space law avatar swept out and the sword principle that he had not used before was also used. He became one with the sword and attacked the great demon head-on. When the great demon saw Duan Lingtian's space law avatar become one with the sword, his pupils shrank rapidly and his eyes were filled with fear. The weapon principle. It's the weapon principle. He has mastered the weapon principle of the four Taos of heaven and earth. No. Impossible. He's just a higher ultimate god human. How can he master such a powerful weapon principle? At this moment, the great demon was filled with shock and at the same time, he realized that his full-powered attacks were continuously being defeated by the law avatar of man and sword. He was no match for a law avatar. No, impossible. Although he knew that the law avatar of his opponent was not much weaker than the original body, the great demon was still terrified. The law avatar had such strength. Even if the original body was not much stronger, it was still stronger than the law avatar. If the two joined forces, would he still have a chance of survival? Run. Although the great demon was violent and bloodthirsty, his intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, he would be courting death if he continued to fight. The great demon turned around and fled, but Duan Lingtian was faster than him. Demon Venerable, save me. The great demon fled at full speed, not daring to look back. Although he was proficient in the law of water and was like a fish in water in the sea, his opponent's mastery of the law of space was also extremely strong. Coupled with the sword principle that made his heart palpitate, Duan Lingtian's speed terrified him. In a dozen breaths, Duan Lingtian would catch up to him. By then, he would be dead for sure. The human who is chasing me is a medium ultimate god. He has mastered the law of space and his sword principle attainments are above rank 5. Rank 5 sword principle. Even in the outer realm, level 5 sword principle was an extremely terrifying technique. At the very least, among the higher ultimate gods, only those who stood at the top of the pyramid could master this level of sword principle. Even some of the supreme experts who called themselves sword cultivators had not mastered rank 5 sword principle. Medium ultimate god? Rank 5 sword principle? He has mastered the law of space and can illuminate thousands of miles. At the same time, the great demon's voice resonated in the air, alerting the great demons in the surrounding sea. Even some of the great demons who were on par with Duan Lingtian felt chills running down their spines. Such an existence was definitely comparable to a top higher ultimate god. If he stepped into the higher ultimate god realm, he would be one of the best among the top higher ultimate gods. Retreat. Go further away, don't be dragged down by that guy. How did Huku provoke such a powerful human? The group of greater demons in the vicinity, including those at the upper level ultimate god realm, scared the ordinary greater demons away. Of course, they also began to send out messages to the others. The demon venerable could not hear the great demons scream. Now, they could only do their best to pass the message to the demon venerable's messenger and let the messenger, who had the strength of a top higher ultimate god, know that such a genius human was nearby. Such a genius human. If the demon venerable knows about it, he'll probably kill him immediately. I just don't know if the demon venerable will be able to find him when he knows about his existence and wants to kill him. The human is not stupid. After killing Huku, he'll definitely leave as soon as possible. A dozen breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. When the group of great demons fled, Duan Lingtian caught up with them and killed them in a flash. I have to leave quickly. After killing the great demon, Duan Lingtian took his divine weapon and ignored the shattered storage ring as he quickly fled in the direction where he could see land. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. Chapter 43-67. Although it was Duan Lingtian's first time in the outer realm, he had easily killed the higher ultimate god great demon that he had encountered. After killing the great demon, everything was calm. However, he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He could almost foresee that if he stayed nearby after killing the great demon, the same day next year would definitely be his death anniversary. In the outer realm, most of the great demons are not individual demons. Behind those great demons, there is more or less a group of demonic beasts, and the experts at the top of these demonic beasts are basically the strongest. Even if they are not the strongest, they are the best among the top high-level ultimate gods. Only such tyrannical great demons can lead a group of demonic beasts and make a group of arrogant and powerful great demons submit. Among the great demons, they usually do things their own way, but if a great demon is killed, as long as that great demon is not an individual demon, the demonic beasts behind him will definitely have stronger great demons to avenge him. Before coming, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of useful information from the Xia clan's strongest ancestor. Because of this, after accidentally appearing in this sea area, he did not intend to provoke any great demons that might exist in this sea area. However, if a great demon attacked him, he could only passively defend and even kill the other party. In the outer realm, one had to be low-key when it was time to be low-key, and also be strong when it was time to be strong. The law of survival in the outer realm was the same as in the god-defying realm. The strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong. Quickly leave this sea area. On land. The great demons in the sea area, including some powerful demon masters, generally will not leave the sea area rashly. They also have opponents in the sea area. If they leave rashly, their nests may be invaded. In the outer realm, demonic beasts occupied an area and did not occupy a random place. The stronger the demonic beast group, the better the place they occupied. Those places were basically conducive to the breeding of heaven and earth treasures. Usually, many heaven and earth treasures were in the growth period or close to maturity. When the strong left, there was no defense and it was very likely that people would take advantage of the situation. Of course, if the strong left quietly, no one would rashly enter because once the strong did not leave, rashly entering was no different from courting death. Even if he wants to chase me, he won't go too far. Duan Ling Tian was very clear about this. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to escape from the sea and onto land, suddenly, a figure took form in the sky above the sea region that Duan Ling Tian had left. That figure narrowed its eyes slightly as it looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had turned into a small black dot in the distance. This was a young man with a devilishly handsome appearance. He wore a dark blue robe, and his figure was tall and straight. He didn't look like a human at all. However, there were two robust humanoid greater demons following behind him. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were strong like bulls. Moreover, the faintly discernible auras on their bodies were extremely powerful as well. If Duan Ling Tian was still here and saw these two strong human-shaped great demons, he would immediately know that these two great demons were much stronger than the great demon he had killed earlier. "Lord Demon Venerable, aren't we going to chase?" One of the great demons asked the tall and handsome youth standing in front of him respectfully. When the youth heard this, he shook his head. There's no need to chase. Now that he has entered the territory of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the Crimson Demon won't let this go easily. It's not worth offending the Crimson Demon for a human. When he spoke up to hear, the young man paused for a moment before he smiled and said, "Moreover, it's still unknown whether this human kid will be able to escape alive after entering the Crimson Devil Ridge. Although the Crimson Devil Ridge is filled with human cultivators, most of them are the devil puppets of the Crimson Devil. The Crimson Demon won't miss such a demon puppet since this human boy is already so powerful as a medium ultimate god." The smile on the youth's face gradually disappeared. But this is good too. After becoming a demon puppet, that human boy will never be able to enter the ultimate realm again. To us, it's a good thing that the human race has one less ultimate expert with extraordinary talent. A medium ultimate god who has comprehended the space law to the point of illuminating thousands of miles and mastered such a powerful sword principle. The traces left by his attack haven't completely disappeared even now. What a terrifying talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth turned around and flew away. The two great demons behind him also left. Duan Ling Tian still did not know that he had entered a place called the Crimson Demon Ridge. He only knew that he was safe to a certain extent after leaving the sea and entering the land. Of course, although he knew that the land was safer than the sea where he had killed the great demons, he did not dare to be careless. He continued to move forward while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian still did not know that his whereabouts had been tracked. At the same time, in a stone house behind a short mountain in the Crimson Demon Ridge, a mirror image appeared in the void. It was a mirror image formed by a formation. What appeared in the mirror image was Duan Ling Tian, who was moving forward vigilantly. How dare he trespass into our Crimson Demon Ridge? Moreover, he's only a medium ultimate god. Let's go. Capture him and send him to the Centurion. A group of people stood in front of the mirror image. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in black armor with blood energy surrounding his body. The moment his words left his mouth, the black armor extended and covered his head as well, making him seem like a black warrior who was completely covered in black armor. The group of people behind him were also dressed in black. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces and their eyes were filled with blood energy. They gave off an evil vibe. Whoosh! The Dark Warrior was the first to make a move. The 10 people behind him also started to move and follow him. Whoosh! 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 11 figures flashed across the void like black phantoms. The dark warrior in the lead had the cultivation base of a higher ultimate god, while the 10 people behind him were all medium ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian had already noticed it when he heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Just as he subconsciously paused, he realized that there were rapid wind whistling sounds coming from the front, left, and right. Then, he saw 4 groups of people surrounding him from 4 different directions. The 4 groups of people were led by a person in black armor. His face could not be seen clearly due to the black armor covering his entire body. Only a pair of eyes that seemed to be filled with blood energy could be seen. Behind the 4 leaders were 10 other people in black armor. Whether they were old, middle-aged, young, or women, all of them had a cold expression and their blood energy eyes were terrifying. Duan Lingtian felt that these people were not normal people at all. "He's mine." The leader of the group on Duan Lingtian's left let out a loud roar and took the lead to charge towards Duan Lingtian. He also displayed the strength of a higher ultimate god. However, this higher ultimate god's strength was much weaker than the great demon Duan Lingtian had previously encountered. Perhaps, if this person had encountered the great demon, he would not have been able to withstand 3 moves. Humph. Another cold snort was heard and another group of people also charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the remaining 2 groups, they also followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could see that these people were organized and disciplined. Could it be that he had entered another force's territory? There were many wilderness areas in the outer land, but there were also many places that were territories of other forces. "Let's get out of here quickly." Although the 4 groups of people's strength were average, Duan Lingtian could completely destroy them in a few breaths if he wanted to kill them. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to attack these people. Once he killed them, it might cause even more trouble. This place was different from the sea area. In the sea area, he could see the land not far away and could confirm that the land was not the territory of the sea monsters. Therefore, after killing the great demon, he immediately headed towards the land. He would be safe once he reached the land. However, this place was land and he did not know how wide the force behind these 4 groups of people covered. If it was very wide and he killed these 4 groups of people, he would inevitably attract more powerful forces. Therefore, he chose to escape directly. He did not want to confront these people directly. Whoosh! In a flash, Duan Lingtian quickly flew away. It was not that he did not want to teleport, but there were many people who were skilled in the law of space among these 4 groups of people. These people disturbed the space and made it impossible for him to teleport. At the same time, Duan Lingtian moved and displayed the law of space. Suddenly, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles appeared. It also made the leaders of 2 of the 4 groups of people exclaim, "Is he the person who displayed the heaven and earth vision that illuminated thousands of miles in the nearby sea area?" A middle-level ultimate god who had mastered the law of space that illuminated thousands of miles. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. In the next moment, 4 messages flew out from the hands of the 4 leaders. After Duan Lingtian discovered this, he quickly left the space disturbed by these people and teleported away. After the first teleportation, he teleported a second time. "I have to leave immediately." Duan Lingtian's face was extremely solemn. After the 4 groups of people realized that they could not stop him, they decisively sent out messages which made him realize that something was wrong. These people must be notifying a stronger existence. In the next moment, a thunderous laughter echoed in a large area around him. A middle-level ultimate god who has comprehended the law of space to illuminate thousands of miles? Interesting, interesting. I'm sure Lord Crimson Demon won't be stingy with such a genius if I offer him to him. Chapter 43-68. Master Centurion. At the place where Duan Lingtian was previously at, where Duan Lingtian could not see, the eyes of the 4 black-armored Decurions who led the team to kill Duan Lingtian flashed with fanaticism when they heard the loud voice. That voice belonged to their master centurion. Their centurion was a top-notch high-level ultimate god who could single-handedly defeat 10 of their decurions. Even in their Crimson Demon Ridge, there were only 8 centurions under their master Crimson Demon's command. I'm also good at the spatial law. I'll play with you. When the voice sounded again, Duan Lingtian realized that the large space he was in was once again disrupted by another spatial energy, causing him to be unable to teleport. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay any longer and continued to flee. Although he could feel that the person who attacked him was only a upper ultimate god who was slightly more powerful than the great demon he had killed in the sea region, if they were to fight, he could easily kill his opponent if he unleashed his full strength. However, what would happen after he killed his opponent? Would there be someone even more powerful in this area? Would there be a supreme powerhouse? The outland is filled with danger at every step. It's better for me to leave now that I know I'm in the middle of a force. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most at that moment. He wanted to leave this place and at least get as far away as possible from this area that belonged to a force. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer use the teleportation profundity to escape, said in a clear voice, "Sir, I've accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I've offended your sect. I have no intention of being your enemy. What I want to do now is to leave this place and walk out of here." Duan Lingtian lowered his voice and spoke sincerely. A loud laugh sounded. "You're a guest, so stay." This time, the voice was getting closer and closer. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the formation that he did not notice earlier had begun to swirl around him, preventing him from moving forward. The power of the spirit formation wasn't very strong, but when it enveloped him, it was like waves of a stormy sea. Although it couldn't injure him, it obstructed his path forward. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He knew that the formation must be controlled by the person who had just spoken. The 4 groups of people that he had encountered earlier were most likely unable to control the formation. Otherwise, they would have controlled the formation long ago. Not only would they be able to stop him, but they would also be able to block his path and prevent him from teleporting. Within the power of the formation, the power of space appeared. It could affect the surrounding space and prevent him from teleporting. However, the 4 groups of people did not do so. Obviously, they were unable to control the formation. The person is obviously an important figure from this force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After his path was blocked and he was forced to slow down, Duan Lingtian saw a middle-aged man who was also dressed in black armor and had a bloody aura around him appearing in front of him. The middle-aged man had a square face and cold eyebrows. He stared at him with a mocking smile. "A middle-level ultimate god with your strength. You can be considered a genius among geniuses. However, in front of a truly powerful high-level ultimate god, your strength is not enough." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he did not waste any more words with Duan Lingtian and immediately flew towards Duan Lingtian. The moment the middle-aged man attacked, the power of law appeared. He was an expert in the power of law of fire. Flames filled the sky and his entire person seemed to have turned into an invincible fire god. His high-level ultimate god's divine power fluctuated, the power of law appeared, and the vision of heaven and earth appeared. Illumination for thousands of miles. Moreover, after illuminating thousands of miles, there were signs that it would continue to extend outwards. It was obvious that his attainment in the power of law of fire was much deeper than Duan Lingtian's in the power of law of space. Bang! The middle-aged man's weapon was a huge mace. It was longer than his height of more than 2 meters. The largest side of the mace was more than 1.5 meters wide. It did not look like a weapon that a 2-meter-tall man would use. Instead, it looked more like a weapon that a 10-meter-tall giant man would use. Although the mace was huge, it was extremely agile in the middle-aged man's hands. As he swung it, rolling flames burned the sky like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens. The mace was swung in the direction of Duan Lingtian. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was slightly weaker than his 7 orifices exquisite sword. In other words, it did not have as many supreme divine weapon embryos as the 7 orifices exquisite sword. It was even weaker than the divine weapon of the great sea demon that he had encountered earlier. He is stronger than that great sea demon, but the divine weapon in his hand is inferior. At this moment, this thought flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible. Logically speaking, the stronger the person, the higher the grade of the divine weapon in his hand. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of this. Human cultivators were different from great sea demons, great monsters. As long as they left their own monster beast clan, they could kill wantonly. Human cultivators, on the other hand, were more orderly. Although there were people who killed without warning, these people would become the public enemy of others. It was fine if they were strong, but if they were weak, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Seeing the mace fall from the sky, the weapon spirit within it appeared to assist the middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred and he also awakened the sword spirit within the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he attacked again. Not only did he use the power of law of space, but he also used the sword principle. Originally, there was still a huge gap between him and his opponent. But now, with the sword principle, not only did it instantly close the gap, it even overshadowed his opponent's brilliance. Sword principle. Seeing that his attack was blocked by the sword that rose into the sky and was still being defeated, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the blood in his body surged, and the power of the bloodline in his body also erupted instantly. As a human cultivator in the outer realm, he either had the power of the bloodline or could condense a law avatar. The middle-aged man was obviously someone who had the power of the bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline was unleashed, the middle-aged man's attack became slightly stronger. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. And just as the middle-aged man thought that the purple-robed young man in front of him would follow up with a victorious attack and even kill him in one go, he realized that the other party had held back in time. At the critical moment, after the 7-colored sword light annihilated his power, the sword turned and only sent him flying instead of splitting him in two. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt a lingering fear in his heart. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. In the next moment, the other party's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. "Thank you for showing mercy. If you want to leave, head to your right. Go all the way there and cross 13 hills. You'll no longer be in the territory of our Crimson Devil Ridge. You'll only pass by the territory of a centurion on this path. You'll have to pass by the territories of at least 2 centurions in the other directions. If you go this way, he'll most likely make a move as well. As long as you don't kill him, he probably won't inform Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard immediately. If the personal demon guard makes a move, he can mobilize all the formations in the Crimson Devil Ridge. This is a privilege that centurions don't have. At that time, even if your strength is on par with his, you'll most likely be left behind. Try your best to escape. If you're left behind, your life will be ruined here." The middle-aged man reminded Duan Lingtian in time through voice transmission because he had spared his life at the critical moment. "In the next few breaths, I'll have to contact Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard. Otherwise, I'll be incompetent. If Lord Crimson Devil pursues the matter, even if I don't die, I'll be skinned alive." Whoosh! Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian had already listened to the middle-aged man's words and fled to the right. A moment later, he used teleportation. Lord Crimson Devil? Judging from what he said, Lord Crimson Devil's personal demon guard is stronger than him? If he's stronger than him, he's probably not weaker than the top ultimate gods in the various divine planes, giant ultimate gods forces in the reverse god realm. Lord Crimson Devil is an ultimate expert? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. At the same time, He thought of the sea area he had just left and was suddenly enlightened. Since the Crimson Devil Ridge dared to rule over a region of the sea area, it was more than 99% likely that they had the combat strength of an ultimate expert. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian teleported away, the four groups of people who had surrounded him and followed behind him saw the injured middle-aged man coughing up blood and looking weak. Centurion? The four groups of people's expressions changed at the same time. Now, the leaders of the four groups had put away the armor on their heads, leaving only the armor on their bodies. Their faces were filled with shock. That purple-clad young man was stronger than their centurion? Was he really just a medium ultimate god? Bang! 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 In the next moment, they noticed that there were sounds of fighting coming from the right side. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Centurions, I'm no match for this intruder. Quickly come and help me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian met another centurion from the Crimson Devil Ridge and successfully crushed his opponent. At the same time, he spared his opponent's life at the critical moment. However, his opponent's reaction was different from the previous centurion. He was determined to deal with Jian Wushuang and was unwilling to let him go. Get lost. Sensing a few strong auras whistling from afar behind him, including the aura of the middle-aged man he had defeated earlier, Duan Lingtian's face darkened and the seven-colored sword ray whistled out again. This time, although he did not kill, Duan Lingtian dealt a heavy blow and directly knocked his opponent out. I have to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge as soon as possible. After realizing that this was the territory of an ultimate expert, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately fled into the distance and crossed the hills. After the 13 hills, it was the outside world. Once there would be no formation to restrict him and he could leave as fast as he could. However, when Duan Lingtian saw the 13th hill in front of him, he seemed to have sensed something. He instantly came to a halt and retreated immediately. Buzz! In the next instant, a terrifying thunderbolt saber ray whistled in front of him. It seemed to be able to slash the heavens and split the earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense traces of saber Dao in it. The vision of heaven and earth that appeared when the sword ray was released continued to spread out. It was much more exaggerated than the light of 10,000 miles. Duan Lingtian scanned with his divine consciousness and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, his heart trembled. Light of 10,000 miles? In the outside world, the law that could trigger the vision of heaven and earth and light of 10,000 miles was, without exception, a law that had entered the complete realm. A high-level ultimate god who had mastered this law could be called a top high-level ultimate god even if he did not master the four heavenly Dao or other special powerful techniques. Master Tsang. In the next moment, a respectful greeting came from behind. Not far in front of Duan Lingtian, a thunderbolt flashed and a person appeared. A tall, strong, half-naked 3-meter-tall giant was staring at Jian Wushuang with bloodshot eyes. This is the personal demon guard of that Lord Crimson Demon mentioned by that person? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled and guessed the identity of the person in front of him. Chapter 43-69. Boom! The terrifying lightning saber light whizzed down, directly splitting apart a mountain below. A bottomless ravine appeared, like a bottomless abyss. This was the result of a single slash. Illuminate 100,000 miles, Duan Lingtian was really shocked. In the outer realm, illuminating 100,000 miles with the power of law was a sign that one's power of law had reached the perfected realm. Although it was only the small perfection, it was the lifelong pursuit of many upper-level ultimate gods. Many upper-level ultimate gods had not even reached the small perfection realm in their power of law when they became ultimate gods. Of course, one could not become an ultimate god just by relying on the power of law. Even if one mastered the power of law to the highest level, the great perfection realm, one could not become an ultimate god. However, a upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the great perfection realm was definitely the strongest below an ultimate god. At that level of cultivation, unless an omnipotent expert intervened, no one below the level of an omnipotent expert would be able to kill him. Upper-level ultimate gods at the Great Perfection realm were rare even in the 10,000 worlds, let alone the God-defying realm. As for the God-defying realm, according to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, there were upper-level ultimate gods at the Great Perfection realm in history, but there were no upper-level ultimate gods at the God-defying realm. However, even an upper-level ultimate god who mastered the power of law to the small perfection realm was definitely a top upper-level ultimate god. In the God-defying realm, there were not many of such upper-level ultimate gods, and all of them were giants. In the outer realm, such a upper-level ultimate god is only a personal demon guard. However, since the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge is an ultimate god, it's not demeaning for such an existence to be his personal demon guard. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he stared at the 3-meter-tall giant before him who was covered in lightning. However, his expression became slightly solemn. In terms of strength, such an existence was not much weaker than him. Moreover, who knew if the other party had other tricks up his sleeve? In the outer realm, there were many experts, especially such a top upper-level ultimate god. Who dared to say that he did not have other tricks up his sleeves? An ultimate god's personal demon guard. He might have an ultimate divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his heart trembled at the thought. At this moment, he finally reacted. Ultimate divine weapon. That was a divine weapon that was much more powerful than the 7 exquisite sword in his hand. Although he had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon in his hands, which was enough to transform the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme divine weapon, it still needed time. As a result, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was still on the path to becoming a supreme divine weapon. If he has a divine weapon, I might not even divine demon guard. Duan Lingtian. After all, if such an existence had grasped other shocking techniques to the point where they could defeat him, it was likely that they would be able to become an omnipotent expert. One needed an opportunity to become an ultimate power level strength. It did not mean that one would be promoted based on the level of comprehension of the laws or the level of accumulation of divine power. Once one was promoted, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As a upper-level ultimate god, some weaker upper-level ultimate gods might be able to become an ultimate power more easily. After becoming an ultimate power, they would be able to crush you with one finger. However, before the other party became an ultimate power, they would not be a match for you. Once a paragon cultivator made a breakthrough, the increase in their strength would definitely be at least 5 times greater than before. In fact, it might even be higher than that. Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that even if the other party was extremely powerful, he would be able to contend with him with the help of an ultimate divine weapon. However, he would only be able to contend with him. This was not the result he wanted. He wanted to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge as soon as possible. Even he himself did not know why, but in this Crimson Demon Ridge, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Perhaps it was because of the 4 groups of people he had met at the beginning, or perhaps it was because of the 2 centurions he had met later on, or perhaps it was because of everyone else, including this personal demon guard in front of him. These people didn't give him the feeling that they were normal humans. They resembled the Devil Dao cultivators he had encountered in the Devata realms in the reverse god realm. However, they did not seem like human cultivators at all. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3-meter-tall man who was glaring at him with battle intent in his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I have no intention of becoming enemies with all of you. I'm just about to leave." However, the 3-meter-tall man only smiled wickedly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity. "So what? Since you've come to the Crimson Demon Ridge, you should stay. If a genius like you stays, I'm sure Lord Duan Lingtian will be willing to accept you as his personal devil guard. When you become an upper-level ultimate god, you won't even need to consolidate your cultivation base. I'm afraid you won't be any weaker than me." A hint of shock could be seen in the 3-meter-tall man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Not only did the intermediate ultimate god in front of him comprehend the law of space, but he had also mastered the sword Dao. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian would become a supreme powerhouse as soon as he became an upper-level ultimate god and accumulated enough cultivation base. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. He was destined to never become a supreme powerhouse. Even if he mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth to become a supreme powerhouse or had other means to become a supreme powerhouse, it was impossible. After all, he was the personal devil guard of that supreme powerhouse. His body was restricted by that supreme powerhouse's power. It was not only a restriction that was close to slavery, but it also restricted his chances of becoming a supreme powerhouse. As long as he was by that supreme powerhouse's side, he would never be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Unless that supreme powerhouse died. A hint of despair flashed in the depths of his eyes when he thought about this. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to kill that supreme powerhouse. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had powerful means to protect himself. According to him, two supreme powerhouses who were more powerful than him had joined forces to kill him, but he had managed to escape. Of course, he was not sure if that supreme powerhouse was bragging. However, based on his understanding of the supreme powerhouse, even if he was bragging, he would not bother bragging in front of his personal devil guard. If I capture this genius and hand him over to my lord, he might be willing to promise to give me freedom after a certain number of years if he's happy. After all, the personal devil guards by my lord's side have also received similar treatment. A different light shone in the depths of the giant man's eyes when he thought about this. It was hope, desire, and anticipation. However, in the next moment, when he sensed that the purple-clad young man in front of him seemed to want to go around him and leave, he instantly regained his senses and attacked again with lightning speed. Buzz! The long saber in his hand swung and a terrifying lightning saber ray whizzed out again, stopping Duan Lingtian who was about to go around him. It really is a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on the long saber in the giant man's hand after he had narrowly avoided the saber. The long saber looked ordinary, but it did not contain any soul aura. Obviously, it was a divine weapon without a soul. However, this divine weapon without a soul gave him the feeling that it was more powerful than the seven orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, it was more powerful by more than one level. Chapter 4370. The long saber, including the hilt, was about 5 feet long and was dark green in color. It was hard to tell what material it was made of as it looked ordinary. However, when the surrounding lightning surged into the blade, the seemingly simple and unadorned blade gave off a suffocating aura. It was an aura that did not belong to a high-grade divine artifact at all. This aura not only made Duan Lingtian feel suffocated, but it also gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his soul as though it contained a terrifying will. A supreme divine weapon, the weapon of the strongest. Even a higher ultimate god would be invincible when using it. When he was in the god-defying world, Duan Lingtian had heard of the terror of a supreme divine weapon many times and knew that it was widely recognized as an invincible weapon. Of course, it did not mean that anyone who had a supreme divine weapon would be invincible. However, at the very least, if one of the two parties had a powerful divine weapon, they could easily crush the other party. This is the personal demon guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge Master, a powerful ultimate god. Now, he's trying to stop me and is even using a supreme divine weapon. An ultimate god is an existence that I can't match. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Even if he has a supreme divine weapon, he can forget about stopping me. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a cold light. Today, even if this person was a top higher ultimate god with the power of law at the small perfection level and had a supreme divine weapon, he could forget about stopping him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. 7-colored sword ray shone brightly as he displayed all his sword principle. At the same time, his space law was raised to the maximum. Even his doppelganger of the space laws had come out. I just want to leave. Duan Lingtian said coldly. When he stepped out in the void, he moved his 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. It was as beautiful as the rainbow-colored clouds falling from the 9 heavens. At the same time, his space law doppelganger also made his move and attacked his opponent. Good timing. The giant man's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian making his move. He had been waiting for this moment. Earlier, he had only stopped the other party from leaving. Now that his opponent had made a move, Jian Wushuang planned to exchange blows with him to see how strong this medium ultimate god was. When the saber light and the sword light collided, the giant man was shocked. His face was filled with incomparable shock. This was because he discovered that even though he had grasped the laws of lightning to minor perfection, even though he had a powerful god artifact to rely on, he was unable to gain the upper hand against his opponent at all. Although his opponent was only a medium-level ultimate god, his mastery of the law of space was close to the small perfection realm, and the high-grade divine artifact in his hand was clearly integrated with many supreme divine artifact embryos. However, all of this was not worth mentioning in front of him. He crushed his opponent in every aspect. Cultivation, laws, divine artifacts, even his opponent was inferior to him. But now, his opponent was able to fight him to a standstill with his law clone and sword principle. Was he really just a medium-level ultimate god? If he's not a medium ultimate god but a higher ultimate god, even if he just entered the higher ultimate god realm, I might not be able to defeat him even if I use my bloodline power. At this moment, the giant man could not help but rejoice in his heart. However, just as the giant man was about to rejoice and was about to use his bloodline power, his expression changed drastically. How is this possible? This was because Duan Lingtian, who was fighting the giant man to a standstill, suddenly unleashed his full strength and pushed the giant man back. At the same time, the energy in the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hands suddenly changed. It turned out to be the law of space. In the next moment, the sword light whizzed out and touched the surrounding void, causing the surrounding void to stagnate. In the next moment, the giant man saw the purple-robed young man dashing out of the Crimson Demon Ridge at an exaggerated speed. The law of time. His law of time is stronger than the law of space. The giant man was caught off guard by Duan Lingtian's law of time. The giant man could only watch as Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Demon Ridge. It's useless. When the burly man regained his senses and realized he had no way of catching up to Duan Lingtian, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a nonchalant smile. In the next moment, just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge, a solid crystal barrier swept up and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At the same time, the giant man finally broke free from the law of time and caught up with Duan Lingtian, who was trying to destroy the barrier but could not break it in a short time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression was as ugly as it could be. That guy had activated a more advanced formation in the Crimson Demon Ridge. The 2 centurions who had come into contact with this formation were obviously unable to activate it. Otherwise, they would have already activated it to block his path. What a monster! The giant man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he stared at Duan Lingtian's back. A medium ultimate god's comprehension of the law of space and the law of time was infinitely close to the initial perfection realm. It was as though he could make a breakthrough at any time with an opportunity. Was he really just a medium ultimate god? At the same time, the Crimson Demon Ridge centurions who had arrived earlier and witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and the giant man were equally matched. They had even switched to the law of time in an instant to restrain the giant man. This medium ultimate god is too strong. If he had used all his strength earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted a breath. He's too strong. Moreover, I can feel that his life force is as strong as a rainbow, as though he's not very old. Where did this monster come from? Why did he barge into the Crimson Demon Ridge? It won't be easy for such a monster to leave after coming in. At the very least, Master Wuxia won't be able to watch him leave. Of course. Didn't you see that Master Wuxia has used his highest authority in the Crimson Demon Ridge to activate the formation barrier that can stop anyone below the level of an ultimate god? As long as the formation barrier isn't attacked by an ultimate god, it'll be able to last until Master Crimson Demon arrives. Now that the barrier is being attacked, Master Crimson Demon must have sensed it. I think he'll arrive soon. Master Crimson Demon has arrived. He's at the end of the road. As the few centurions spoke, their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian were filled with a sense of pity. What a genius. What a monster. Next, he would become the devil puppet of Master Crimson Demon just like them. Once they became devil puppets, their souls would be shackled. If they wanted to break free from the shackles, they would have to become extremely strong. However, the shackles would also restrict them. They would never be able to become extremely strong. What? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was still attacking the formation barrier blocking his way, was shocked when he heard the centurion's words. The formation barrier had attracted the ultimate god from the Crimson Demon Ridge? Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, Wuxia, the devil guard of the Crimson Demon Ridge's ultimate god, bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. At this moment, a crimson light gathered in the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the centurions. This was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall. He had a strong body and was clad in blood-red armor. He was handsome and looked harmless, but the corners of his mouth were slightly curved, giving people an extremely evil feeling. Welcome, Master Crimson Demon. After Wuxia, the other centurions from the Crimson Demon Ridge also bowed in the direction of the young man in crimson armor. Unlike Wuxia, the centurions lowered their heads as if they did not dare to look at the young man. A medium ultimate god? The young man in crimson armor did not pay any attention to the centurions who greeted him. His eyes immediately fell on Duan Ling Tian. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly as if he was sensing something. After a few breaths of time, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of excitement that disappeared. A medium ultimate god has comprehended the space-time law to such an extent. What a monster. The young man in crimson armor was shocked. Even Wuxia had to rely on my formation to stop him. It's hard to imagine that he's only a medium ultimate god. The young man in crimson armor's eyes lit up. Senior Crimson Demon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also regained his senses. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him who made Wuxia so respectful. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly. I accidentally entered the Crimson Demon Ridge. Everything happened by coincidence. I'm preparing to leave now. I hope Senior Crimson Demon can grant me my wish. Even though he was able to tell from the mouths of the several centurions that the person before him was definitely not a benevolent individual, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, he was no different from an ant in front of a supreme expert even if he used all his techniques. Under such circumstances, he could only try his best to survive. In his opinion, if he really became the demon puppet of the Crimson Demon, his path to becoming a supreme expert would be no different from death. Trash. The Crimson Demon ignored Duan Ling Tian and glanced at Wuxia indifferently. You can't even stop a medium ultimate god. You even had to use the highest authority I gave you to activate the formation to stop him. My lord, please calm down. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Wuxia, who was still looking majestic, to turn pale when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Wuxia immediately fell to his knees in mid-air and trembled. I was careless and gave him an opportunity. Please calm down, my lord. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his bloodline energy at the beginning. That way, he would have been able to suppress his opponent. His opponent would not have had the opportunity to change the law and catch him off guard. End of chapter. Chapter 43-71. As the Supreme Expert's personal demon guard, Wuxia was well aware of his temper. In the past, Wuxia had witnessed with his own eyes another personal demon guard who was as strong as him and more favored than him being killed by the Supreme Expert because he had no choice but to do something. That personal demon guard had followed the supreme expert for tens of thousands of years. He had only followed the supreme expert for a few thousand years. That was why Wuxia panicked when he heard the coldness in the supreme expert's voice. Although he was one of the top high-level ultimate gods and 99% of high-level ultimate gods were no match for him, he was no different from an ant in front of the supreme expert in front of him. He still remembered that the personal demon guard who was as strong as him had tried to resist the supreme expert when he attacked. However, all resistance was futile and he was killed by the supreme expert in front of him. So this is the supreme expert. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side with a slightly stunned expression on his face. He could not help but feel sad when he saw a superior ultimate god kneeling and begging for mercy with his own eyes. The supreme expert was not weak at all. If the supreme expert used his bloodline power or law avatar, Jian Wushuang might not be able to defeat him without the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his small world. Even if Jian Wushuang's sword principle was not weak. Jian Wushuang had estimated that even if his original body used the law of time, which was stronger than the law of space, together with his time law avatar and space law avatar, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the supreme expert. If Jian Wushuang wanted to defeat the supreme expert, he would need the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. When Jian Wushuang was still in the god-defying realm before he came to the outer realm, the 5 divine elements had made use of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Although the 5 divine elements had not recovered to their peak, they had recovered about 50% to 60% of their strength. Jian Wushuang had no problem borrowing their strength occasionally. However, such a powerful top high-level ultimate god was so weak in front of the supreme expert. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt powerless in his heart. He could only hope that the supreme expert was willing to let him go, otherwise, if he wanted to escape, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Humph. The omnipotent expert, Crimson Demon, let out a cold snort. Under the watchful eyes of the centurions nearby, who held their breaths and did not even dare to breathe loudly, he shifted his gaze from Wuxia to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed the direction of Crimson Demon's gaze and immediately cupped his hands again. Senior Crimson Demon, it's my fault for trespassing on your mountain range. I hope that senior won't hold a grudge against me. Now, for the sake of survival, even if Duan Ling Tian was proud and awe-inspiring, he still couldn't help but lower his head. Utmost powerful beings were simply too strong. And now, he was not alone. Not to mention that he had a whole family to take care of, even his wife, Kerr, needed him to save. Why did he come to the outer realm? It was all for the sake of becoming stronger and becoming an omnipotent being. He also wanted to find the omnipotent being who had merged with Yunqing Yan and ask that omnipotent being to remove the shackles on Kerr. Naturally, even if he became an omnipotent being, he might not be able to find that omnipotent being if that omnipotent being wanted to hide. However, he firmly believed that even if he could not find that omnipotent being, as long as he was strong enough, it was not impossible for him to find another way to save his wife. In the god-defying realm, he knew that even the omnipotent being from the god-defying realm would not be able to save his wife. However, what if it was the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms? They were stronger than any omnipotent being from the god-defying realm. Perhaps, they would have a way to save his wife? Naturally, he might not be able to get them to help him. However, since those people could reach such heights, did it mean that he, Duan Ling Tian, could not do the same? Along the way, no one in the current generation of the god-defying realm could compare to him. Even in the known history of the god-defying realm, according to the experts of the god-defying realm that he had come into contact with, there had never been an existence that grew faster than him. If others could do it, how could he, Duan Ling Tian, not be able to do it? Moreover, I've also asked the senior from the Xia clan. He said that perhaps the strongest omnipotent being from the myriad realms has a way to save Kerr. However, even the strongest omnipotent being from the god-defying realm would find it difficult to ask them to help. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more determined. He could not let anything happen to him here. He must leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. He could not become the master of the Crimson Devil Ridge, the omnipotent being, Crimson Devil's devil puppet. It's not impossible if you want to leave. Crimson Devil looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Even Wuxia, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered, had a look of disbelief on his face at this moment. Lord Crimson Devil was willing to let this person leave? Impossible, right? Such a monstrous existence would definitely become the strongest devil puppet under Lord Crimson Devil in the future. Such a person could help Lord Crimson Devil do many things. Lord Crimson Devil would let him leave? It was not only Wuxia. Even the other centurions present looked at each other when they heard Crimson Devil's words. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. When did Lord Crimson Devil become so easy to talk to? Could it be that Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Lord Crimson Devil cherishes talent? Although these people were not Crimson Devil's personal devil puppets, they were still centurions of the Crimson Devil Ridge. They were considered high-ranking officials and had a lot of contact with the centurions. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Crimson Devil was. He was an extremely powerful and domineering existence. Over the years, all the humans and demons who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge had either died or become Lord Crimson Devil's devil puppet. There were no exceptions. However, Lord Crimson Devil said he would let this person who had entered the Crimson Devil Ridge by mistake leave. Moreover, this person was a medium ultimate god who could be considered a monstrous genius in the myriad realms. Thank you, Senior Crimson Devil. Duan Lingtian did not expect Crimson Devil to be so straightforward. However, when he heard Crimson Devil's words, he realized that Crimson Devil might have other conditions. In his opinion, as long as there was a chance to leave, he would seize it. To him, this was no different from his last hope. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, Crimson Devil said indifferently. If you want to leave, there's a condition. If you can't fulfill this condition, not only will I not let you leave, but I'll also make you my devil puppet. As soon as Crimson Devil said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. It was coming. Earlier, he realized that Crimson Devil had a condition. Now, it turned out that he had guessed right. When the centurions, including Wuxia, heard Crimson Devil's words, realization dawned on them. This was the Lord Crimson Devil they knew. Of course, they were also certain that Crimson Devil would not fulfill the condition because it was impossible for Crimson Devil to let him leave. He must have given an impossible condition. As for why Crimson Devil was so leisurely and elegant, they did not know. They only subconsciously felt that Crimson Devil would not let Crimson Devil leave. Senior, you mean, if I fulfill the condition, you won't make me your devil puppet and let me leave the Crimson Devil Ridge? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked to confirm. Yes. Crimson Devil nodded. Senior, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and asked. At this moment, his life was already hanging by a thread. He did not care about the additional danger. Moreover, in his opinion, this was not considered as offending Crimson Devil. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. Crimson Devil said indifferently. Senior, please speak. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again and waited for Crimson Devil to state the condition. No matter what the condition was, he would do his best to fulfill it. It was all for the sake of leaving the Crimson Devil Ridge and avoiding the risk of becoming a Crimson Devil puppet. At this moment, Wuxia and the other centurions held their breaths. Even they were curious as to what kind of condition this powerful existence of the Crimson Devil Ridge would give to the person before them. Of course, in their opinion, it was definitely an impossible condition. Chapter 43-72. Of course, the other centurions, including Wuxia, were also puzzled. Why would the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge have the leisure to play such a time-wasting game with the other party? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the cold-blooded Crimson Demon had such a playful side to him. Maybe, he's bored. Maybe it's because he thinks the other party is more talented than he used to be, so he wants to play with the other party before he becomes a demon puppet. The centurions guessed in their hearts. Regardless of what they thought, Duan Lingtian stared at the crimson demon in front of him, waiting for him to state his conditions. The crimson demon spoke slowly under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. As long as you can kill one person, not only will I not let you become a demon puppet under my command, but I'll also let you leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. Kill one person. The Crimson Demon stated his conditions. When Wuxia and the others heard this, they immediately thought that the Crimson Demon wanted Duan Lingtian to kill a higher ultimate god who was as strong as Wuxia. At the very least, Wuxia was confident that although the medium ultimate god was strong, it was impossible for the Crimson Demon to kill him. Of course, he also knew that it was impossible for him to kill the Crimson Demon. If they fought with all their might, their strength should be about the same. Senior, who do you want me to kill? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Although it wasn't Duan Lingtian's style to rashly kill people for no reason, he didn't have a second choice now. If he wanted to survive and save his wife, this was the only path he could take. An ultimate expert was too strong. He had complete control over his life and death. There was no way he could retreat. Kill him. In the next moment, the Crimson Demon spoke again and pointed to the side. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw that the direction the Crimson Demon was pointing at was where Wuxia was kneeling on the ground. At that moment, other than Wuxia, who had his head lowered, the rest of the centurions had a look of realization on their faces. True enough. Lord Crimson Demon had no intention of letting this medium-level ultimate god leave. How could he ask the chief ultimate god to kill his personal demon guard, Wuxia? Master Tsung of the Crimson Demon Ridge was Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Only a peak high-level ultimate god was qualified to be Master Crimson Demon's personal demon guard. Wuxia finally regained his senses under the gazes of several people. At the same time, he subconsciously lifted his head and looked in the direction of the Scarlet Demon. However, they did not dare to show the slightest disrespect in their eyes. At this moment, the Crimson Demon also looked at Wuxia and said indifferently, "You can fight with him. If you don't die, I will forgive your sins today and won't pursue the matter any further. If you die, then it's because you're trash. If you die, then so be it." Crimson Demon's tone did not contain any emotions. Wuxia's eyes lit up when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. "Thank you, sir." Obviously, he did not think that he would be killed by the mid-level ultimate god in front of him. He had a rough idea of the other party's strength. The other party was a mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the temporal and spatial laws. He also had his nomological laws doppelganger and 2 other nomological laws doppelgangers. In addition, Wuxia's strength was not any weaker than Wuxia, who had activated his bloodline power and possessed a supreme divine weapon. In Wuxia's opinion, Master Crimson Demon was giving him a way out. As for the other party, he would definitely stay in the Crimson Demon Ridge today. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown slightly when he heard the Crimson Demon's words. Kill Wuxia. Wuxia was not weak at all. Without the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, Jian Wushuang was not confident he could kill Wuxia. At most, they would fight to a draw. Even though Jian Wushuang had the upper hand and almost escaped the Crimson Demon Ridge, that was because Wuxia did not know Jian Wushuang's true strength and had been careless. Moreover, Wuxia had not activated his bloodline power. "Come on, boy." Wuxia rose into the air and faced Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes were filled with indifference as he said, "If you're strong enough, kill me and walk out of the Crimson Demon Ridge." Duan Lingtian sighed and rose into the air. "I have no intention of killing you. However, I have no choice today." "Pfft." Wuxia sneered. "Based on your words, do you think you're strong enough to kill me? Don't tell me you think you're stronger than me just because you had the upper hand earlier. What a joke. I, Wuxia, did not use my full strength earlier." As Wuxia spoke, layers of blood chi rose from his body and merged with his divine power and the law of lightning. They fused together and emitted an even stronger aura. It was as though Wuxia had become a completely different person compared to when he had fought Duan Lingtian earlier. The supreme divine weapon in his hand was a long saber. The power of lightning continued to gather on it as though there was a net of lightning around it. As more and more power of lightning gathered, even the void around the long saber began to tremble. Lord Song, prepare to use your full strength. This is a matter of life and death. Lord Song can't be careless. The centurions present communicated with each other through voice transmissions. As for Duan Lingtian, he gently shook his head when he saw that Wuxia was on high alert and did not dare to be careless. In the next instant, swoosh! Swoosh! 2 clones flew out from Duan Lingtian's body. One of the clones exuded a tyrannical spatial energy while the other looked ordinary. However, as the energy around him fluctuated, the void would sometimes stagnate and sometimes accelerate like a torrent of water. Even the wind that blew past him seemed to slow down. They were Duan Lingtian's law of space and law of time clones. Currently, the 2 clones each had a sword in their hands. They were both full soul superior grade divine swords. They were the strongest divine weapons below supreme divine weapons. Of course, full soul superior grade divine swords were also divided into different grades. The number of full soul superior grade divine swords depended on how many supreme divine weapon embryos they had fused with. For example, the swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's 2 clones had not yet been integrated into the supreme divine weapon embryo. This was because the supreme divine weapon embryo in his hand was only enough for the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body to absorb and transform. Although the sword souls of the 2 clones were envious, they did not dare to say anything. After all, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang, was the first to follow Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian's body, he pointed the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand at Wuxia. His gaze was calm and indifferent. Do you think I don't know that you didn't use your full strength just now? Or, do you think that I used all my strength just now? When Duan Lingtian said this, Wuxia's expression changed slightly. Then, he sneered, deliberately mystifying things. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a stronger technique. If he did, he would have used it long ago. There was no need for him to use the law of time and law of time clones at the critical moment to catch Wuxia off guard and then take the opportunity to escape. Wuxia and the other centurions present felt that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Only the master of the Crimson Demon Ridge, the supreme powerhouse Crimson Demon, who was standing in the first level of the void, looked at the purple figure standing in the void meaningfully. It seems like he really does have other trump cards. Crimson Demon thought to himself. As this thought crossed his mind, the depths of Crimson Demon's eyes were burning with desire. How many years had it been? He had thought that he would be forced to compromise. However, it seemed like the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 43-73. Trying to be mysterious? Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. His divine power vibrated and the power of the law of time integrated into it. The 7 orifices exquisite sword shone brightly. The avatars of the law of time and law of space flew out and surrounded Wuxia from 3 directions. Clearly, they did not intend to give Wuxia a way out. What an unnecessary move. Wuxia sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Do you really think that I would choose to retreat in front of you? What a joke. Brat, I'll show you my full strength now. As soon as Wuxia finished speaking, his body moved and thunder rumbled. A shocking saber ray whizzed out from the rolling thunder and went straight for Duan Lingtian's original body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have transformed into a lightning saber god. Lightning flashed around his body as if he had stolen all the light in the world. This is Lord Song's true strength. That medium-level supreme god has underestimated Lord Song. the few centurions present all looked at Wuxia with respect. Duan Lingtian's original body faced the menacing Wuxia and went up to him. At the same time, he opened up his mini-world and communicated with the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements in his mini-world. He borrowed their power and swept out with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Of course, these powers could not perfectly integrate with Duan Lingtian's power and could only follow Duan Lingtian's attacks. Even so, these powers did not clash with Duan Lingtian's power. Instead, they seemed to be another power that was attached to his body and cooperated with him. I have no choice. Although Duan Lingtian knew that it was not a good thing for him to expose the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he also knew that he had no other choice. Moreover, even if he exposed the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, it would not be easy for someone to take the divine tree of life away. As for the 5 divine elements, unless the other party also had a high level of the 5 divine elements, they would not be able to threaten the 5 divine elements. At most, they would be able to defeat the 5 divine elements. Most importantly, now, his life was hanging by a thread in the hands of a powerful expert not far away. His opponent could kill him as easily as cutting grass. If he really killed him, the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements would still be discovered. Die. Duan Lingtian's original body made a move. The power of the sacred tree of life and the 5 divine elements followed him like a shadow. At this moment, there was a hint of sternness in his indifferent gaze. Today, he had merely entered this place by mistake and had not done anything offensive. But now, he was in a life and death situation. Even if he was weak in front of an ultimate expert, he was not afraid of a mere high-level ultimate god. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, his 2 clones also made their move. Although the strength of the doppelganger was much weaker than the strength of the main body, at this moment, the main body had the power of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements. Facing Wuxia, who had activated his bloodline power and was no longer holding back, the doppelganger was at ease. After a few exchanges, the doppelganger grasped the rhythm of the attack and even gained the upper hand. The tree of life. The 5 divine elements? At this moment, the ultimate expert, Crimson Demon, who had already guessed that Duan Lingtian was hiding his strength, could not help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian make a move again and use 2 powers that did not belong to him. It was not a big deal if it was the tree of life. It was normal for a medium ultimate god like Duan Lingtian to encounter the tree of life in advance and obtain the blessing of the tree of life. In fact, there were many ultimate gods in the outer realm who possessed the tree of life. But the 5 divine elements, in the outer realm, it wasn't that no one had the 5 divine elements, it was just that those who had the 5 divine elements only had one type of 5 divine elements. There were also some people who had multiple types of 5 divine elements and forced the 5 divine elements to coexist, but in the end, none of them had a good ending. At least, he had never heard of anyone who had more than 2 types of divine elements in the current era who could enter the ultimate god realm. All of them died prematurely. Some said that it was a curse of the 5 divine elements that prevented existences above the level of ultimate god from controlling more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. However, what did he see today? A talented mid-level ultimate god who possessed 5 types of 5 divine elements had stepped into the ultimate god realm and could easily control the power of all 5 types of 5 divine elements. What did this mean? The 5 divine elements are all prideful. Perhaps, when they were weak, they were forced to let the other 5 divine elements coexist in the same host. However, when they grow stronger, they will betray their masters. After all, the outer realm is so big. Without a master, they can always find another master. Perhaps, the next master will be better and more suitable for them. Crimson Demon knew a little about the 5 divine elements because he had a good friend who had attained the ultimate god realm as one of the 5 divine elements. 5 types of divine elements. Moreover, they are all high-level divine elements, yet they are willing to follow him until today and get along well with him. This means that all 5 of the divine elements have acknowledged him. How monstrous must he be to make all 5 types of divine elements acknowledge him and coexist in his body? Crimson Demon was shocked. At the same time, his eyes burned even more intensely. He was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius. A true monstrous genius. I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate God realm who has more than 2 types of divine elements. However, there have been such people in the history of the outer realm. Without exception, all of them have been acknowledged by the divine elements and felt that it would be difficult to find a better master without them. The purple-clad young man in front of him could make all 5 types of divine elements react in such a manner. He was definitely one of the best in the outer realm. I found a treasure this time. Perhaps he can really fulfill my expectations. Crimson Demon began to look forward to it after recovering from his shock. The gleam in his eyes grew brighter. At the same time, the centurions from Crimson Demon Ridge initially thought that even if the middle-level ultimate god in front of them was not weak and was on par with Master Tsang, they would at most be on par with Master Tsang. It was almost impossible for him to kill Master Tsang. But now, the change in the situation before their eyes caused their expressions to change continuously. Lightning flashed in all directions and the saber gleamed fiercely. Master Wuxia from Crimson Demon Ridge had used all his means. Every slash of his saber seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It was ferocious and domineering. They knew that if they were targeted by Wuxia, they would not be able to withstand a single slash. There was a 99% chance that they would be killed on the spot. However, even in the face of such a powerful opponent, the purple-clad young man came and went like the wind. He was surrounded by sharp sword gleams that shot into the sky and easily blocked every slash of Wuxia's. Moreover, he did not look like he was forcing himself. He has 2 law clones. Oh my god. How can he be so strong? Do you see that? The 2 energies surrounding the divine sword in his hand obviously don't belong to him. However, the 2 energies are completely compatible with him. It's as though he's controlling them like they're his arms. What kind of energy is that? One of the energies is filled with vitality. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the energy of the divine tree of life. This monster has the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life? It's said that if someone below the level of an ultimate god obtains the complete divine tree of life and allows it to move into his little world, he can use the divine tree of life to become an ultimate god in the future. He actually has the divine tree of life? It's not strange for such a monster to have the divine tree of life. What I'm curious about is the other energy. It seems like the energy of the 5 divine elements, but it doesn't seem like it. What do you mean? That energy seems to be a mixture of the 5 divine elements. How can it be the 5 divine elements? 2 of the 5 divine elements can't coexist, let alone 5. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone above the ultimate god realm who has more than 2 of the 5 divine elements. The centurions were whispering among themselves. Wuxia was completely dumbfounded. Even in his wildest dreams, he did not expect his opponent to not use his full strength either. Impossible. How can he control the energy of the 5 divine elements? Unlike the other centurions, Wuxia was certain that the purple-clad young man had borrowed one of the 2 powers from the 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the levels of the 5 divine elements were not low. They were all very powerful divine elements. However, the fact that the 5 divine elements were willing to coexist in the purple-clad young man's body meant they had acknowledged him. They did not think they would be able to find a more suitable host if they left the purple-clad young man. Wuxia had lived for a very long time. It was only natural for him to know a lot of things. There's also the divine tree of life. Wuxia had already given it his all. In the beginning, he was still able to fight evenly with the purple-clad young man's true body. However, as time passed, Wuxia's energy was being depleted. On the other hand, the purple-clad young man had the help of the divine tree of life. This was because the divine tree of life was constantly healing his body while lending him energy to attack. In terms of endurance, the purple-clad young man was much better than him. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was not using his full strength yet. The purple-clad young man's two powerful law clones were only watching from the sidelines and had yet to join the battle. If the purple-clad young man's two law clones joined the battle, Wuxia could foresee his defeat and death. This can't go on, let's make a move first and destroy his two law clones. If his law clones are destroyed, his true body will be affected as well. As long as I find the best opportunity to injure his true body, I might be able to kill him. Wuxia had lived for many years and had fought for many years. He had rich combat experience and quickly came up with a countermeasure. Naturally, he did not make a move to attack Duan Ling Tian's law clone immediately. Instead, he pretended to attack Duan Ling Tian's true body. Buzz! A saber ray shot up to the sky and swept toward Duan Ling Tian's true body. Chapter 43-74. Although Wuxia was at a disadvantage, he still had the confidence to win. He had fought many battles in his life. Twice, he had fought battles that seemed certain to be a losing battle. However, he still managed to turn the tables and obtain the final victory. Therefore, he would always be calmer at times like this. Just like now. So long as I defeat his two clones of the laws, then his main body will definitely be affected. At that time, if I seize the opportunity and give him a thunderous strike, then I'll have a very high chance of turning the tables and even killing him. Humph. You want to kill me, Wuxia? You're too naive. When Wuxia attacked Duan Ling Tian's original body, his expression was fierce and his eyes were filled with anger. He looked as though he had lost his mind and wanted to fight to the death. However, in reality, he was extremely calm. As for his appearance, it was just to confuse Duan Ling Tian. As for Duan Ling Tian, he naturally thought that Wuxia wanted to fight to the death. Wuxia wanted to show off his brilliance before he died. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Therefore, before he borrowed the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, he had summoned his 2 avatars to fight to the death. However, after experiencing it personally, he realized how strong the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life were. Even if he only used his original body, he would be able to defeat Wuxia. As for the 2 avatars, they seemed a little redundant. I'll keep the avatars. I don't want to be injured and have to heal them. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared from Wuxia's attack range. Then, he appeared in front of one of the avatars. The avatars merged with his original body as soon as he appeared. A second teleportation. Duan Ling Tian's original body appeared next to the avatars. The avatars also entered his body. At this moment, the 2 avatars returned to Duan Ling Tian's body. At this moment, Wuxia, who had just regained his senses, was shocked when he saw this scene. How is this possible? Wuxia's heart trembled. Did this brat realize my plan? How is this possible? How can his senses be so sharp? He's clearly in a sure-win situation, and I look like I'm going to fight him to the death. Why is he spending so much effort to withdraw his 2 law clones? Wuxia found it hard to accept. The scene before him also meant that his plan had failed. When Duan Ling Tian saw the change in Wuxia's expression, he was first startled. Then, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank rapidly as fear filled his heart. This fellow actually intends to target my law clone? After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his 2 law clones, he saw Wuxia's expression change drastically. Wuxia, who seemed to have lost his mind, At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could guess Wuxia's intention. He didn't expect that he would actually escape this calamity by accident. Even though he might not be the one to perish in the end, even if he didn't perish, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Is it luck? Or did he see through Wuxia's intentions? The supreme powerhouse, Crimson Demon, who had been watching the battle from the side, looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. Wuxia was his personal demon guard who had been with him for many years. He knew very well what kind of person Wuxia was. He was definitely not the kind of person who would lose his mind in the face of death. Under such circumstances, Wuxia would only be calmer. Of course, he had not guessed Wuxia's intentions in the beginning. It was only when he saw Wuxia's expression change drastically when the purple-clad young man withdrew his 2 law clones that he realized Wuxia's intentions. It was obvious that Wuxia had his eyes on the purple-clad young man's law clones. The law clones are both a help and a burden. If they're defeated, the purple-clad young man will still be affected for a short period of time. Although the purple-clad young man is stronger than Wuxia with the help of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, it's not by much. If Wuxia really defeats the purple-clad young man's law clones, even if it's just one, as long as he grasps the opportunity, he'll be able to turn things around. At this moment, Crimson Demon suddenly felt a little reluctant to see Wuxia die. However, when his eyes fell on the purple-clad young man again, he immediately suppressed this thought. If I save Wuxia, he'll definitely be wary of me. It'll be detrimental to my future plans. Forget it. It's worth it to lose Wuxia in exchange for such a monstrous genius. Crimson Demon's heart calmed down when he thought of this. The other Crimson Demon Ridge Centurions who were present still had a look of disbelief on their faces. They had never thought that Lord Song, who they thought had few rivals among the upper ultimate gods, would one day be at a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. Where did this medium ultimate god come from? He's so monstrous. Could he be a top genius from one of the top realms in the myriad of worlds? The Centurions secretly guessed. Of course, they were not worried that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background and would bring disaster to Crimson Demon Ridge. The formation in Crimson Demon Ridge was enough to prevent the purple-clad young man from leaking information to the outside world. Moreover, their Lord Crimson Demon was not someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to put himself and Crimson Demon Ridge in danger. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Duan Lingtian, who had guessed Wuxia's thoughts, glanced at him indifferently and said indifferently, "Next, I'll fight you with my original body alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian made his move. He withdrew the space law and the time law appeared again. Earlier, he had withdrawn the time law and used the space law when he collected his law clone. Now, he changed the law again. The 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand shot out toward Wuxia. Although Wuxia had regained his senses and blocked Duan Lingtian's attack, he had lost most of his fighting spirit now that his plan had failed. Under such circumstances, Wuxia did not even last 10 moves against Duan Lingtian before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. A top-notch high-level ultimate god who had comprehended the thunder law to the complete realm had fallen just like that. After Wuxia's death, the sky above Crimson Demon Ridge was filled with flashes of lightning. Bolts of lightning exploded in the sky as if announcing something had happened. At the same time, after the lightning exploded, a tall shadow appeared in the sky for a moment before it crashed down. This scene was very similar to the heaven and earth vision that Duan Lingtian had seen when he was still in the god-defying realm. In fact, the heaven and earth vision of a high-level ultimate god's death in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield was also an imitation of the outer realm. However, the outer realm's heaven and earth vision was far less exaggerated. If an expert like Wuxia had fallen in the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield, it would have been earth-shattering. However, in the outer realm's heaven and earth vision, there were only a dozen bolts of lightning floating in the void. As for the fallen shadow that appeared before his death, although it was huge, it was not very conspicuous. One might not be able to see it outside of the Crimson Demon Ridge. He's fallen. The Crimson Demon Ridge's Centurions were still in disbelief. Their Crimson Demon Ridge's Lord Song, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, had fallen just like that. 2 of the Centurions who had fought with Duan Lingtian were even more terrified. They were glad that Duan Lingtian had not killed them. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Senior. At the same time, after killing Wuxia, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the master of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate master, Crimson Demon. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that Crimson Demon would go back on his word. If that happened, he would not be able to escape and everything he had done earlier would be useless. Chapter 43-75. Duan Lingtian had not felt so powerless in a long time. He had stepped into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidated his cultivation base. Even if he could not defeat a powerful upper ultimate god, he was confident that he could escape from the opponent. However, the person in front of him today was an ultimate god who stood at the top of the pyramid of the 10,000 realms. Such an existence could kill a top upper ultimate god like cutting grass. It was the same for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate god went back on his word, he would have no choice but to be at his mercy. Why? Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate god Crimson Demon, saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and asked with a disdainful smile. I wouldn't dare. Duan Lingtian quickly lowered his head. At this time, he could not provoke the ultimate god Crimson Demon. Otherwise, if the ultimate god went back on his word, he would be completely finished. Under the eaves, one had to lower one's head. If he was alone in this world, what harm would it do even if he died standing up? Wasn't this his previous life as a soldier king? Who could make him, Lingtian, lower his head? Today, in this life, he had too many concerns. Not to mention the distant ones, but the near ones, he had to save his life to save his wife, Kerr. He had worked hard for the past 1,000 years to meet his wife, Kerr. However, he did not expect that when they met, his wife, Kerr, would be in a coma. If Kerr could not recover within a certain period of time, Kerr might be completely destroyed. When he was in the Xia family, he learned from the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jia, what his wife, Kerr, had done in the past 1,000 years. Of course, there were many things that he already knew when he went out of the Xia family alone to gather information. Kerr had been working hard for their future. Seeing Duan Lingtian lower his head, the ultimate god Crimson Demon smiled faintly as if he was very satisfied with this scene. So what if he was a genius? In front of the ultimate god Crimson Demon, he still had to lower his head. Don't worry. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, since I promised you, I will naturally fulfill my promise. I won't let you become my puppet, and I won't let you stay in the Crimson Devil Ridge. Now, you can leave. As soon as the Scarlet Demon's voice faded, the array formation barrier that Wuxia had opened earlier turned illusory and disappeared completely. The path ahead was now clearly visible to Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, he cupped his hands towards Crimson Demon and thanked him before leaving in a flash. Teleportation. Second teleportation. After leaving the Crimson Magic Ridge, Duan Lingtian did not feel safe at all. He teleported all the way without hesitation. If the other party changed his mind at the last moment, he would still be in trouble while he was still nearby. If he ran far away, even if the other party changed their mind, they might not be able to catch up to him. In the Crimson Devil Ridge, when the Centurions saw that their Lord Crimson Demon had actually let go of the genius, they looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did their Lord Crimson Devil Ridge become so easy to talk to? You can all deal with this place and then leave. The Crimson Demon glanced at the Centurions before his body gradually turned illusory. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that he had also left. Yes, Lord Crimson Demon. The Centurions responded in fear and then began to deal with the ruins. When their eyes fell on Wuxia's body, they could not help but fall silent. Wuxia, the personal demon guard of the Lord Crimson Demon, had died just like that. Moreover, he had indirectly died at the hands of the Lord Crimson Demon. When Wuxia was alive, he was an existence that they all looked up to. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, Wuxia was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In the eyes of the Lord Crimson Demon, they were definitely even more insignificant chess pieces. Of course, they knew that they had no choice. After all, they were the devil puppets of the Lord Crimson Demon. Do you think Lord Crimson Demon is really so kind as to let that prodigy go? One of the centurions asked the other centurions through voice transmission as he cleaned up the ruins. I don't think it's possible. Lord Crimson Demon probably has a backup plan, one of the centurions said. Another centurion said, many years ago, I heard that Lord Crimson Devil has been searching for young geniuses. Moreover, he even brought back many young geniuses. However, those young geniuses did not appear in Crimson Devil Ridge in the end. No one knows where they went. I'm afraid only Lord Crimson Demon himself knows about this. However, I have a feeling that Lord Crimson Demon won't really let that prodigy go. Do you mean Lord Crimson Demon will go back on his word? That's not necessarily true. Even if Lord Crimson Demon doesn't go back on his word, he can still make a move on that prodigy. As long as he doesn't leave him in the Crimson Devil Ridge and turn him into a devil puppet, he won't go back on his word even if he kills him, right? At the same time, at a place extremely far away from the Crimson Devil Ridge, Duan Lingtian, who was still on his way, could not help but have a change of expression when he saw the figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of him. This was because the person blocking his way was none other than someone from the Crimson Devil Ridge, the Crimson Demon. He was so powerful that Duan Lingtian could not arouse any desire to fight him at all. When he saw the Crimson Demon blocking his way, Duan Lingtian did not turn around to flee. Instead, he directly went forward to meet the Crimson Demon head-on. This was because he knew he had no chance of escaping under the watch of a supreme powerhouse like the Crimson Demon. Since that was the case, what was the point of running? Moreover, he was not sure if the Crimson Demon was going to go back on his word. If he really wanted to go back on his word, he could do so in the Crimson Devil Ridge. He did not think the Crimson Demon would need to put on a false front in front of his devil puppets. Senior, is there something you need from me? After Duan Lingtian went forward, he looked at the Crimson Demon with a calm expression and asked bluntly. The Crimson Demon smiled mockingly when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You have some guts. However, why don't you think I'm here to stop you because I want to go back on my word? I did think so at the beginning. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Based on the Crimson Demon's attitude, he should not be here because he wanted to go back on his word. However, on second thought, if Senior really wants to go back on his word, there's no need to ask me to leave the Crimson Devil Ridge. You can just leave me here. Duan Lingtian said. The Crimson Demon looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, I don't intend to go back on my word. However, my promise to you is that I won't leave you in the Crimson Devil Ridge and won't let you become my devil puppet. I didn't promise not to kill you. Almost as soon as the Crimson Devil finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying killing intent coming straight at him. In just a blink of an eye, it spread all over his body, causing him to feel as though he could feel the aura of death. Chapter 43-76. However, even though he was filled with killing intent, Duan Lingtian's heart only trembled for a short moment before he regained his composure. If the other party really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to wait until now. The other party must have something to do by chasing after him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. Actually, how could he not realize the loophole in the other party's promise? However, he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the Crimson Demon as he said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Senior, if you wanted to kill me, you could have done so the moment I stepped out of the Crimson Demon Ridge. There was no need for you to wait until I was so far away. May I know why Senior has chased after me? As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely not refuse. Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression when he finished speaking. The Crimson Demon smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You're quite brave. That's right, I have no intention of killing you. In other words, killing you is of no use to me. I'm looking for you because of something else. Don't worry, since I promised not to turn you into my devil puppet, I won't go back on my word. Of course, I didn't go back on my word when I promised you to leave the Crimson Demon Ridge. When he spoke up to this point, the Crimson Demon's eyes suddenly became slightly deep. It was so deep that one could not help but feel slightly flustered when looking at it. Duan Lingtian's heart thumped at this moment, but his gaze was still fixed on the Crimson Demon. Although it's like that, since Senior has come, there must be something you want me to do, right? He did not feel that the Crimson Demon had come to look for him just to chat. That's right. The Crimson Demon did not deny it and nodded. I'm looking for you because I want to send you to a place and give you an opportunity. Of course, it's up to you whether you can grasp this opportunity. You can also choose not to go, of course, the consequence of not going is death. When the Crimson Demon finished speaking, a wisp of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt his determination to kill. When Duan Lingtian heard the Crimson Demon's words, his expression could not help but change. Opportunity? Instead of going to the place with fortuitous opportunities, he would kill himself? Duan Lingtian did not think that Crimson Fiend would be kind enough to give him an opportunity. There must be an unknown motive behind this matter. Otherwise, why would the Crimson Demon be so concerned about this matter? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Crimson Demon and asked, Senior, may I know where you want me to go? What kind of opportunities are there? You'll know when you get there. The Crimson Demon said indifferently, that's a spatial plane outside of the outer realm. It's a small world of its own. Once you're there, don't even think about leaving. If you dare to break through the spatial barrier and leave by yourself, it'll be fine if I don't find out. Once I find out, I'll definitely kill you. I believe that smart people won't take this risk. When Crimson Demon said this, even though Duan Lingtian was prepared, his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. Now, make your choice. Either you die, or you go to the place I told you about. Crimson Demon continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said without any hesitation, Senior, please send me there. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Crimson Demon, who originally had an indifferent expression, immediately revealed an evil smile. Geniuses are indeed smart people. A wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon raised his hand. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt the surrounding space tremble. A monstrous force that made him unable to resist swept over, causing the divine power he wanted to mobilize to be completely suppressed in an instant. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was only left with a sense of helplessness. Was this the power of a supreme expert? This Crimson Demon might not be an ordinary supreme expert. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was also Duan Lingtian's last thought before he lost consciousness. As soon as Crimson Demon made his move, an invisible force knocked Duan Lingtian unconscious. Then, Crimson Demon looked at Duan Lingtian, who had fainted and was suspended in midair by his power. His eyes shone brightly. I only hope that this kid can withstand my goo-rearing plan. Until now, I'm most optimistic about him. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon left in a flash. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also taken away by him. After spending a few hours, Crimson Demon finally stopped moving. Currently, Crimson Demon had arrived at a secluded canyon near Crimson Demon Ridge. Then, he shook his hand, and a force broke through the void. Then, a spatial vortex appeared, leading to an unknown space. Go. You might be my last hope. After Crimson Demon casually threw Duan Lingtian into the spatial vortex, he muttered to himself, after living for so many years, at the critical moment, I'm still unwilling to give up and wait for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Crimson Demon pressed his right hand against his chest, and his body trembled violently. Cough cough, Crimson Demon coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but they were instantly evaporated by Crimson Demon's supreme divine power. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would definitely be able to see that the supreme expert Crimson Demon had a serious internal injury. Generally, what could injure an supreme expert was either another stronger supreme expert, or multiple supreme experts of similar strength joining forces to deal with him. Other than that, there was another possibility: he was injured by an external force. This external force could be a dangerous place in the outer world that even supreme experts would be in danger if they entered, or the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds that occurred once every 10,000 years. The so-called heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds was a heavenly tribulation that could not be avoided no matter where one hid in the 10,000 worlds. The heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 10,000 years was also exclusive to the supreme experts. The existence below the supreme experts faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, and they had to experience it once every 1,000 years. When one reached the realm of the supreme experts, they only had to experience one heavenly tribulation every 10,000 years, and each heavenly tribulation was stronger than the previous one. This was similar to the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. Although many supreme experts were strong, because they had lived for a long time, the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation they had to face would become stronger and stronger, and in the end, they would still die under the heavenly tribulation. As for where the heavenly tribulation came from, no one could say for sure. More people believed that the heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 worlds, whether it was the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation or the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. In the 10,000 worlds, not only did the God-defying realm have the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but also other realms, and the people were the same. As for the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, not to mention other realms, just take the God-defying realm as an example. Not only did one have to experience it in the various divine realms, even if one went to the Devata realms or even the mundane realms, one had to experience it. There was no way to avoid it. In the history of the God-defying realm, many people had experienced this personally. There were many people who wanted to go to the lower realms to avoid the heavenly tribulation, but in the end, they all failed. Therefore, in recent years, no one in the God-defying realm did such a stupid thing. Most importantly, as long as one was not a native of the lower realms of the God-defying realm, their strength would be suppressed when they entered the lower realms. Once their strength was suppressed and they faced the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, they would almost certainly die. Subsequently, the heavenly tribulation, which was not necessarily fatal in the divine realms, would directly kill them when they arrived at the lower realms. However, when Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he found that he had appeared in a desolate mountain range. The surroundings were quiet, and there was no life in sight, let alone human habitation. Even the figures of demon beasts could not be seen. Where is this place? Duan Lingtian shook his somewhat dizzy head, and gradually his consciousness cleared up. At the same time, he discovered something. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is much richer than that of the outer realm. Where did the Crimson Demon send me? According to what he said, the place he sent me was not some place in the outer realm, but an independent realm. Moreover, there are opportunities here. Opportunities often coexist with danger. To me, this place is completely unfamiliar. The most important thing now is to first understand what kind of existence this place is. Then, I can carefully search for the opportunity that the Crimson Demon mentioned. He wouldn't wake up early if there were no benefits. The Crimson Demon can't be so kind. He must have a purpose for sending me here, and he must have a plan. Perhaps the opportunity here is a good thing for me, and the opportunity one obtains should be a good thing for him as well. I just don't know. What's his plan? Could it be that I obtained the opportunity first, and then he took it away? There's something he wants here, but as a supreme powerhouse, he can't enter? Duan Lingtian thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess should be right. The Crimson Demon should want to use his hand to obtain the opportunity here. If that's the case, it's nothing. To me, as long as I can survive under the hands of the Crimson Demon, it's fine. Whatever treasure or opportunity he wants, I'll just give it to him. This time, I'll just treat it as a coolie for him. After all, my strength is not as good as his, and I have no other choice. This is the reality of this world. Previously, in the secret realm of the God Reverse Realms realm battlefield, those people who were threatened by me, weren't they the same? Their strength was not as good as mine, and they did whatever I said. They dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. What goes around comes around. This year, it's my house. If you come out to mess around, you'll have to pay for it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's mentality was still good. Even if he realized that all the opportunities he obtained in this place, in the end, were not his, I only hope that the Crimson Demon will not make things difficult for me after he gets what he wants. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's mentality could not help but break down a little. Of course, he still had some expectations in his heart. He got what he wanted, so his mood must be good. He should not be calculative with me. Duan Lingtian soared into the sky with such hope in his heart and began to observe his surroundings. Then, he began to wander around the surroundings. In the beginning, he wanted to find a place with people to understand this place. However, as time passed, his thoughts completely changed. Not to mention human habitation. He wandered around a large area, and within a radius of 10,000 miles, not to mention human eyes, there was not even a sign of life. Not to mention humans and demon beasts, there was not even a plant life. Everywhere was bare, and everywhere he passed, no matter if it was a plain or a mountain ridge, it was all barren land. Chapter 43-77. What? What is this place? In the beginning, Duan Lingtian's heart was still calm. However, as he wandered around in this unknown dimension, Duan Lingtian could not help but lose his composure. Could this place be a place of death? I don't think so. If it's a place of death, why did he force me to come here and not let me leave on my own? One would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Duan Lingtian felt that the owner of Crimson Demon Ridge, the ultimate expert Crimson Demon, would not be so bored as to play with him. There must be something in this place. Let's continue walking. Let's see if there's an end. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued walking. After that, days passed, months passed, and years passed. When will it end? It's already passed. Why do I feel like I'm still in the same place? Could it be that this plane of existence is also a sphere similar to Earth? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian calculated the time. 6 years had passed, but he was still in the same place. He did not see any life, not even plant life. Duan Lingtian had thought of leaving during these 6 years, but he did not dare to act rashly when he recalled what the ultimate expert Crimson Demon had said. If he did not leave, there was still a way out. If he left, he might be killed immediately. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian didn't lack perseverance and willpower, and 6 years of time was nothing to him. No. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something and stopped abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. It's impossible that the divine power in my body has not changed at all in 6 years. It's normal for a medium ultimate God's divine power to not change in 6 years. But I'm different. It's only been a little over 1,000 years since I was born. 6 years is a relatively long time for me. Even if I don't deliberately cultivate, it's impossible for my cultivation to not improve at all. And now, my cultivation has indeed not improved. This means, either this place is restricting my progress in cultivation, or this so-called 6 years is nothing but an illusion to me. The heaven and earth spirit chi here is even denser than in the outer realm, and the absorption of heaven and earth spirit chi is smooth without any hindrance. Then, there's only one other possibility left. These 6 years were just an illusion. Everything I've experienced in the past 6 years was fake. Perhaps, I entered the illusory realm as soon as I entered and spent 6 years in the illusory realm. However, it's definitely not that long outside the illusory realm. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Then, he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The divine power in his body vibrated, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. With that thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword drew a sword flower in the void. Then, a seven-colored sword ray whizzed out and slashed the surrounding void. With one slash, the desolate scene around him shattered. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang in Duan Tian's ears. Heavens! Is this real? This guy has only been in the illusory realm for 6 years, and he's already out? Are you kidding? Only lost in the illusory realm for 6 years? Back then, I was lost in the illusory realm for more than 100 years, and that's considered a short time. Before this, the best record was 39 years, right? 39 years? That guy said it himself, who knows if it's true or not. Moreover, he's the first person to enter the illusory realm, so he can say it for as long as he wants. That's true. However, that guy's strength is indeed very strong. The person who previously held the second record and stayed in the illusory realm for 55 years has been fighting with him, but he's still no match for him. That guy has lived for a long time, so it's normal for him to be stronger. After all, he's the only one among us who's more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Tian saw everything around him shatter. Then, his vision turned dark and bright, and he realized that he had appeared in a void. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a layer of translucent circular light shield. This light shield enveloped his entire body and suspended him in the air. When Duan Tian looked out again, he saw the peak of a mountain in front of him. There was a vast stone platform at the peak of the mountain, and there were many people standing on top of it. These people standing there gave Duan Tian the feeling that they were all very young. At least, in the myriad worlds, they were considered young. Based on what they said, they're not more than 10,000 years old. At the same time, Duan Tian realized that the circular light shield that enveloped him had disappeared. Then, he felt weightless. He immediately reacted and controlled his body with his divine power so that he did not fall into the void. At the same time, Duan Tian could clearly feel waves of divine power sweeping toward him from the vast stone platform in front of him. It was the divine consciousness of the people standing there. Higher ultimate gods? How many medium ultimate gods are there? At this time, Duan Tian also realized that most of the people in front of him were higher ultimate gods. There were also a few medium ultimate gods who, like him, had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Where am I? Duan Tian was a little confused. This was completely different from what he had expected before entering the illusory realm. Of course, what he had experienced in the illusory realm was also different from what he had expected, however, that was just the environment. Is this also an illusory realm? At this thought, Duan Tian ignored the unscrupulous divine consciousness sweeping toward him. He expanded his divine consciousness and at the same time, rose into the air again and swung the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Another wave of sword light swept out in all directions. He wanted to see if he could cut through the scene that he felt was similar to an illusory realm. However, this time, his attack had failed. At the same time, he heard a lot of laughter. What a familiar scene. When I first came in, I thought this was an illusory realm like him. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. It's a familiar formula and smell. Didn't I do something stupid like this in the past? Although this newcomer is only a medium ultimate god, his comprehension of the spatial law is extremely amazing. It's almost at the completion stage. Your divine consciousness can tell that he seems to be younger than us. I even feel that he's less than 2,000 years old. What? Less than 2,000 years old? Are you serious? Upon hearing these voices, Duan Tian was shocked again and could not recover for a long time. If everything in front of him was not an illusory realm, then what these people said might be true. Were these people sent here just like him? After taking a deep breath, Duan Tian looked at the people in front of him again and cupped his hands slightly. Everyone, may I know who sent you here? Duan Tian's question was answered immediately. A young man in black with a cold face said coldly, who else could it be? Of course, we were imprisoned here by the Crimson Demon of the Crimson Demon Ridge. Chapter 4378. Hee hee. Brother, you were sent in by the Crimson Demon as well, right? Being sent in by him is sufficient to show that your natural talent isn't weak, and you can be considered a genius. Another person chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. If you're not a genius, the Crimson Demon probably wouldn't take a fancy to you. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you can't control your own life and death once you enter this place. It's a pity for him, but aren't we the same? Back in the day, I was publicly acknowledged to be in the top 3 in terms of natural talent and comprehension amongst the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in my own domain. Although the domain I'm in isn't one of those top domains, it's still one of the 10 strongest domains below. He came in at the wrong time. Recently, the Crimson Demon's elimination of us has become more and more intense. If I'm not wrong, his time should be almost up. Do all of you think, besides the people he chose, the others have a chance of surviving? It's basically impossible. Don't think too much about this. It's not impossible to survive. Unless you become his devil puppet. As for Duan Lingtian, waves of shock surged in his heart as he listened to the waves of words that entered his ears. These people were actually all geniuses that had entered the Crimson Demon Pass. Moreover, from what they said, there were only a few people over the age of 10,000 among them. Most of them were below the age of 10,000. Moreover, every one of them was an outstanding figure amongst the younger generation. What exactly does the Crimson Demon want to do? Did he really send me in to help him search for an opportunity? Even if Duan Lingtian had painstakingly guessed that the Crimson Demon had sent him in to help him search for an opportunity, but now, facing this group of young geniuses and hearing their words, Duan Lingtian started to doubt his guess for the first time, and even felt that he had guessed in the wrong direction as soon as he doubted. It was very unlikely that the Crimson Demon had imprisoned so many young geniuses here to help him search for an opportunity. Everyone, do all of you know why the Crimson Demon sent us in and imprisoned us here? Duan Lingtian looked at the group of young geniuses before him and cupped his hands slightly as he asked. Just now, when he heard the words of some people, it was obvious that he knew the Crimson Demon's plan. Meanwhile, most of the people that came over to watch the show didn't pay any attention to Duan Lingtian as they turned around and left. When they left, they didn't forget to sigh emotionally. There's nothing to watch anymore. Another unlucky fellow. He is unlucky, but aren't we unlucky as well? In the end, we're all people with the same fate. There were also a few people who were not in a hurry to leave. They were all curiously sizing up Duan Lingtian because most of the people sent in by the Crimson Demon were high-level ultimate gods. A small number of medium ultimate gods were extremely talented. Even the weakest among them was as strong as a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, these people were all very young, not more than 5,000 years old. Of course, when someone said that the person in front of them might not even be 2,000 years old, they were still shocked because this was an extremely shocking matter. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not the process, but the beginning. Even if one could enter the medium ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, or even high-level ultimate god realm before 5,000 years old, it did not mean that one could enter the lower emperor realm before 2,000 years old. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and this was even more so for the path of cultivation. Among the young geniuses who stayed behind, there was no lack of people who were willing to talk to Duan Lingtian. Immediately, an ordinary-looking young man in a long green robe took 2 steps forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was descending from the sky. He said, "The Crimson Demon did not tell us the details. However, many people have guessed that he's looking for a new body for himself. The place we're in now is the small world in his body." The young man said. "A new body?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. "You mean, he wants to find a new body among us and possess one of us?" "That's right." The young man nodded. Even ultimate experts have to go through the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Some of us have ultimate experts behind us and have heard of the Crimson Demon's existence. We know that the Crimson Demon is very old now, and his strength can only be considered average among the ultimate experts. He might have been injured during the last 10,000 years' heavenly tribulation. What he wants to do now is to prolong his life at all costs. The young man said. Duan Lingtian frowned. However, as far as I know, even if a person possesses another's body, his soul is still his own soul. Under such circumstances, after possessing another's body, the heavenly tribulation will still find him. Moreover, the stronger the soul, the longer it will take to familiarize with the new body after possessing another's body. There's a very long period of time. For an ultimate expert to possess a new body, I'm afraid he won't be able to fully master the new body without thousands or tens of thousands of years, right? Duan Lingtian still knew some basic knowledge. Not to mention ultimate experts. Even below ultimate experts, there was no lack of people who possessed another's body. However, even if those people possessed a new body, they couldn't avoid the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation that they should face at all. Could it be that ultimate experts had the means to avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation after possessing another's body? If that was the case, perhaps no ultimate experts would die, right? Ultimate experts were extremely powerful. If they wanted to find a new body, even if they had to choose carefully, it was definitely not difficult. Ordinary ultimate experts naturally can't avoid the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. The green-robed young man shook his head and said, "This is also recognized common knowledge. However, I heard from a few people that there are many rare races and clans in this myriad worlds. They have a bloodline secret technique that can conceal the secrets of the heavens during the process of possessing another's body, allowing their souls to undergo changes and leave behind memories." Hearing the green-robed young man say this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. There were such races in the myriad worlds? If that was the case, then wouldn't they be invincible? If an ultimate expert appeared, he would be immortal. If another one appeared, he would continue to be immortal. If this continued for generations, which race or realm in the myriad worlds would be a match for them? The same talent and comprehension, the same ultimate experts, the strength of one's strength was basically accumulated by the accumulation of time. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this point. Of course, in the next moment, the green-robed young man continued, although these races have a heaven-defying bloodline secret technique, they only have one chance to possess another's body in their lifetime. Moreover, the process of possession is very dangerous. The requirements for the target of possession are also very strict. To be precise, the younger and stronger the target, the better. For example, if an ultimate expert were to possess another's body, a 2,000-year-old medium ultimate god and a 1,000-year-old lower ultimate god, the probability of successful possession is higher for the latter. At this point, the young man paused for a moment and glanced at Duan Lingtian. He asked hesitantly, "You can't really be less than 2,000 years old, right?" Just now, his divine consciousness also felt that Duan Lingtian was very young. However, he wasn't as sharp as some others. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, the young man's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's really the case, I'm afraid you're the target of the Crimson Demon's attention. Of course, the prerequisite is that the Crimson Demon is a member of the race I mentioned earlier. Although we can't be 100% sure, all of us feel that the Crimson Demon is more than 90% of that race. Otherwise, why would he lock us up here and eliminate a group of people every once in a while? Just to feel good? That's impossible, right? You have to know that it's quite risky to capture us here. Once some of the ultimate experts and patriarchs behind us find out, the Crimson Demon will be in trouble. After listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of his current situation. The Crimson Demon might have taken a fancy to his body. Letting him in was only to mix with a group of young geniuses to see if he could withstand the test and survive, if their guess is correct. The Crimson Demon not only needs to be young and strong to find a new body, but he should also satisfy other conditions. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine if he directly chose me? Why did he throw me in here to raise goo as well? Now, after listening to the young man's words, Duan Lingtian roughly understood why the Crimson Demon threw him in here. It was to let him compete with this group of young geniuses for a chance to survive. Only the person who survived to the end would have a chance of being taken a fancy by the Crimson Demon and be possessed by the Crimson Demon to become the Crimson Demon's new body. My guess was indeed wrong. That Crimson Demon didn't want me to find any fortuitous encounters for him. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At the same time, he realized that everything he would face next might cause him to fall into eternal damnation. Either he would die here, or he would survive and be possessed by the Crimson Demon. Of course, the Crimson Demon's possession might not be 100% successful, but even if the Crimson Demon's possession failed, the possibility of him surviving during the process of the Crimson Demon's possession and leaving his soul intact was extremely slim. I never imagined that I would encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived at the outer world. Why didn't I take a detour and head in another direction when I left the sea? Why did I head straight for the Crimson Demon Ridge? Now, even if Duan Lingtian knew that there was no medicine for regret in this world, he still couldn't help but regret his actions of entering the Crimson Demon Ridge earlier. If he didn't enter the Crimson Demon Ridge, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Crimson Demon, and everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. I'm called Wang Yuan. How should I address you, brother? After the green-robed young man informed Duan Lingtian, he started to introduce himself and asked for Duan Lingtian's name at the same time. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a very good impression of this young man that enthusiastically explained his doubts, so he spoke his name at the first moment when he returned to his senses. So it's Brother Lingtian. Wang Yuan smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, let me introduce these people to you. As he spoke, Wang Yuan turned around to look at the other people that were present. Chapter 43-79. This is Su Sudong. This is Nappa. This is Kroll. Wang Yuan introduced the few young geniuses who had stayed behind to Duan Lingtian. Similar to Wang Yuan, all of them were higher ultimate gods. The feeling they gave Duan Lingtian was that these people were all young. These people were obviously familiar with Wang Yuan. Under Wang Yuan's introduction, they quickly became familiar with Duan Lingtian. They were impressed that Duan Lingtian was able to step into the medium ultimate god realm and consolidate his cultivation base at less than 2,000 years old. Although we are considered as geniuses in the myriad worlds, in terms of cultivation speed, we are far behind you, Duan Lingtian. Nappa was a young man wearing a long brown robe. His appearance was handsome and devilish. His natural long green hair fluttered in the wind like little snakes dancing in the wind. According to Wang Yuan's introduction, Nappa was a native of one of the top few worlds, the Mingguang world. However, he was not a member of the strongest forces in the world. The force he was in could only be ranked in the second echelon in the world he was in. It was equivalent to the godly reverse world where Duan Lingtian was in. It was a heavyweight ultimate god level force that was second only to the giant ultimate god level forces in the realms of gods. However, such a force that could only be ranked in the second echelon in the Mingguang world had an old ancestor who was an ultimate god. The second echelon forces all have ultimate gods. After Duan Lingtian heard Wang Yuan's introduction, his heart could not help but tremble. Isn't this too scary? The first echelon forces in the Mingguang world, I'm afraid there is more than one ultimate god? Duan Lingtian probed Nappa. When Nappa heard this, he grinned. His smile was very radiant, giving off a feeling of, I am proud to be a native of the radiant light world. That is natural, our radiant light world's first-tier peak power has at least 3 supreme experts. Moreover, there are ultimate gods among them. Even some of the second-tier forces have 2 supreme experts overseeing them. The radiant light world was a world domain that stood at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. As a member of the radiant light world, when they left the radiant light world and came to the outer world, they would feel a sense of superiority from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the myriad of worlds, there were very few worlds like the radiant light world. Nappa. At this time, Su Sudong, who was wearing a long gray robe and had an ordinary appearance, said jokingly, "Even if you have an extraordinary background and are from the bright light world, so what? Now, aren't we still fish on the chopping board for that crimson demon to slaughter?" Su Sudong's words silenced Nappa, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. At the same time, the faces of Wang Yiyuan and the other three turned serious. As for Duan Lingtian, he also felt the chill of the atmosphere at the scene at this time. Obviously, Su Sudong's words not only touched the most vulnerable part of Nappa's heart, but also touched the sore spot of Wang Yiyuan and the others. Su Sudong. Crore, who had not spoken, was a bald young genius who wore a loose black robe and looked like a middle-aged man. He glanced at Su Sudong and said in a deep voice, "We are all in the same boat. Why do you have to mock others? If he is like this, aren't you the same?" Kruer's words were obviously displeased. However, when Su Sudong heard this, he still had a smile on his face. "Kruer, I naturally know that my situation is no different from yours. In the end, I will most likely die here, but, so what? I have already accepted it. The ones who have not accepted it are all of you. You still want to have the hope of leaving alive. Over the years, there have been people who wanted to leave by force. What happened to them in the end?" Speaking until here, Su Sudong's eyelids drooped slightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. They were all forcefully captured by the Crimson Demon when they broke through the space barrier and wanted to leave. Then, in front of us, they used the cruelest methods to torture their souls and let them slowly die in endless pain. Those living examples are still before your eyes. Could it be that all of you still have fantasies?" As he finished speaking, a smile appeared on Su Sudong's face that had vanished, but it was a smile of self-ridicule. Along with Su Sudong's words, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. After a short moment, the few people, including Su Sudong, turned around and left silently. Only Wang Yiyuan remained on the spot with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian." Wang Yiyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Although it's not a good thing to be able to meet here, it's also fate. You're new here, so you're not familiar with this place. Let me show you around." "Thank you." Duan Lingtian thanked Wang Yiyuan repeatedly. Compared to Wang Yiyuan and the others, he was indeed a newcomer. He did not know anything and did not know anything. Now, what he urgently wanted to know the most was what kind of place this was. Even if it was the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects, he still wanted to understand what kind of place the Crimson Devil's place of raising venomous insects was and whether he could find a chance to leave alive. Even if the chance was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Even if he felt the despair of Wang Yiyuan and the others, he did not intend to sit still and wait for death. Sitting still and waiting for death was not Duan Lingtian's style. Duan Lingtian followed Wang Yiyuan and left the stone platform at the peak of the mountain. At the same time, he found out from Wang Yiyuan that everyone who entered came from this place. Moreover, every time someone entered, there would be a commotion here. Moreover, these people would come forward to watch the show when they heard the commotion. Of course, the people Duan Lingtian saw earlier were not all the people that were imprisoned here by the Crimson Devil, and they were only a small portion of them. There was still a large portion of people who had not come. These people were either not very interested in the newcomers, or they were not interested in this kind of action of joining in the fun, or they just happened to be in closed-door cultivation, or they just happened to have something to do and had no time to come. Earlier, I heard someone say that there would be people dying here every once in a while. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yiyuan and asked. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of fear appeared in the depths of Wang Yiyuan's eyes, and it gradually disappeared after a while. Yes. Wang Yiyuan nodded and then laughed self-mockingly. Speaking of which, I almost died last time. Fortunately, my luck was not bad at the critical moment, and I was lucky enough to survive. However, based on this, it can be seen that I'm not the person that the Crimson Devil is waiting for. Perhaps, it won't be long before I die in the Crimson Devil's next game. Wang Yiyuan said. Game? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Yes. Wang Yiyuan nodded. Every once in a while, the Crimson Devil will set up various kinds of mystic realms and dangerous places for us to challenge. Once we die in there, we're really dead. Let me put it this way. When I came in, there were a total of 139 young geniuses here. Now, there are only 32 people left. Of course, including the person who just came in, there are 32 people. After listening to Wang Yiyuan's words, Duan Lingtian also had a rough idea of the reason the Crimson Devil allowed them to exist here. It was to set up mystic realms to test them so that they would be continuously eliminated. Perhaps, Wang Yiyuan sighed. Only when one of us survives will that person be freed. If their guess is right, that person should be the final target of the Crimson Devil's possession. If everything is true, no matter if it's the person who died or the person who survived in the end, in fact, they would not have a good ending in the end. Moreover, there were people who tried to escape and were all captured. Moreover, they were tortured and died. This made it even more difficult for people to have the thought of escaping. Now, in fact, we've all accepted our fate. Usually, we seem to be fine, but our hearts are actually dead. Earlier, Su Sudong's words could be said to have poked everyone's sore spot, including him. From Wang Yiyuan's tone, Duan Lingtian could also hear the despair in his voice. He could also understand Wang Yiyuan's feelings, and similarly, he could also understand the feelings of the others. Now that he had just come in, it was still fine. If there was really no other way, perhaps he would end up like Wang Yiyuan and the others. That's true. We're all ultimate gods, and the weakest among us is a medium-level ultimate god. If it were someone with a weaker body, perhaps they would directly die of depression after knowing what happened to them. Wang Yiyuan continued. Brother Ling Tian. Wang Yiyuan then said to Duan Ling Tian, in this place, if you want to have your own cultivation place, you need to open it up yourself. I've opened up a cave that belongs to me in a valley in the mountain range over there. In this place, you don't have to worry about anyone taking the initiative to provoke you. Here, everyone is in the same boat. As long as you don't provoke others, no one will want to provoke you. Especially those outstanding ultimate gods and top geniuses. They're looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god and have no time to be distracted by other things. Other than the desperate test set by the Crimson Demon in the secret realm that they have no choice but to go. Usually, you basically won't see them. With Wang Yiyuan's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also had a better understanding of the people imprisoned here. There were also top-notch high-level supreme gods here. They were all geniuses, and the oldest was only a little over 10,000 years old, top ultimate gods who are a little over 10,000 years old and are looking for an opportunity to break through to become an ultimate god. These people would be giants in any plane of gods in the god-defying realm. But here, they're just prisoners. And they're prisoners who can die at any time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but ask, among those who escaped, are any of them as powerful as them? Wang Yiyuan heard this and smiled bitterly. Do you think those who have the courage to defy the Crimson Demon and escape are ordinary geniuses? Those people are all at the same level as them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. This place was truly a chilling and despairing place. End of chapter. Chapter 4380. Through Wang Yiyuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of how dangerous this place was. Even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape. Some top high-level ultimate gods had tried to escape but were captured by the Crimson Demon and tortured to death in front of everyone. If this is really the Crimson Demon's small world, even if it's not in his body, he can still monitor everything that happens here as long as he wants to. Trying to escape is no different from a fool's dream. Unless I become an immortal. Duan Lingtian settled down near Wang Yiyuan's cultivation place. His face turned solemn as he watched Wang Yiyuan's figure disappear into the distance. With his strength, techniques, and the help of the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, he was not weaker than an ordinary top high-level ultimate god. However, even a top high-level ultimate god would not be able to escape from this place. Would he be able to escape? Even though Duan Lingtian had hope in the beginning, he could not help but feel a little hopeless at this moment. Sister Water, do you have any ideas? After Duan Lingtian returned to the cave abode he had just created, he threw out a formation disc to isolate himself from the outside world. He then sat down cross-legged and opened his small world to communicate with the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water used to reside in the divine tree of life in his body. They were partners in life and death and had accompanied the divine tree of life for a long time. According to the world-cleansing divine water, when she resided in the divine tree of life, the immortal was not yet an immortal. That immortal obtained the divine tree of life later on and relied on the divine tree of life to become an immortal. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it had personally witnessed a junior taking one step at a time to become an omnipotent being. In terms of experience, the other 4 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body could not compare to the world-cleansing divine water. Because of this, the other 4 divine elements followed the world-cleansing divine water's lead even though their current strength was not inferior to the world-cleansing divine water. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, the world-cleansing divine water fell silent for a moment before it said, "Their guess should be correct. This scarlet demon should indeed be that type of person. After possessing a body, he can alter the aura of his own soul and deceive the world. He won't be discovered by the laws of heaven and earth, and he can continue to send down heavenly tribulations for 10,000 years. However, it is usually extremely difficult for such people to successfully possess a body. To possess a target, not only does it have to be monstrously talented and have shocking comprehension ability, it also has to fulfill some of the requirements of the clan. Of course, the specific requirements are different for every clan. There is more than one race of that kind of people in the myriad of worlds. Of course, although I know that such people exist, and I know that there is more than one clan of such people. However, I also know that the conditions for possession are different for each clan. The conditions are set according to the characteristics of the clan and bloodline. However, at this point, the world-cleansing divine water paused for a moment before it continued to say, "Since he set a secret realm test for all of you who are imprisoned here, it's clear that the secret realm test is a test for the new body he's looking for. The person who survives must be the most suitable person for him to possess. It's definitely not based on innate talent and comprehension ability. Otherwise, he would have chosen you directly." In fact, the world-cleansing divine water's analysis was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier speculation. If the scarlet demon really thought he was the most suitable person for possession, there was no need for him to be imprisoned here. He could have just possessed Duan Lingtian's body. Since Duan Lingtian had been imprisoned here, it was clear that the scarlet demon regarded him and the other young geniuses who were imprisoned here as the same kind of people. "Sister Water, is there a way to leave this place without anyone noticing?" Duan Lingtian asked again. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to leave this place and escape the scarlet demon's control. "It's difficult." The world-cleansing divine water sighed. Even if a supreme powerhouse moves his little world out of his body, he'll still have a close connection with it. As long as he's willing, he can easily monitor all of you. It's mainly because there are too few of you here. For example, although the various realms of gods in the Divine Defiance realm are also supreme powerhouses' little worlds, as long as the supreme powerhouses don't pay special attention to the people who enter and leave the little worlds, it's difficult for them to detect the people who enter and leave the little worlds. This is because there are too many people in the Divine Defiance realm. And there are only so many people here. He can completely pay attention to every single one of them. Therefore, it's almost impossible to escape from under his nose. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, the flame of hope that had risen in Duan Lingtian's heart was extinguished by a basin of cold water. It seems like things aren't that simple after all. Of course, it's not like there's no chance at all. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. If this is really Crimson Demon's little world, then there must be a divine tree of life here. Most powerhouses below the level of a supreme powerhouse don't have a divine tree of life in their little worlds. There must be a divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse. Even if they didn't obtain the divine tree of life in advance to become an omnipotent expert, the seed of the divine tree of life will appear in their small world after they become an omnipotent expert. Furthermore, it will break out of the ground in a short period of time and rapidly grow. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sister Water, you mentioned the divine tree of life. Are we going to start with the divine tree of life in his little world? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He could tell the meaning behind the world-cleansing divine water's words. That's right. The world-cleansing divine water replied, we'll start with the divine tree of life in his little world. Naturally, we can only hope that the divine tree of life in his little world hasn't fully matured yet. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to make a move on it. Unless the tree of life is injured, it's almost impossible to attack it and win a chance to leave this place. At this point, the world-cleansing divine water seemed to have thought of something and sighed. If he's looking for a new body to possess because he can't withstand the next 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation, it means that he's very old and has been an ultimate powerhouse for a long time. It's impossible for the divine tree of life in the body of a supreme powerhouse like him to have not fully matured yet. Now, we can only hope that the divine tree of life was damaged when he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it'll be better for you if the divine tree of life is damaged. The more serious the injury, the greater the chance of you escaping. Naturally, you're not completely confident. Even if his divine tree of life is damaged, you'll only have a 50% chance of escaping from his little world before he realizes what's going on. The world-cleansing divine water said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After a while, his eyes flashed fiercely as he said through gritted teeth, a 50% chance of escaping is not bad. Otherwise, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Sister Shui, tell me, what should I do next? Chapter 43-81. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian hope. Before this, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could escape. Trying to escape from under the nose of a supreme expert while being in the space expanded by the small world in his body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In other words, it was almost impossible for him to escape. Unless he could become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he had not even entered the upper ultimate god realm yet. How could he become an ultimate powerhouse? Moreover, even if he had the chance to become an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he might not have the time to wait. The Crimson Demon might not wait until then to possess his body. At that time, he might not be able to pass the tests that the Crimson Demon had set for the prisoners. The test that Crimson Devil set for us prisoners in the secret realm is targeted. It's not just about strength, talent, and comprehension. Whether it was from Wang Yuan's words or the world-cleansing divine water's speculation, Duan Lingtian already had an idea. Of course, now that he had the world-cleansing divine water's suggestion, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After ending his conversation with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and sighed in relief. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as I arrived at the outer realm. Even with Sister Water's suggestion, there's only a 50% chance of survival. Forget it. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. It's better for me to improve my strength as much as possible. Although I won't be able to fight the Crimson Demon even if I enter the upper ultimate god realm, at least I'll have a higher chance of surviving the tests set by the Crimson Demon. Although the tests in the secret realm might not be based on strength, those who are stronger will definitely have an advantage in many cases. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. Drops of divine corrupting spring water were absorbed into his body to aid his cultivation as though they were free. The effect of the divine corrupting spring water was far better than any of the divine pills he had. In fact, ever since he soaked in the divine accumulating spring, Duan Lingtian discovered that the divine pills in his hands that were still somewhat useful to him before had completely lost their medicinal effects. His body seemed to have developed a very terrifying resistance. The divine pills that he could take out were completely ineffective in his body. As a result, in the end, Duan Lingtian gave up on using the divine pills that assisted in cultivation that he had been taking before. So what if you've become a divine alchemist? Now, even an ordinary venerable grade divine pill is useless to my cultivation. Perhaps, only the realm pills in the outer realm can help me feel the effects of a pill. The boundary pill was an elixir made by an alchemist who had stepped into the realm of utmost powerhouses. Furthermore, only those utmost powerhouses with profound attainments in alchemy could refine the boundary pill. The realm pill was a type of pill that could even be effective for utmost powerful beings. Many realm pellets were rare treasures even for an ultimate god. The realm pill was superior to the venerable grade divine pill. Duan Lingtian had already heard of this when he was still in the god-defying realm. A boundary pill was an extremely rare treasure even in the 10,000 worlds. It was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Whenever a boundary pill appeared, unless it was protected by a powerful force, it would set off a storm of blood. In the god-defying realm, no utmost powerhouse can refine the realm pill. The realm pills that have appeared in the god-defying realm are basically more ordinary realm pills. However, even the most ordinary realm pills are supreme treasures in the god-defying realm. This was what Duan Lingtian heard from a descendant of an utmost powerhouse in a military camp when he was still wandering in the chaotic region of the god-defying realm's dimensional battlefield. According to the descendant of that utmost powerhouse, even the utmost powerhouse behind him was only lucky enough to obtain 5 realm pills in his life. 3 of them were exchanged with experts from other realms at a high price in the outer realm. Perhaps, my alchemy skills will only be of some use to me after I become an omnipotent being. That's good too. During this time, I can devote myself to cultivation and don't need to think about alchemy. After muttering to himself for a while, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At the same time, he immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, he gradually forgot about the passage of time and his current situation. His cultivation base was also improving at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine corrupting spring. He was getting closer and closer to the upper ultimate god realm. Crimson Demon Ridge. On a small island suspended in the clouds high in the sky, there was a beautiful scenery. Surrounded by mountains, a luxurious mansion sat there. In the front yard of the mansion, Crimson Demon, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a flash of light in them. Divine corrupting spring? And there seems to be a lot of it? Crimson Demon's eyes were filled with surprise. Although the little world in his body had separated from his body, it was still closely connected to him. It was easy for him to monitor someone in it. Recently, he only had to pay attention to the young genius he had just sent in, a medium ultimate god who had the ability to kill a top upper ultimate god. If it was up to him to choose, he would definitely choose the young genius as his target for possession. However, the matter of possession was not something he could choose on his own. In this matter, he had to follow the instructions of the ancestors of his clan because only in this way would he be able to maximize the success rate of his possession. It's best if it's suitable for me. It doesn't necessarily mean the more talented the body is, the more suitable it is for me. I hope it's him in the end. Look at him, he should have a lot of divine corrupting spring in his hands. If I can possess his body, his divine corrupting spring will also become mine. It can help me quickly return to the omnipotent realm after I possess him. As the scarlet demon muttered to himself, the fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Even if it's not him in the end. I have to think of a way to snatch his divine corrupting spring before that happens. The divine corrupting spring is good stuff. Even an utmost powerhouse like Crimson Demon could not help but be tempted by the divine corrupting spring. If he did not have the intention of possession, he would not have much interest in the divine corrupting spring. Even the divine corrupting spring in his hands was something he had painstakingly collected after possession. It was all for the sake of quickly increasing his cultivation base after taking over the body and being reborn. However, I have to think about this at length. Even though Crimson Demon was an utmost powerhouse, he did not have the ability to snatch a person's storage ring and open it. This was because he basically destroyed his own storage ring. Once he acted recklessly, the storage ring would self-destruct and everything inside would be swept into the spatial turbulence. It would either be destroyed or carried away by the turbulence. Trying to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian didn't know that every single action of his was under the eyes of the Crimson Devil. He also did not know that Crimson Demon, who had been watching him recently, had not only discovered that he had the divine corrupting spring, but he had also set his eyes on the divine corrupting spring and was planning to snatch it from him. End of this chapter. Chapter 4382. Duan Ling Tian completely lost track of time as he cultivated. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. He did not even leave a trace of his consciousness outside. He only opened up his mini-world slightly so that the 5 divine elements could protect him. The 5 divine elements had recovered a lot with the help of the divine corrupting spring. They could continue to protect Duan Ling Tian while they recovered. Not only did they not have any complaints about this, but they were also very enthusiastic about it. This was because although they could not be considered as one with Duan Ling Tian, if they really left Duan Ling Tian, they would not have a better future. If Duan Ling Tian became stronger, he would be able to escape this calamity and lead them to the omnipotent realm. At that time, they would be able to live a good life. If they switched to another master, they might not be able to fully trust them, and they might not be able to advance further. Even if they were talented enough and had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent realm, there was still a possibility that they would die prematurely. In their opinion, their current host, Duan Ling Tian, was a person with great luck. They had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's growth throughout the journey, and they also felt that if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. This was the most suitable master for them. Unless they had no other choice, they did not want to leave this master. Duan Ling Tian knew this as well. Therefore, he trusted the 5 divine elements with his back. Furthermore, the 5 divine elements were only able to protect him from the younger generation. If the Crimson Demon really wanted to deal with him, the 5 divine elements wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if Zhang Xian didn't cultivate and was on full alert, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The divine corrupting spring is really magical. I feel like my soul has been sublimated. When I sense this world, it feels completely different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that I used to think was easy to communicate with has become easier to communicate with now. Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, felt as though he had become one with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. The divine corrupting spring in his body was also constantly releasing energy similar to the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, it was even denser, allowing his cultivation speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Cultivation. Cultivation. Right now, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with cultivation. Until he was jolted awake by a voice that seemed to resound through his soul. Everyone, get ready. In 3 months, the new secret realm will open. Just like before, I will kill all those who don't want to enter. I hope you won't make a mistake. The voice jolted Duan Ling Tian awake. As soon as Duan Ling Tian was jolted awake, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the Crimson Devil, the master of Crimson Devil Ridge who had imprisoned him. After Duan Ling Tian woke up with a start, his expression turned serious. His originally calm heart could no longer remain calm at this moment. Supreme Being, in front of the Crimson Fiend, he was really no different from an ant. Now, the Crimson Demon made him enter the mystic realm. He really did not dare to not enter. I wonder when I'll be able to become a Supreme Being. Even if I find the person from the Sucking Soul clan who has merged with Yunqing Yen, I'm no match for him. I won't be able to force him to release Ker's soul imprisonment. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's desire to become stronger grew stronger. After that, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down before he continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the little world in Duan Lingtian's body, a large group of young geniuses were not as calm as Duan Ling Tian. The Crimson Demon is going to open the secret realm again. This time, I wonder how many of us will survive. A young man walked out of his cultivation ground and gathered with a few others. He had a bitter smile on his face. No. We're no longer 32 people. Another young man shook his head and said, 2 years ago, there was a newcomer. He was a medium ultimate god. However, that newcomer only showed his face when he first arrived. I haven't seen him since. He's really patient. Indeed. The other 2 young men agreed with the young man's words. He was patient before, but I don't think he'll be patient now. I know where that person lives. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that he'll come out. I feel that he might be able to keep his composure. I won't bet with you on that since I'm more likely to lose. In the end, one of the young men made a bet with the person who made the bet. The result of their bet was quickly revealed. The person who made the bet lost. This was because Duan Lingtian did not leave his cultivation ground for a few days after the Crimson Demon announced that the secret realm would open in 3 months. He's really a guy who can keep his composure. Although the person who made the bet lost, he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He did not expect a newcomer who was only a medium ultimate god to be so patient. At the same time, there were many people who had yet to recover from their injuries when the secret realm opened last time. Their hearts sank when they found out that the secret realm would open again in 3 months. The opening of the secret realm this time was undoubtedly the most dangerous for them. This was because they were injured to begin with. Wang Yuan, who was considered the closest person to Duan Lingtian since his arrival, walked out of his cultivation ground with a gloomy expression on his face. I didn't expect the secret realm to open so soon. It's only been 3 years since Brother Ling Tian arrived. It's only been 9 years since the last time the secret realm opened. You have to know that before this, the mystic realm would only open once every 20 years if there were no newcomers. If there were people who wanted to enter, it would only open 10 years after the newcomer had arrived. Now, Brother Ling Tian has only been here for 3 years and the secret realm is opening again? What's going on? Could it be that the Crimson Demon can't hold on any longer and is eager to find the most suitable person for him to possess among us? I thought Brother Ling Tian's arrival would prolong the opening of the secret realm by a few years. I didn't expect it to be brought forward. Wang Yuan was very upset at that moment. If Duan Lingtian did not come, the secret realm would only open 7 years later at the earliest because it had only been 13 years since the last time the secret realm opened. According to past practice, the secret realm would not open once every 20 years when a newcomer arrived but 10 years after the newcomer's arrival. He thought he would have a few more years to recover from the injuries he suffered during the last secret realm opening. He did not expect the secret realm to open earlier this time when a newcomer arrived. This meant that he would have to enter the secret realm opened by the Crimson Demon again before his injuries recovered. His life and death would be up to fate. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in this trip to the secret realm. When he thought of this, Wang Yuan's heart could not help but feel heavy. Wang Yuan. While Wang Yuan was in a daze in the air with a heavy heart, a young man flew over from afar. He did not look too good either. How's your recovery from the injuries you suffered the last time? When Wang Yuan heard this, he glanced at the young man and shook his head. How about you? The young man in front of him had also suffered serious injuries in the last secret realm. Humph. The young man's expression was gloomy as he said in a low voice, I've only recovered 60 to 70%. If the secret realm opens normally, I'm confident that I'll be completely healed in 7 years. I didn't expect the secret realm to open earlier this time. In my opinion, this is all the newcomer's fault for not coming earlier or later but at this time. The young man's words were mixed with anger toward the newcomer, Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. At this moment, Wang Yuan shook his head and said, this matter might not have anything to do with him. Even if it does, the Crimson Demon might have already prepared for the next secret realm to open earlier. Perhaps the Crimson Demon's original plan was to open earlier as soon as possible? Perhaps it's all thanks to his arrival that the secret realm could open 3 years later. Wang Yuan's thoughts were clearly different from the young man's. Wang Yuan, I heard that you're very close to the newcomer. I didn't expect you to speak up for him so soon after you've met him. The young man glanced at Wang Yuan indifferently and said, no matter what, he's made me very unhappy. I'll put the blame on him for this matter. It was no wonder the young man was angry with Duan Lingtian. Previously, before Duan Lingtian came, the secret realm's opening time had always been stable. However, this time, it had suddenly opened earlier. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? It might not have anything to do with him. Wang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Perhaps the Crimson Demon is anxious and wants to find a suitable target as soon as possible. This matter is indeed not right, but what about before? Don't forget, the few times the secret realm opened before he came, each time it was more tragic than the last, and the number of people who died was also more than the last. Don't tell me you think that's normal. You should know that the number of people who died in the secret realm before those few times was about the same. What about the previous time and the time before that? The difference was more than double. Although Wang Yuan's words made sense, the young man did not like to hear them. When he heard Wang Yuan's words, he frowned and left with a scoff. Looking at the young man's departing figure, Wang Yuan sighed. His eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. Looks like I won't have the chance to return to the clan. I really didn't expect that a trip to train would be the end of me, Wang Yuan. If I could turn back time, I definitely wouldn't go out. At this moment, in the little world in the Crimson Demon's body, there were many people who felt as helpless and hopeless as Wang Yuan. Of course, although they felt hopeless, they began to gather their spirits and make preparations to welcome the arrival of the new secret realm that would open in 3 months' time. Chapter 4383. If it was any other place in the outer world, most people would be overjoyed when they encountered the opening of a mystic realm. This was because the existence of a mystic realm often meant some opportunities. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of worlds. Some rogue peerless experts who did not belong to any sect or family would leave behind some good things before they died, including their inheritance. They would stuff it into the mystic realm they prepared before they died, waiting for the fated person to discover it. In the history of the myriad of worlds, many experts relied on these fortuitous encounters to rise up. Of course, there were also some rogue peerless experts with bad intentions who left behind mystic realms that had a slim chance of survival before they died, or even a 100% chance of death, to cheat their descendants. However, looking at the history of the myriad of worlds, there were not many of the latter. When a person was about to die, his words and actions would be kind. Many people, even if they were bloodthirsty when they were alive, would not have the intention of cheating their descendants before they died. No matter how bad a person was, they would still hope that someone could pass on some of their things. This way, before they died, they would be able to achieve a certain degree of fame. The mystic realms outside were delightful. However, the mystic realms in Crimson Demon's small world made the group of young geniuses imprisoned by Crimson Demon unable to feel happy. This was because the test inside the mystic realm in Crimson Demon's small world was the same as the test outside. If one passed the test, there would be no reward or gain. If one could not pass the test, one would be injured at best, and die at worst. There were no benefits, only disadvantages. No one was willing to do such a thankless task. However, the group of young geniuses in Crimson Demon's small world had no choice but to compromise and enter the mystic realm even if they were unwilling in their hearts. This was because entering the mystic realm gave them a chance of survival. If they did not enter, they would definitely die. For the group of young geniuses in the Crimson Demon's small world, 3 months was actually not a very long time. However, for the majority of people, each day of these 3 months was like a year. Wang Yuan, the young genius that Duan Lingtian was more familiar with after entering, was one of them. During these 3 months, every day was torture for him. This was because he could almost foresee that when the mystic realm opened this time, he would definitely be one of the people who would definitely die. Previously, a total of 67 people entered the secret realm. However, only 32 people survived in the end. According to the death rate from last time, even if we don't increase the death rate this time, I'm afraid that only 15 or 16 people will survive, not counting Brother Ling Tian, who just joined us a few years ago. There are only 32 of us. More than half of us are injured, but only 7 of us are seriously injured, including me. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7 of us will definitely die. After 3 months, the secret realm was about to open. However, Wang Yiyuan did not relax at all. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. Even if he knew that he would definitely die this time. Unless a miracle happened. The mystic realm is open. Until a thunderous voice reverberated in Wang Yiyuan's ears, waking him up. Only then did Wang Yiyuan completely regain his senses. At the same time, his expression changed greatly. What should come, still came. The owner of the voice was none other than the supreme expert who had sent him in, Crimson Demon. Crimson Demon's voice was like a nightmare to him. If anyone does not enter the secret realm within 100 breaths, they will be deemed as having refused to enter the secret realm. I will kill them immediately. The countdown starts now. Crimson Demon's voice caused Wang Yiyuan's expression to change drastically. At the same time, Wang Yiyuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately fled into the distance. In his muddled state, he did not even notice Duan Lingtian, who had also risen into the air and was following behind him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also awakened from his cultivation. I'm still a little bit away from the upper ultimate god realm. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air, he immediately noticed a familiar figure in front of him. He recognized that it was the only person he was familiar with since entering this damned place. Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even he could see that Wang Yiyuan's back was bleak. Brother Yiyuan. Duan Lingtian approached him and took the initiative to greet him. However, Wang Yiyuan acted as if he did not hear him at all and continued to fly forward. Duan Lingtian moved forward again and walked side by side with Wang Yiyuan. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yiyuan and saw Wang Yiyuan's face that was as pale as a sheet and his eyes that were filled with despair. It was only when Duan Lingtian walked side by side with him that Wang Yiyuan came back to his senses. He glanced at Duan Lingtian and forced a smile on his face. His smile was uglier than crying. Brother Lingtian. You are, Duan Lingtian was a little confused. The last time he saw Wang Yiyuan, although Wang Yiyuan was a little pessimistic, it was not to this extent. What's going on now? Wang Yiyuan seemed to want to find someone to talk to. He told Duan Lingtian about the early opening of the secret realm and how he felt he would definitely die if he entered the secret realm because of his injuries. Duan Lingtian finally understood the change in Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan was now prepared to enter the secret realm that the Crimson Demon had opened in his small world with the mentality of having a slim chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. Brother Lingtian, I'm almost certain to die this time. You've just arrived, so you don't know how cruel the secret realm opened by Crimson Demon is. But, after this, you should have a better understanding. Don't be careless. I've seen many young geniuses who had just arrived die in the secret realm on their first try. Wang Yiyuan sighed. At this moment, he was clearly disheartened. His mental state was extremely dispirited. Okay. As Duan Lingtian responded, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not know how to comfort Wang Yiyuan. At this moment, even if he had a glib tongue, it would be difficult to calm Wang Yiyuan down. Wang Yiyuan knew much more than he did about what would happen in the secret realm that was about to open. After all, he was just a newcomer. That's the entrance to the secret realm? After walking for a while with Wang Yiyuan, Duan Lingtian saw many people flying toward them from all directions. They were all heading in the same direction. In the distance, a huge space vortex appeared. It was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast that could swallow everything. At this moment, a group of people had gathered and stood outside the space vortex. They were not in a hurry to enter. Duan Lingtian and Wang Yiyuan were neither early nor late to the party. When they arrived, there were almost 20 people present. Not long after they arrived, the other 10 or so people slowly arrived. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at the crowd. He had some impression of many of them. They were the people he had met when he first entered a few years ago. Wang Yuan had even introduced a few of them to him. Now that everyone had arrived, no one was exchanging pleasantries with one another. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. There were even some people who, like Wang Yuan, had weak auras, and had looks of despair in their eyes. There was no need to guess. Duan Lingtian could tell that these people must be like Wang Yuan. They must have been injured the last time the secret realm opened. If they entered the secret realm again with injuries, it was natural that they would not be able to survive. Before Crimson Demon sent these people here, they should be considered rare geniuses in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they're at the mercy of Crimson Demon. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was a newcomer, when he looked at these people, he felt a sense of sympathy. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he could not help but think to himself, can Sister Shui's method really let me leave this place alive? If it fails, I'll have to stay here forever. I'll be like these people, or I'll be possessed by Crimson Demon. My body is mine, but my soul is no longer mine. The atmosphere formed when the person in front of him remained silent made Duan Lingtian feel a sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that he could not breathe. Originally, he still had a lot of hope. However, now, he felt that the hope was not very high. You still have 50 breaths of time. When Crimson Demon's voice sounded again, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, were inexplicably shocked. At this moment, they seemed to have regained their senses. It was as though they had just woken up from a dream. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw many people's gazes had landed on him. There was a hint of hatred and hostility in their eyes. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know what these people meant. He did not seem to know these people, right? Why were they looking at him like that? Brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Yuan, who was also awakened by Crimson Demon's voice, noticed Duan Lingtian's expression and immediately transmitted a message to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian why these people were looking at him with hostility and hatred. After hearing this, Duan Lingtian came to a realization and was speechless at the same time. These people actually think that Crimson Demon opened the mystic realm in advance because of my arrival? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had been shot even though he was lying down. Weren't these people too unreasonable? According to Wang Yuan, Crimson Demon had increased the difficulty of the mystic realm before he entered. The death rate in the previous mystic realm was more than twice as high as the previous one. Before the previous one, the death rate in the mystic realm was relatively stable. Actually, they know in their hearts that it might not be because of you. However, they need a target and a target that they can vent their emotions on now. They can't afford to offend Crimson Demon. When Wang Yuan transmitted his voice again, Duan Lingtian could naturally understand the meaning behind his words. It was none other than these people treating him as a soft persimmon that they could vent their emotions on. Brother Lingtian, let's go in. I'm afraid that if we go into play, these people will cause trouble for you in the remaining 50 breaths of time. Wang Yuan called out to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian did not intend to cause any more trouble and was about to listen to Wang Yuan's suggestion and enter the mystic realm, he and Wang Yuan were stopped halfway. Wang Yuan, you can go in. However, if he wants to go in without any injuries, I won't feel at ease. The person first glanced at Wang Yuan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, before he stared at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with hatred. When Wang Yuan heard this, his expression changed. Peng Pusha, you've gone too far. Chapter 43-84. Peng Pusha was a young man who could be considered handsome. However, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. At this moment, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Duan Lingtian. I'm too much. Peng Puxia sneered. Wang Yuan, the secret realm opened in advance most likely because of him. The injury you suffered last time was more serious than mine. Don't tell me you don't hate him at all. Humph. Originally, when the secret realm opened normally, I had a chance to completely heal my injuries. But now, the secret realm opened in advance. Even if I can pass this time, I may not be able to pass the next time. Today, I, Peng Puxia, will say that if he wants to go in without getting injured, it's impossible. Peng Puxia's eyes were full of fierceness. Peng Puxia, everything here was caused by the Crimson Demon. If you're really angry, vent it on the Crimson Demon. Bullying a newcomer, what kind of ability is that? Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. Wang Yuan, you weren't my match in the first place. Furthermore, your current injuries are more serious than mine. You didn't have much hope of surviving this time. Don't tell me that you want to add new injuries to yourself for him. When Peng Puxia looked at Wang Yuan again, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he was sure that Wang Yuan would not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian. Pfft. Wang Yuan heard this and sneered. Peng Puxia, you also said that I don't have much hope in going in this time. It can even be said that it's close to certain death, but there's still a lot of hope. I'm indeed not your opponent. But even if I die in your hands and add more injuries to your body, I'm still confident. If you really want to fight with me, I don't mind. At this time, Wang Yuan did not have any hope for this trip to the secret realm. Seeing Peng Puxia looking for trouble, he was a little annoyed. Usually, his temper was considered good, but it was rare for him to explode. When Peng Puxia heard Wang Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. He had forgotten about this point. This Wang Yuan, this time, there was only a slim chance of survival. It was not that he did not dare to fight with him. In fact, if Wang Yuan really fought him to the death, he wouldn't be willing. However, Wang Yuan didn't give him any face, which made him a little angry. Just as Peng Puxia was in a dilemma, Duan Lingtian, who was beside Wang Yuan, took 2 steps forward and glanced at Peng Puxia. You want to stop me? Peng Puxia never thought that Duan Lingtian would dare to stand up under Wang Yuan's protection. Suddenly, the anger that was originally caused by Wang Yuan was completely transferred to Duan Lingtian. So what? A newcomer like you is quite capable. You've only just arrived and you're already able to receive Wang Yuan's protection. Today, I'll give Wang Yuan face and not argue with you. As soon as Peng Puxia finished speaking, another voice sounded. Peng Puxia, if Wang Yuan really dares to fight with you, the 2 of us will join hands to kill him. You're not the only one who thinks that it's this brat who caused the mystic realm to open earlier. 2 figures flew over from afar, riding on the wind. It was a handsome young man dressed in black, and a sturdy young man dressed in a light blue robe. The one who spoke was the former. Ao Longyu, Tianhu, you were only lightly injured in the last mystic realm. Now, you must have completely recovered. Why are you here to join in the fun? Seeing the 2 people who suddenly interfered, Wang Yuan's face turned a little ugly. The 2 people in front of him, any one of them, were actually on par with him, but the problem was, the 2 of them were together. They were also sent in by the Crimson Demon back then. It was said that they were best friends, wandering in the outer realm together. Then, they were captured by the Crimson Demon and sent here to be imprisoned. If the 2 of them joined hands, he wouldn't be a match for them, and Peng Puxia wouldn't be a match either. In terms of individual strength, Peng Puxia was the strongest among the 4 of them. Of course, there weren't many strong ones. Humph. The black-clothed youth, Ao Longyu, snorted coldly. Tianhu and I have indeed recovered from our injuries. However, because the mystic realm opened earlier this time, it interrupted my cultivation, causing my strength that should have broken through to stagnate again. You should know what it means to be interrupted at a critical moment. It means that unless I wait for that opportunity again, it will be extremely difficult. As Ao Longyu spoke, his tone became colder and colder, revealing his anger. When Peng Puxia heard Ao Longyu's words, his eyes lit up. All right. Ao Longyu, Tianhu, the two of you restrain Wang Yuan. I'll deal with this brat. Originally, I only planned to injure this brat. However, since he has offended you, I'll kill this brat. It can be considered as avenging you. Peng Puxia's voice was high and carefree. After all, he had been threatened by Wang Yuan earlier. In the end, he had no choice but to compromise. Now that he had helpers, why would he need to compromise? Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Peng Puxia finished speaking, Ao Longyu and Tianhu both flew out and approached Wang Yuan, their gazes locked onto him. Wang Yuan, if you dare to help him, I'm sure you know that if Tianhu and I join forces, we'll be able to restrain you and help Peng Puxia at the same time. Ao Longyu's tone carried a hint of threat. At this moment, Wang Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Ha! Brat, die! Seeing Wang Yuan standing there with an ugly expression, Peng Puxia laughed and then looked at Ling Tian with a wanton and carefree smile on his face. The original haze was swept away. Brother Ling Tian, Wang Yuan transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian, I can't help you right now. Otherwise, if Ao Longyu and Tianhu join forces to deal with me and then deal with you, it will be even more difficult for you to escape from Peng Puxia's eyes into the mystic realm. There are less than 30 breaths of time left. If he makes a move, you run. When the time is near, he will naturally enter the mystic realm. He won't dare to mess with the timing. If he's a breath slower, he might be killed by the Scarlet Demon. But you're different. Even if you're a breath slower, as a newcomer, the Scarlet Demon won't kill you. There are precedents for this in the past. Wang Yuan said. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Duan Ling Tian glanced sideways at him and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked at Peng Puxia who was flying towards him. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with indifference. Did he really think he was a pushover? Did he think he was a target to vent his anger on? Bang! Peng Puxia's divine artifact appeared in his hand halfway. Although it was not a supreme divine artifact, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously fused with a supreme divine artifact embryo, which was more than Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In addition, although Peng Puxia's attack did not trigger any law of heaven and earth phenomenon in the Scarlet Demon's small world. However, Duan Lingtian could see that the law of fire that Peng Puxia displayed was definitely not weaker than the law of space and law of time that he mastered. In addition, when Peng Puxia waved the divine artifact staff in his hand, it seemed to be able to shatter the void, with a trace of a familiar yet strange feeling. This is the staff of the Tao of weapons? And it's not a prototype. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, the young geniuses who were sent here to be imprisoned by the Scarlet Demon were basically outstanding existences. Die! Peng Puxia roared again and smashed down with his staff. Flames gathered and rushed out like a giant flame beast opening its bloody mouth, biting towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, blood qi wrapped around Peng Puxia's body and then completely merged into his body, causing his already powerful attack to become even more powerful. The attack that was like a giant flame beast pouncing down also had some blood qi around it, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. It seems that Peng Puxia really wants to kill this kid. He went all out as soon as he attacked. It seems that Peng Puxia also wants to kill this kid with one blow and then enter the secret realm. After all, there are only 20 breaths left. A medium-level ultimate god, even if he doesn't die from Peng Puxia's attack, he will definitely be seriously injured. After being seriously injured, Peng Puxia's second attack will definitely kill him. Now, there were more and more onlookers. At this time, almost everyone had come. Many people who originally planned to enter the secret realm saw that there was a show to watch. In addition, there were still 20 breaths of time before the Scarlet Demon's time limit, so they were not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. They would watch the show first. Boom! Rumble. At the same time, in front of everyone's eyes, when Peng Puxia's staff smashed out, Ao Longyu, who was originally standing there motionlessly, also had green energy turn into vines that filled the sky. Then, next to him, Tianhu's energy also swept out. Streaks of gray energy converged with Ao Longyu's energy and spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it formed a translucent cage that enveloped Duan Lingtian and Peng Puxia. Meanwhile, Wang Yiyuan's expression changed tremendously at that instant. He never thought that Ao Longyu and Tianhu would intervene at this time and not give Duan Lingtian a chance to escape. At this moment, the unguarded Wang Yiyuan's energy that was ready to be unleashed whistled out of his body. In the newly formed cage, Peng Puxia's attack had already covered the entire cage, including Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian had no way to escape. Ao Longyu and Tianhu have completely cut off the rookie's escape route. Too cruel. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads slightly. Most people felt that the rookie under Ao Longyu's attack would definitely be seriously injured this time, even if he did not die. There's nothing to see. A few people, while shaking their heads, had already entered the secret realm entrance in front of them and disappeared in a flash. They had already guessed the solution. There was no point in continuing to watch. Let's go. This rookie, even if he doesn't die under this attack, he won't be able to withstand Peng Puxia's next attack. This chapter ends. Chapter 4385. Although Peng Puxia's strength was not the strongest among the group of young geniuses imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, he was definitely above average. In the past, Peng Puxia had fought with one of the Crimson Demon's demon guards. After 100 moves, he was at a disadvantage. After 300 moves, he was defeated. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were the top existences among the upper ultimate gods. In most of the myriad worlds, they were strong enough to support a powerful force. Therefore, the young geniuses present did not expect Duan Lingtian to be a match for Peng Puxia. However, just as the group of young geniuses behind him walked into the secret realm, a seven-colored sword light suddenly rose from the area where Peng Puxia's attack had enveloped. Whoosh! The sword light soared into the sky, carrying with it a rich life force and the modeled power of the five elements. It broke through Peng Puxia's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, under the shocked gazes of the group, the sword light was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Peng Puxia. Impossible. Peng Puxia, after a sudden cry of alarm, also hurriedly retreated. However, just as he retreated a distance, he was blocked again. The thing that blocked him was none other than Ao Longyu and Tianhu's plan to surround Duan Lingtian and not let Duan Lingtian escape from Peng Puxia's attack. Quickly withdraw your forces. Peng Puxia hurriedly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside and roared anxiously. Just from Duan Lingtian's attack earlier, he knew he was absolutely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Too strong. His all-out attack was easily destroyed by the other party. Even when he fought with the Crimson Demon's demon guards in the past, he did not feel such a terrible pressure. The Crimson Demon's demon guards were pinnacle upper ultimate gods. At this moment, he also realized something. Although Duan Lingtian was only a medium ultimate god, he definitely had the combat strength of a pinnacle upper ultimate god. Pinnacle upper ultimate gods were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. If the Crimson Demon's demon guards were said to be the lowest level, then, the current Duan Lingtian, even if he had not reached the highest level, he was close. At least, it was not something he could match. Ao Longyu and Tianhu, on the other hand, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's sudden attack. They were still in a daze when they heard Peng Puxia's cry. Although, in the blink of an eye, they had all regained their senses. At the same time, they wanted to remove the cage that they had jointly set up. However, when the cage became illusory, the astonishing seven-colored sword light, carrying a rich aura of life and the power of the five elements, swept towards Peng Puxia. On the other hand, Peng Puxia was a higher ultimate god who had gone through countless battles. He was one of the best among higher ultimate gods. Although he was panicking, he still managed to block Duan Ling Tian's attack. Peng Puxia was even prepared to get hurt. He had already made up his mind. He would do his best to block his opponent's attack. Even if he was injured, he would escape and enter the secret realm. Even if it was a narrow escape from the secret realm, it was better than dying here. At this moment, he had completely recognized the reality. Although the purple-clothed young man in front of him was only a medium ultimate god, he was stronger than him. After I kill him, it'll be your turn. Duan Ling Tian followed the sword light and flew toward Peng Puxia. At the same time, he coldly looked at Ao Longyu and Tianhu outside, causing their expressions to change drastically. Let's go. The two of them looked at each other and did not continue to withdraw their power. They turned around and fled toward the secret realm. Because the two of them did not have the power to withdraw, their power would be annihilated by inertia. This would also take some time. Under such circumstances, Peng Puxia, who had seen a chance of survival, felt the obstruction behind him while facing the menacing Duan Ling Tian. His face was filled with despair. It was too late. Peng Puxia's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian's sharp sword light broke through Peng Puxia's final defense and directly killed him. At the moment of Peng Puxia's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu had just reached the entrance of the secret realm and did not have time to enter. This scene caused the expressions of the two people to change greatly, and regret appeared in their eyes. If they had known that this newcomer had such strength, they would never have taken the initiative to provoke him. The reason why they did that was because they were confident in defeating him. Let's go. Seeing Peng Puxia's death, Ao Longyu and Tianhu no longer hesitated. They turned around and escaped into the secret realm, disappearing before the eyes of the people outside. After Duan Ling Tian killed Peng Puxia, he also put away his opponent's divine artifact. As for the opponent's storage ring, it was destroyed as soon as the opponent died. Everything inside had also been sucked into the spatial turbulence of an unknown location, drifting along with the waves. Wanting to find it was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. At the same time, with Peng Puxia's death, the power left behind by Ao Longyu and Tianhu also dissipated without a trace. A group of young geniuses who had originally planned to enter the secret realm also stopped and looked at Duan Ling Tian. From the moment Peng Puxia attacked to the moment he was killed, it was actually only a few breaths of time. However, in these few breaths of time, their impression of the newcomer in front of them had undergone a tremendous change. Even Wang Yuan, who had just defended Duan Ling Tian, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a somewhat dull gaze. Thinking of how he had wanted to defend the other party just now, Wang Yuan felt his face burning as the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. With the other party's strength, why would he need his protection? Even if Peng Puxia, Ao Longyu, and Tianhu attacked together, they might not be his match, right? When one's strength reached a certain level, if the gap was too big, it was no longer a matter of quantity that could win. The qualitative change was far greater than the quantitative change. They ran pretty fast. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the entrance of the secret realm indifferently as the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He was not someone who liked to cause trouble for no reason. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. Those who provoked him would have to pay the price. You guys better not die in the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Brother Ling Tian, it's almost time to go in. There's only a dozen breaths of time left. At this time, Duan Ling Tian also heard Wang Yuan's voice. Duan Ling Tian heard this, smiled at Wang Yuan in a friendly manner, and then flew toward the entrance of the secret realm in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he was not worried that he would anger the owner of this place, Crimson Demon, by killing Peng Puxia. This was because Crimson Demon acquiesced to it. He had heard Wang Yuan mention this a few years ago when he first came here. In this place, Crimson Demon would not care about the killing between young geniuses. Perhaps in Crimson Demon's eyes, if you died here, it meant that you were not capable, and those who were not capable were not qualified to become his new body. Therefore, whether it was Peng Puxia who wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian or Duan Ling Tian who wanted to kill Peng Puxia, the two of them did not have any concerns. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the secret realm in the blink of an eye, Wang Yiyuan also followed. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Originally, I was reminding Brother Ling Tian not to be careless. Now, it seems that it was unnecessary. With Brother Ling Tian's strength, unless Crimson Demon is deliberately targeting him, it won't be difficult for him to leave the secret realm. Although the secret realm opened in Crimson Demon's small world was not completely targeted at strength. However, in Wang Yiyuan's memories, there was a group of young geniuses who were imprisoned in the small world inside the Crimson Demon's body. Although some of those peak existences had perished, only one of them had perished since his arrival. There was still a huge advantage in terms of strength. After Duan Lingtian and Wang Yiyuan entered the secret realm one after another, the dozen or so people outside also entered the secret realm one after another. At this moment, everyone had recovered from the earlier scene. As they moved, they discussed spiritedly among themselves. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. How can he be so strong? Although his comprehension of the law of space is strong, it hasn't reached the perfected stage yet. However, his sword Dao is very strong. Even with his sword Dao, it's difficult for him to be so strong due to the restriction of his cultivation base. Did you guys notice his earlier attack? It's obvious he had external help. Humph. That's the power of the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Among the dozen or so people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some of them even had the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, the 5 divine elements in their bodies told them that it was the power of the 5 divine elements. That's the power of the 5 divine elements. I have a feeling that any of the 5 divine elements is no weaker than me. If it's just the chaos divine earth, it won't be able to devour me. However, with the help of the other 5 divine elements, I'll definitely be devoured by the chaos divine earth in his body. Remember, don't provoke him. If you provoke him, don't even think about using my power. I can't afford to provoke him. To be more precise, I can't afford to provoke the 5 divine elements in his body. If it's not necessary, don't make an enemy out of him. The fact that the 5 divine elements are willing to accept him as their host is enough to show how monstrous he is. If there are no mishaps, the Crimson Devil will choose him in the end. It's a pity that such a genius is going to be possessed by someone else. If the Crimson Devil really possesses him, his future achievements might surpass his current achievements. I wonder if he'll be able to fulfill the other conditions for the Crimson Devil to possess his body. All in all, he has a huge advantage. There's no need for you to feel indignant. It's not a good thing to be possessed by the Crimson Devil. However, you're not as good as him. To be more precise, you're not as talented as him. At the very least, I won't allow the other 5 divine elements to possess your body. Although it's not easy to find a host as talented as you, it won't be difficult for me to find one if I really want to. Not everyone is a peerless genius like him. At this moment, the 5 divine elements and the few people who possessed the 5 divine elements in their bodies were warning them that Duan Lingtian, a peerless genius who possessed the 5 divine elements, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 4386. The reason why Duan Lingtian did not wait for Wang Yiyuan and entered the secret realm on his own was because he knew that even if they entered hand in hand, they would still be separated in the next moment. Those who entered the secret realm would not appear in the same place. They would appear in different places at the edge of the secret realm. What they had to do was to head to the center of the secret realm from the edge. During this process, they would have to go through many tests. If the secret realm in the little world in the Crimson Devil's body was a circle, Duan Lingtian and the others would appear at the periphery of the circle. Then, they would head to the center of the circle from all directions. Only those who managed to reach the center of the circle within a certain period of time would be able to leave the secret realm alive. In the beginning, it was impossible for them to meet each other. It was only possible for them to meet each other later on because they were getting closer and closer to the center of the circle. The distance between them was also getting closer and closer. Some of them even overlapped with each other. Previously, I've heard that there will be guidance after entering the secret realm. There are many kinds of guidance. There are the guidance of flying beasts, the guidance of walking beasts, and the guidance of light. You have to find it yourself. The outside of the circle isn't the end. If you take the wrong path, you'll be further and further away from the center of the circle. At the same time, you'll encounter layers of obstacles that have no end. Before entering the secret realm, Duan Lingtian had heard Wang Yuan mention this to him before. In fact, this was also a test. It was a test of observation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was hovering in the air. He was above a forest. The forest was peaceful. When he looked around, the scenery in all directions was the same. He could not see any difference. The surroundings were calm. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Under such circumstances, even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a solemn expression on his face. He knew this was the time to test his observation skills. He had to find the clues that led to the center of the circle. Naturally, he was not stupid enough to search for the clues on his own. He opened up the little world in his body and asked the 5 divine elements for help. The 5 divine elements were the product of the heaven and earth spirit energy. They were very sensitive to things like the environment. As a human, he was far inferior in this regard. That tree is different. The Duan Lingtian divine wood opened its mouth and pointed to a tree far to the right of Duan Lingtian. Then, it guided Duan Lingtian to see the difference in that tree. Duan Lingtian went closer to take a look. With the reminder of the Haotian divine wood, he immediately discovered that although this tree looked no different from other trees at first glance, its branches were very interesting. More than half of its branches pointed to one place. However, because the green leaves on the branches were too lush, if one didn't get close and flip open the leaves, they wouldn't be able to discover this point. As for the Haotian divine wood, as the wood spirit of heaven and earth, it could naturally tell that this tree was different without lifting the leaves. Let me look at the other trees. Duan Lingtian didn't immediately walk in the direction the tree was pointing to. He had to confirm it first, because once he took the wrong step, it would lead to a series of mistakes. It was possible that what awaited him was an abyss with a slim chance of survival or even a certainty of death. Duan Lingtian looked at the surrounding forest and confirmed for an entire 2 hours. In the end, he confirmed that only one tree was different from the others. All the other trees were the same. That's the direction. After asking for the opinions of the other 4 divine elements and even asking the divine tree of life for help with the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian made his way in the direction the tree was pointing to. Not long after Duan Lingtian set off, the sky above the area where he was originally at suddenly stirred. Then, a figure appeared. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize this person at a glance. It was none other than the master of Crimson Demon Ridge who had sent him to this godforsaken place, Crimson Demon. He was a powerful supreme powerhouse. Crimson Demon looked in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and shook his head gently. I originally wanted to increase the difficulty for him. He's not skilled in the law of wood, so it'll be difficult for him to find the guidance. I forgot that he has the 5 divine elements in his body. Among them, the clear heaven's divine wood is more sensitive to life forms like trees than cultivators who are skilled in the law of wood. Although it's his first time here, his strength is close to that of the most powerful higher ultimate gods. It won't be difficult for him to pass through this secret realm. I don't have much time left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. There are still more than 30 people left. I'll increase the difficulty of this secret realm again. It'll be enough if half of them come out. In the next secret realm, I'll directly determine the 3 most suitable people for possession. Then, I'll choose my new body among the 3. Crimson Demon's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. I hope that Duan Lingtian is the most suitable one. I'm very satisfied with his body. Young, powerful, and attractive. Crimson Demon's eyes shone with greed as he muttered to himself. This time, I'll try my best to get some divine corrupting spring from him. Let's see if it's possible to force him to hand it over. Crimson Demon thought to himself. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that he had fallen into Crimson Demon's trap. Duan Lingtian felt that he had found the right direction and moved forward in that direction. He used his powerful strength to flatten all the obstacles he encountered along the way. These obstacles might have been difficult for ordinary medium ultimate gods at the beginning, but they were not difficult for him at all. Although the difficulty of the later stages gradually increased, his strength was strong enough, and he still easily passed through one stage after another. It's not difficult. Duan Lingtian passed all the obstacles without any obstacles. At the same time, in more than 30 other places, there were many people who were struggling with every step. Wang Yiyuan was one of them. Wang Yiyuan had not fully recovered from his injuries, and this time, the difficulty of the mystic realm had increased by quite a bit. He was struggling to cope with it. I'm afraid I'll definitely die in the next obstacle. Wang Yiyuan looked like a completely different person from before. Not only was he tattered and unkempt, but there were also many bloody wounds on his body. His face was also full of stains and bloodstains. His aura was also extremely weak. As he walked, he gasped for breath. Why don't I take a break first? No. If I take a break, the next obstacle might come directly to where I'm resting. Wang Yiyuan had suffered such a loss in the past, so he was extremely vigilant now. Finally, Wang Yiyuan moved forward and encountered the next obstacle. This obstacle was faced with a great demon. The first wave of attacks from the great demon severely injured Wang Yiyuan. He's too strong. I might have been able to kill him when I was at my peak. But now, at this moment, Wang Yiyuan looked at the great demon that covered the sky and the sun. His face was filled with despair, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to face death. When the great demon was about to envelop him and the wind that blew against his face was like a knife, he subconsciously closed his eyes. Just when he thought he was going to die, a loud sound shocked him and he opened his eyes again. With a single glance, he noticed that a violet figure had suddenly appeared before him. Although he could only see the figure's back, he still recognized the figure with a single glance, and he was even slightly pleasantly surprised. Brother Ling Tian? The person who had arrived at the critical moment was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was originally challenging the obstacles by himself. He had just passed the first obstacle when he heard the commotion. As he was closer, he deliberately went closer to take a look. With just a glance, he saw the scene where Wang Yiyuan was almost killed. Not to mention Wang Yiyuan, who was the person he was most familiar with in this place, even if it was someone else, as long as it was not Ao Longyu or Tianhu who had offended him previously, he would have helped them. It was just a simple matter of lifting a finger. Even if he did not know those people, in this place, they were in the same boat as him. If he could help them, he would not mind lending a hand. Just as Duan Lingtian turned around and nodded at Wang Yiyuan with a smile, his face suddenly changed. Then, a ray of rainbow sword light whizzed out from his hand and swept towards Wang Yiyuan's feet. However, it was still too late. Bang! With a loud sound, the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet cracked. A grayish-yellow spike swept out from the depths of the ground and pierced through Wang Yiyuan's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's rainbow sword light had also arrived. It directly pierced the ground under Wang Yiyuan's feet and kept going downwards. Puchi! Ah! A mournful cry came from the depths of the ground. The sound became softer and softer, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. He hid so well. Duan Lingtian did not expect that the checkpoint Wang Yiyuan was going through now was not only a powerful great demon, but also a great demon that was not weaker than the great demon that was hiding deep underground. Moreover, it was a great demon that was proficient in the law of earth. Before he could react, it directly attacked and severely injured Wang Yiyuan again. Even though he was a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still clearly sense that Wang Yiyuan's life force was constantly draining away. Even his soul force was becoming more and more weak. Brother Ling Tian, Wang Yiyuan's body was pierced. The spike formed by the law of earth that pierced his body had disappeared along with the great demon's death. His body was supported by Duan Lingtian and lying on the ground. Now, Wang Yiyuan was struggling to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and took out a healing pill to give to Wang Yiyuan, but Wang Yiyuan rejected it. It's useless. I know my own injuries. I have at most 15 minutes left to live. Cough cough, Wang Yiyuan kept coughing up blood. At the same time, he reached out with difficulty to take off his spatial ring and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan. Cough cough. This is my spatial ring. It's all ready. Cough cough. It's all ready, remove the ownership, most of the things inside. You. Cough cough, probably won't be interested in them. But, there's one thing that I'm not sure of. It should be useful to you, of course, it's not certain. Cough cough, if. Cough cough. It's really useful to you. I hope you can do me a favor, of course. I. Cough. I'm leaving soon. It doesn't matter if you don't help me, I hope that you. Cough cough, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.